the beat. Check this out. Check this out. Check this out. The beat. Check this out.
on the Rift. It's going to be TSM versus reigning champions, Counter Logic Gaming.
All the off-season drama fueled the first week, but I thought I really have to win because a part of me wants them to make them regret their decision.
Nice hit by Hugi. He puts down the tomb, and that's going to put Doublelift in one.
Pretty much sucked to lose, but then I realized like we have a lot of work to do.
When we first played against TSM, it didn't really seem like they had an idea of like how to play as a team.
What a fight, and they have a hell of a lot of crowd control to work through here, and Counter Logic Gaming are going to take the game.
They've definitely been looking a little bit better recently. I think the second game is going to be a lot harder than the first one.
Welcome to our second day of competition in Week 5 of the North American LCS, coming to you live from the Battle Arena here in Los Angeles, California. After yesterday's games, we've officially passed the halfway mark, and our teams are looking ahead to the rest of the split. Now check out this Voidling keeping the crowd company. Our fans are out in force for our rivalry between TSM and CLG later in the day, but up first we have Energy Esports. Here they are arriving at the studio, and of course they'll be going up against Echo Fox. They're walking to the stage here. Coach Cop leading the way, Froggen trailing behind. Blurred Limes making an appearance at the North American LCS here today. Ladies and gentlemen, roses are red, violets are blue, but we've got some LCX action coming to you. Thank you for joining us. I'm James Dash Patterson, and joining me on the desk is my Valentine, Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler, and of course our third wheel, Aiden Zyrene Moon.
Speaking of which, James, I actually did go ahead and get you a Valentine's Day gift because I need you to know that I appreciate you.
Kobe,
so here
you
you go.
shouldn't have. And did you know that I just so happened to get you a gift as well? Here you go.
Oh, my God. So thoughtful.
Could you
pass that
Thank
over
you.
there for me, too?
Oh, it's a second one?
Oh, yeah.
You're
Here you
the
go.
bestest.
All right.
Oh my God,
Chocolate's my favorite.
I feel so loved and special. Thank you very much, Kobe.
You deserve it.
I appreciate you. All right, well, let's get a quick refresher of the standings then. Immortals is ahead of the pack, while last year's Worlds attendees CLG, Cloud9, and TSM are all tied for second place. In the middle of the pack, Energy Esports sits one win ahead of Liquid. Team Dignitas and Tip are tied for 7th, and Echo Fox grabbed the win yesterday to take 9th over last place Renegades. Coming up today, we've got Echo Fox looking to build on their win against Energy. Then it's time for the OL Classico matchup with Counter Logic Gaming versus TSM, and we'll conclude the day with Team Dignitas going up against Tip. Despite some crazy movements in the first few weeks, though, the standings are beginning to look reflective of expectations coming in to the LCS season. We got to start with Immortals and start at the top of the bracket here. 9-0, looking good.
I mean, what can you say about perfection, in the North American LCS so far? Immortals deserve to be at this top spot. Every player is playing well, but really it comes down to the teamwork. This is one of the teams that trust each other the most of all the teams in North American LCS. Of all the teams that had so many roster swaps in the offseason and bringing together new players, some of them have worked together before, but the way that all 5 have gelled is unprecedented.
And the most important thing to me that I'm seeing from Immortals is that in NALCS, we really haven't seen a top team that has this type of consistency since Cloud9 had their first season. And even then, I think they're topping that. Because they're training for consistency, they're training for resilience, and they're making sure that every performance, they're not underestimating their opponents, and they're giving it their best. Anything less than their best is actually considered a failure for this squad. So they keep pushing themselves, despite some people being like, "Oh, the level of opponent isn't that great." They're still shooting for very high expectations.
And you mentioned Cloud9 there. Cloud9, one of our old guard teams in NA, used to be the consistency team. But looking at our old guard, TSM, CLG, and Cloud9, which of these 3 teams are we looking at that might be able to press against Immortals for that undefeated season?
Yeah, it's actually kind of cool that how it's shaken out so far this season with sort of the old household names of the North American LCS of TSM, CLG, and C9 all just under Immortals and trying to be that number 2 spot, trying to fight their way through the sort of dog pile. I have to say, if we start with TSM, this looks to be the team of the teams that are currently tied at number 2 that still have those communication issues that are pretty clear. As we saw yesterday, even though they got that win, there are a lot of times where they didn't use ultimates, to save a teammate, or they had skirmishes where one person would commit and the other person would try and run away.
Yeah, in terms of contesting Immortals, Immortals have said, to me at least, that they're afraid of a fully powered TSM, but the stagnant growth of TSM is quite alarming. It's halfway through the split, and they don't seem to be meeting their own expectations, right? They still have a lot of room to grow, but they're not growing at the rate that they thought they would at the start of the season. So TSM are a little disappointing for themselves.
Yeah, will they even reach full power by the end of the season?
That's the question.
They are making, incremental improvements. However, it is a little bit slow.
Yeah, not at the rate that they would hope to be. Next up, though, on the docket then has to be CLG.
Yeah, CLG. I mean, these are the guys. It really shows the focus that they put in the offseason on teamwork. They said this was their #1 priority with all of their changes, and in game, they have still kept Aframu. Not only does he make these plays, but the shot calling infrastructure is there. And the mid-game rotations, the lane swap game, all of these things that we knew about CLG last season and what brought them success last season are still really there for them. And they've been building with the new guys for success this season as well.
Yeah, and then we look over at Cloud9 when you're talking about shot calling here. Well, they have a little bit of what they had last season, but the end of the season, we'll look at regional qualifiers there because they're 6-1 with High right now. And in terms of contesting Immortals, they have very decisive shot calling, and I actually think that today might be the first day that Immortals lose a game. This looks like a fully powered squad with Rush synergizing and looking fully integrated. And then Jensen has just been a monster lately. Ever since Jat was talking about bodying fools, he's been bodying fools.
Exactly what he's been doing.
Yeah, even before that. I have to say, technically, this is the first time that High's Cloud9 doesn't get to face Immortals.
Exactly. Very good point. 6-1 Cloud9 with High in the lineup going up against the 9-0 Immortals. This is quite possibly the best opportunity we have this season for Immortals to lose a game. Well, we've talked about the teams now, but I want to narrow it down to individual players. It's Valentine's Day after all, so let me know which players on each of these teams, or any of these teams rather, that you guys have fallen in love with so far this season.
I have to say, as a jungler, you're going to look to Reignover. This guy is pretty much the whole package. This is everything you could want from a jungler. He does everything so well, it's almost frustrating, right?
But
he has 100% first blood ratio. He ganks well. He farms well. He has one of the top 3 farming numbers for all junglers in North American LCS. And he team fights well it's ridiculous.
Right. He just didn't get you chocolate.
He did, yeah.
That's all.
We're limiting this to LCS players.
I'm going to throw that out there. Didn't buy you chocolates. All right, Zyrene, hit me.
He didn't buy me chocolates either, but
we love you too, Zyrene, I promise. Okay, sorry.
Okay.
We digress.
High. I really actually think that High, and you're talking about all these in-game stats for Reignover, I think the out-of-game things that High does are absolutely incredible for a player. Not only is he a shot caller and an in-game leader, which we talk about a lot, he's also very, very flexible, and he's self-sacrificing. Because he's played 3 roles for his team. He's been called up to a role that he didn't even play before, just being like, all right, actually going back to his role originally that he played on Orbit back in the day, right? So he was basically like,
jungle, 2 mid,
like,
back to
whoa,
jungle. Yeah.
can you play this role, come out of retirement? It's like, I guess I will. And so he's so self-sacrificing, he's dedicated to the role that he changes to, and he's just a positive and encouraging player in his shot calls too. The tiny things where he's just like, oh, no, even though you died, that was your job, you're good. You'll get to do it better next time, right? I think that High just has this great thing that we call an intangible that shows up in the game, and it's not really reflected in his stats.
And it really shows how much Cloud9 value High's leadership qualities. The qualities of a great leader, they're so hard to find. They're willing to put him in any role, and they're willing to take the hit of a champion pool, because when he switches to a new role, he does pick it up very quickly. However, you have to focus on only a couple champions, so you try and eliminate as many external variables as possible so you can try and focus on picking up the new role as early as possible. You don't have to think about, oh, how do I play this champion, because you play the same one over and over.
Yeah, because that leadership is so valuable because it's so hard to find in players, and it's something that's so incredibly hard to teach that some people have theories that you can't even teach that to people.
Yeah, very much so. And part of what allows him to hold on to those qualities as a player is the fact that he isn't going for such an expansive pool when he assumes a new role. Now, we've shared which players we think have the hottest moves in the LCS. So for our social media question of the day, we want to know, which pro would you like to be your dynamic Q Valentine and why? Tweet your responses to @LawLeeSports, and we'll read your love notes a little later in the show. Kobe's all mine, though. So you can now, as we send it off to our casters, though, oh, yeah, hey, can I have one?
There you go, buddy.
Thanks. As we send it off to our casters, let's take a closer look at one of the newest additions to the LCS. Oh my God, they missed it.
No!
They just missed the snub. I'm so sorry. One of the newest additions to the LCS, Energy's jungler, Moon. Take a look.
For me, I want to be known as like a good homegrown player, but overall, like I want to be a good jungler internationally, not just in NA. This view is insane. It's so good. I've never seen LA from this type of view. It's beautiful. I was definitely super excited to move out to LA and play on the new team. Being away from my family is hard, but even though I haven't done it that much, I'm pretty used to it now. I grew up in a small town in Minnesota, Golden Valley, Minnesota. I had a lot of my close friends and went to school there. I played lacrosse in middle school a lot. Lacrosse is definitely my favorite sport. My brother got me into it. As kids, we would always be competitive and play games together, mainly games. We'd play N64, Wii together. We would always buy the latest console, the latest games, and play them together. He got into League after he saw that I was, being a pro in League and stuff like that. He watches the games and everything, and after my game, he'll be like, "Oh, good job," or "Oh, next time." For me, it was season 4. That's when I started jungling, was late season 4, and season 5 I got 2 accounts in High Challenge, and that was for me when it was okay, I can actually do this. I wanted to put my all into it because I know when I'm 30 or something, if I don't put my all into it, I would look back and be like, oh man, I really fucked up. I was on Team Imagine last split, around right when I joined. I had 3 really high solo queue accounts, so pros respected that. They went against me in solo queue and they're like, oh, he's a good solo queue player. I think Dominate made an AMA and he's like, oh, Moon is the best non-LCS jungler that I've played against in solo queue. And I remember I played against him and he added me after and he's like, hey, can you give me some solo queue tips and stuff like that? And I'm like, yeah, I'll trade it for your pro experience. I think the hype made me work a lot harder because I felt like it was kind of unjustified and undeserved. It was like, oh, I have to work harder to not let myself let down this hype. We were super close to beating Team 8 in relegations.
Whoa! Dodo goes in, the ball delivery combo, and that's Calitrolls coming up with a kill along with Dodo. Team 8 will retain their spot in the North American LCS.
I was definitely shaken. I wasn't sure if I was going to make LCS or not in the offseason, or if I had to play another split or 2 in Challenger and see if I could make it that way. I wanted to go to Korea with Selfie, who was going to be our mid laner on Imagine. I had never been out of the country before Korea, so I expedited my passport for 2 days because I didn't have one. Junglers in Korea are super low farm. I mean, when you're low elo, they'll have Mobies and Sightstone at 15 minutes, and that's it. They won't even have a jungle item. You have to help your lanes more in Korean solo queue. So I definitely learned how to be more aggressive and supportive to my team. Eventually, Team Energy came around and it was like, hey, I can put you in LCS. If you work hard and improve yourself, you can be on the team. The rest of the team came to Korea and I had a tryout, and that's basically how it happened. Playing with a lot of veterans is definitely overwhelming sometimes. There's a lot of things that they just, for them, is super basic and oh, you should do this in this situation. And I'm like, oh, I didn't know that. I would say the team's goal is we have to be top 3. If we're not top 3, we're failing. To have that oh, we must be top 3 or it's a failure is definitely a lot of pressure on me. Every year there's a couple of new homegrown players that are really motivated for the win. I would say it just comes down to that, how motivated they are. There's a lot of Challenger players that have the talent and they just don't work hard enough. For me, if I could tell myself something when I was in Challenger, just keep working hard and make LCS, because when you make LCS, time goes by way faster.
Yeah, I gotta say, time has gone by really fast. We're here 4 seasons into LCS now, already halfway through the first split of this one.
Yeah, our 4th Valentine's Day as LCS casters.
That's true.
Yeah.
And speaking of Valentines here, I'm David Fictilli, and with me is my Valentine, Joshua Jat Leesman. Also, in case you don't celebrate Valentine's Day, happy Support Appreciation Day. Everyone can find someone to lane with here. We're about to get into our first match of the day Yes, Energy Esports taking on Echo Fox. I realized it was the second day of the week, so I couldn't go for first of the week. But guys, Echo Fox, once again, on the Rift with the full lineup. And yesterday they had those players, and it looked pretty good when they beat up Renegades.
Yeah, absolutely. And we heard from Froggen in his post-game interview that even though Echo Fox weren't playing together in the LCS, they were still practicing together, which is a good thing, and it showed some development. Froggen and Keith, they both put out great performances yesterday against Renegades, but they do have a lot of wins to make up for if they plan on moving up in the standings, because, of course, they did have that 1-7 start.
Of course, right now they sit 1 game behind 7th and 8th place, TIP as well. well as Team Dignitas. They're 2 behind Team Liquid. We'll see how they can move up from here. But of course, getting wins could be hard. They're up against Energy right now, and Energy are actually a pretty solid team. They're in a playoff spot right now.
Yeah, much tougher opponent, although Energy have shown some holes of their own. We knew coming into the split that Impact and GBM were going to be major players on this team, and I think the hope was that they would be able to elevate the rest of the roster to their level. But instead, we're kind of seeing the team struggle if either of their solo laners fall behind. You look in the bottom lane with Altec, he was a consistent performer last year, but hasn't really shown up yet. Because Impact and GBM, they're good players, but Energy really need Altec to be a threat on his own. And so far, he hasn't been able to have that presence on the team. Really high CS per minute, first or second in the entire LCS, but bottom 2 in damage per minute of starting AD carries for all games, which is, you can't just farm minions all day and not contribute in team fights, which is what Altec has done so far.
Absolutely, especially with how often we're seeing Impact play tanks. Couple of Maokai, a couple of Malphite games. Haven't seen him on Fiora in a very long time. And so, yes, it does come down to Altec to do something, which he hasn't right now. We'll see if that shapes up. Going to check out the starting lineups. On the blue side for this match is Echo Fox with KFO in the top lane, Hard in the jungle, Froggen in mid, Keith at AD carry with better damage stats, I assume, and Big on support.
Yep, and then on the red side, wearing pink on Valentine's Day, as also every day, it's Energy with Impact in the top lane, Moon, who we just heard from in the jungle, GBM in the mid lane, Altec as the AD carry, Conquan as support, and Hermit as their coach.
Yep, up against Coach Cop as far as
Coach Hermit.
coach duels go in here. Yeah, so players getting ready. Champs are going to start in a second here. And this, to me, becomes very interesting because you know so little about Echo Fox here, right? 3 games with this lineup on stage so far, and we're at the halfway point here. And the weird thing is Energy are so wildly inconsistent as well. They nearly beat Immortals. They had a lead going into about 18 minutes in with that really heavy poke comp in the Varus mid, and then they'll drop games you don't expect them to. And it's back and forth and back and forth. Energy 5-4, not the record you would have expected for former world champions like Impact here. And they come in hoping that they can stay on top up against Echo Fox, but the world is right now Echo Fox's oyster.
Yeah, and even though we are officially now in the second half of the spring split, this is the first game Energy and Fox have actually played against each other because we had that unfortunate forfeit in week 2 between these two teams. So it'll be really exciting to see kind of Froggen against GBM and how that can play out.
Yeah.
Or how Energy can just maybe out-team play the rest of Echo Fox. A lot of unknowns, as you said, with this entire Echo Fox lineup. Technically speaking, Froggen and KFO are 2-1 as starters on the team.
Yeah, it's very interesting to watch here. In fact, both these teams have similar struggles as well in that they're multilingual teams, and you've got to sort of translate or make it be known to the Korean players what's going on here for both these squads. And it will be fun to watch. Another Rise ban actually added by Froggen. So interestingly, he banned that yesterday as well, I believe, up against Renegades, and still dropping it out here. Or not Rise, sorry, Zed is what I meant to say.
Yeah, well, there was a Zed ban actually against...
I could have sworn it was Froggen doing it because I remember I gave the anecdote of him telling me that he was good at Zed, and yet they banned it yet again. So I find that interesting.
You're absolutely right about that. So again, they banned Zed. I think it's just because they are afraid of Zed in mid against Corki. Zed has really good all-in against Corki at level 6, and you really don't want to be building heavy health or heavy armor.
Or Zonias or something.
Exactly. So they were planning on first picking it. It wasn't banned on the other side, and that really just feels like the game plan.
Of course, that does mean they give away the Gangplank, and last time it was Impact who played the champion to not much success. But either way, Impact and GBM both known as very good Gangplank players. Energy taking their time in the next round of picks right here. I actually do think Udyr's quite strong, but I don't expect to be seeing it early on, if at all, in Champion Select, and it will be Braum instead.
I apologize in advance, but if we see an Udyr in an LCS game that I'm casting,
you are about this.
I am going to be talking about Udyr for mostly the entire game.
It will be like Zyrene and Kobe combined when Vi's in the game. Like, I am ready for this. I'll let you go. Just let me know the topics, and I'll open them for you. Echo Fox, now on their side of the picks and bans, as Braum and Gangplank definitely are 2 very strong champions to deal with.
Yeah, the question with this Gangplank will be, will GBM actually get to play it? A lot of people think GBM's an amazing mid-lane Gangplank. He's had some great games on it in the past, but last time they picked Gangplank, they did throw it top lane on Impact and ended up losing that game. They had a zillion mid, never really found the right team fights or communication. It didn't look like Impact's Gangplank was bad, but it just didn't work well with the overall team comp.
Well, we've been talking about the story of Altec just not really being part of the fights, and if Impact's splitting all game long, then who's doing the damage in the 4-on-4s and the 4-on-5s? Echo Fox taking their time with this phase of the picks and bans, and right now hovering Graves and Janna, which will be locked in here. So a very backline-focused team, a disengaged support for Big, double marksman, maybe even triple since Corki's such a common mid laner.
Yeah.
And Graves is a common jungler.
It's also kind of interesting. We have been seeing a rise in prominence for Braum because he is both good with multiple marksmen to proc the stun and also great against multiple marksmen because they can't shoot past his shield very well. So even with the Braum locked in, they still go for 2 of them, and it's most likely looking like it could be a very easy triple marksman. You know, the Zed ban kind of telegraphs a Corki mid lane. Graves could be going most likely in the jungle, which still leaves the actual AD carry position for Keith to pick another one.
I'm waiting for the Quadra Marksman, okay? Quinn is still up, Lucian's still up. You could just go ham, and Janna just keeps 4 squishies alive. I'm ready for that comp to show up. It's unlikely here. Lucian gets taken away right now by Altec. Could be very successful for him. And now to make that last pick for Energy.
What's funny is Quinn's a good top lane against Gangplank. If
Oh,
that was the
true.
way it worked, but they can't guarantee that lane matchup, and Impact could always pull out a Malphite with the last pick, which you definitely don't want to have a bunch of marksmen in with. I like
Blast
Eve
from the
though
past.
for Moon.
Yeah, Moon was actually very, very good Evelyn back on his time with Imagine in the Challenger Series. I think it was one of his best champions. And I'm actually surprised we haven't seen much Runic Echoes Evelyn. I think it's very strong, though.
Yeah, it scales pretty well. I think it's also fairly farm dependent early on. You have to get some successful ganks off. And also there are far more pink wards in pro play than you would ever see in solo queue.
Very true.
It's kind of like a hidden nerf to Eve is the fact that you can't buy normal wards anymore, but you can buy pink wards.
Right.
So there's a bunch of pink wards in the map, and those are very effective against Evelyn.
Right, yeah.
But we'll be seeing Moon on it here, which is exciting.
That is going to be a whole bunch of fun to watch for. And we'll see Energy are leaving that Gangplank up as a flex pick here, so we'll see where that ends up going with their final champion. And of course, that also allows them to make sure his matchup isn't too bad. Echo Fox also have to decide where that Gangplank is, where that Graves as well as where that Corki goes, as those roles are still open. Caitlyn is being hovered here, and the Malphite for the top lane for KFO. So Froggen, I believe, with now 2 Corki games in a row, if I believe properly, went unkilled last time and was the star player of the team. And once again, a very similar composition. In fact, the same Caitlyn, the same Corki, and the same Malphite from yesterday.
And I like the fact that they are going with the Malphite here. It actually makes me a little bit surprised that Energy didn't pick it earlier when we think about how good Malphite would be against 2 or 3 auto attack champions. Even though Corki does do magic damage, it was a guaranteed pretty much 2 physical damage range champions. And it's not like anyone was taking Evelyn away, so Energy could have given away their solo lane configurations in order to get the Malphite, but now they absolutely have no option.
Yeah, I think there is something to be said for leaving that up, though. I think Gangplank does very well into Malphite as a matchup. You have all that armor penetration just in the kit by itself, even some true damage, and I actually think letting them go for this and getting the matchup there could be good, but they actually don't go for that at all. Looks like it will be Maokai up in the top lane here for Impact. GBM will get to play the Gangplank mid, so we get to see that for the first time here in North America. Some say he's actually the best Gangplank in the world. I want to see if that happens here for GBM. I find Corki to be a hard matchup for him, but it will be fun to watch GBM face off with Froggen here.
Yeah, and it's not like Impact's Maokai is a slouch either.
No, of
just
course
not really in meta right now, so they'll have to have some pretty hard initiation from the Maokai and the Evelyn. Gangplank can get a bunch of damage up, but it has to be lined up just right, otherwise it falls pretty short. And then Altec has to be a damage contributor in this game, which is still difficult against the Malphite. So big challenges coming up for Energy, and also I think a solid composition for Echo Fox.
And it's funny, it's Energy running the same kind of composition they did yesterday. It's a tank from the top lane, a tank from the support, and then everyone else is on a damage roll. Moon is yet again on a damage champion. He was on Kindred yesterday. He's on Evelyn. I have to assume with the Runic Echoes here and probably more ability power as well on this Evelyn. So once again, the middle 3 members of Energy are the damage dealers, and as these coaches walk off and shake hands with the compositions they hope they like here, it's going to be a very interesting matchup of Energy hoping they can stay on the top half of the standings, but Echo Fox certainly can now challenge for a playoff spot here. If you guys at home think it's going to happen, then you can join us here on Twitter. Tweet at LolySports, hashtag FOXWin or hashtag NRGWin. For which team you think it's going to be. Echo Fox 2-1 with this lineup could start moving quickly up the standings and really challenging for a playoff spot. Meanwhile, Energy, only 1 win more than loss. They've not doing quite as well as they would have expected coming into the split. Moon said top 3 is the bare minimum. We'll see if they can do it here.
Yeah, currently they are sitting in 5th, so they also have some work to do as this season progresses. And on Echo Fox's side, there is that renewed vigor since they have their full roster. I remember last year in the summer split, TDK had a similar thing where they had a lot of issues before they get their final team. They finally get their full roster. They win their first game, and people are thinking, oh, my God.
Oh, the miracle season.
Is this team going to come wreck people? And Echo Fox is technically in a similar situation, although with a little bit less fanfare. We'll see, though, because it is technically a team that we have not seen before, but they have been practicing together. So a very real wild card here that Energy has to play against.
Well, already off on the wrong foot. Energy have killed the Trinket Ward. They got themselves 10 gold. That goes to Altec. So Altec has the highest gold in the game right now. If he doesn't carry...
Yeah, 10 more than anyone else.
Couldn't even buy anything with that.
There is nothing in the shop that you can buy for 10 gold.
Oh, Moon gets spotted out.
Oh.
That's interesting, actually. You put
Who
two
placed
trinkets
those
down.
2 wards? I mean,
can find
so
out.
I imagine you place 2 trinkets down. It could actually be
On purpose.
on purpose because if
Evelyn
both
and
people
Impact.
auto-attack,
Yeah.
they can get the 3 hits on the ward. But at the same time, it was Moon and Impact who have been not the best at synergizing together, but, you know, neither ward ended up getting killed, so
Yeah.
turned into a wasted ward, but I actually don't
so much
mind.
vision.
I actually don't mind placing double wards there.
Yeah, I think it's actually very smart.
Oftentimes, the ward does get killed.
Yeah, I think it was the right choice. It didn't end up mattering, but we now start with this game. Echo Fox are starting with their dual lane in the bot side alongside their jungler. Actually, no, sorry. In the enemy bot side jungle.
Yeah,
I got my colors wrong briefly.
It's a double invade. So it's the strong side of the map. Both teams have designated their strong side by sending more people on that part of the map. There's Echo Fox pushing down bottom. They're going to be able to take turrets very quickly if they decide to go immediately for the bottom turret, or they have the chance to loop back into their own jungle. What I would want to see, actually, is to have the jungler continue in the jungle and have 3 people push the wave. But there are still a lot of options here, whether or not they want to try and freeze the lane for the AD carry to take, or if they want to go for a fast push. But when it's this clear of a strong side, weak side, you normally don't see too much tomfoolery. Froggen has pushed up pretty far, though.
And Conquan gets some damage down and actually gets the slow, but it doesn't mean too much.
And that's an example of why ganks are so hard to do when the map is split exactly like this. Because even though Froggen knows there's 4 people missing on the other side of the map, he can run directly into the fog of war in his river because he knows there's nobody down there.
Exactly. And he hugs that side of the lane in the start in the first place. So Braum like walks across the lane to even put the Q in. And Braum's like, yeah, I've seen this before. And all as well. So mid laners holding pretty equal in farm. GBM slightly behind, and you're going to expect to see that in a matchup like this. Moon still clearing the jungle pretty damn fast. Did open with refillable potion on both these junglers, actually. And in a lane swap scenario, you don't really need the regular health potions at all. You're durable enough with the top laner tanking for you.
Absolutely. Evelyn actually takes a fair bit of damage early on, normally in a solo jungle scenario, so a lane swap, I think, actually favors Evelyn with the very early game. As far as pace of taking the top turret, though, you would expect Energy to be a little bit slower because they tried that little detour mid lane, but they actually are the ones to take it first.
And a different style as well. They've got about 8 minions still alive as they knock that turret down, so they're going to push that and crash it into that second turret here. Echo Fox doing the standard freeze. This is the normal timing, 3 minutes, 40 seconds. At the end of the day, if no one shows up, it's the same numbers of minions dying. It's just handled differently.
Yeah, and it also meant that Energy didn't have to wait as long to kill the turret because there's a lot of delay you have to go through if you're waiting for the turret to bounce the wave for you.
I would have loved to see KFO TP to that tier 2 turret, though. If he didn't think it was going to get dived, there's like 9 caster minions to kill for XP.
Exactly.
That's a big if. If they are there, you die for that.
It looks like he's trying to soak experience in the bottom lane, though. Here's that sneaky Evelyn.
Froggen doesn't know the Moon's behind him with
nice
a red
angle.
buff. And there's a whole bunch of damage, still taking a bunch of burns. Froggen could die. Moon with the red buff on nearly takes him out. Summon heal, not quite required, to be honest, but still painful.
I think Froggen was worried about a flash Q since the red buff had taken him so low and Moon still had flash up, so it was more of a safety heal there since the red buff was taking him pretty low. Love the angle that Moon took there. He was right on the very edge of Evelyn's stealth detection range the whole time he was going around Froggen and was able to get damage down on him kind of through the duration of Froggen's Valkyrie away. And that's very important for that mid lane matchup between Gangplank and Corki, because Corki is a bully early on in the lane, especially against Gangplank, who can't really match the harass. That gank goes a long way in equalizing that lane.
Really big deal here. So yeah, suddenly the CS is equal in that mid lane, and GBM's got to feel happy about this one. Bot lane and top lane being pushed kind of in equal parts here as the tri-lanes kind of move back to the other sides of the map, and these should be pretty equal turret trades. Hard says, you guys got enough damage. I'm going to go farm some more and take some Krugs away. And Echo Fox should have no problem knocking this turret down here. just as Energy are doing on the other side of the map.
Jungler's got to make sure they're getting the farm whenever they have the opportunity to, since the turrets are going to be traded anyways. So at the end of the day, it is going to be the minion differences that matter most. So far, it's been quite equal, though.
Yep. Altec will not share gold on that turret. 345 for Impact. So even though they only have like 2 CS and 3 CS to the 44, gold is actually much closer for the top laners because they're getting so much more local gold. They've been gifted that in both of these turret takes. It's almost like 200 gold worth. You're seeing 1,700 to 2,100. Not that far apart, actually, on these two champions.
Their CS is support-like, but their gold is about 300 higher than the supports.
Yeah.
One thing we do have to point out, though, is Keith has gone for Cull in his second game in a row. He's actually done Doran's into Cull.
I think it's really smart in lane swap games. I really, really think that build is very great. So Keith will be quite powerful the second round in this lane swap here. Altec has a Coalfields Warhammer, which is the same amount of attack damage, but one's got a Cull now on top of it.
It's true. Is that?
25 for that and Pickaxe.
Oh, yeah, of course. If we're counting the Pickaxe.
Yeah. I mean, comparing those items, and Coalfields is more expensive, which is the money that Keith spent on Cull, and then it kind of trickles into this scenario. Moon trying to clear a pink ward that is in the defensive Echo Fox jungle. And look at this, a ton of deep wards already put down by Energy in this bot side of the map. Putting down wards that match their uniforms, pink wards all over this jungle.
Well, finally, the teams haven't mirrored each other with this move. And Energy's actually looking to push the tempo pretty hard here with Impact being in the bottom lane. But they can't catch anyone transitioning through the jungle. So since they did take jungle camps, they're not going to lose out huge on this one, but it would have been kind of a failed play if they didn't take the jungle camps on the way.
Yeah. So bottom jungle completely cleared of monsters, and we'll see if the wards stay for much longer here. But Energy still with a lot of power on the bot side. They shoved the wave in already, which means they have control over this dragon. They can see if a jungler shows up. They can see if the bot lane shows up. No one does. A pretty low opportunity cost dragon right here.
Yeah, even with Impact teleporting in the top lane. So now we may see the lanes turn a little bit more standard, but those side lanes become much more dangerous, and Vision becomes even more of a priority, which I feel like favors the Evelynn and the Gangplank teams.
Yeah.
They have more unknown presence, so to speak, and it's very hard to cover this large of an area with proper pink ward coverage to stop what is soon to be a level 6 Evelynn.
This is going to be very scary. So Moon did go for Stalker's Blade here, so he has an extra slow to add to the kit since Evelynn doesn't really have one outside of the ultimate, and otherwise has rushed a Sightstone early on, so still being fairly supportive on this Evelynn build, making sure that he has the gank pressure from the Smite, but also still the wards you expect out of your jungler.
Yeah, it's not exactly what you would expect to see from an Evelynn, but in the pro game, it looks like they're using Evelynn as that roaming ward bot, at least early, because until she gets Runic Echoes, she's not going to have much power in any types of dueling scenarios, especially against a Graves.
Yeah,
who has now gone with multiple long swords. And those 2 long swords are less than the cost of the Sightstone, but give far more combat effect.
Absolutely true. KFO and Impact doing battle up in the top lane. This is a matchup that I feel like player skill being equal would favor Impact, but on top of that, Impact, of course, is a stellar player in his own right. So I think a difficult situation for KFO. Froggen jettisoning his way back into this mid lane here and saying, hey, GBM, by the way, I can hit you with bombs and stuff. You should be careful. Orange is seemingly doing exactly the opposite of what bombs would do, putting his health right back up where it was. Hard, slowly clearing away pink wards with a shotgun.
2 reloads, 2 full reloads required, or you have to use your quick draw to get a 3rd shot in one of the chambers. It's so painful for Graves to clear pink wards. It would have been really dangerous if Froggen hadn't pushed GBM out of lane before going to that side rush, since Eve was still kind of off the map.
He's going to be okay. Meanwhile, Echo Fox running through with this Raptor buff, and they know that no one's around here, but it's a pretty hefty push into this mid lane. And if they can knock down the barrels, they can't actually. Nice explosion there by GBM. Gets rid of many of these minions. Echo Fox will only get so much damage done here. They've got to walk away once again, but using Echo Fox, letting the bot lane stay alone, so Altec immediately pushes in, culls the wave, very smart by him.
Yeah, quite an expensive push when we consider there are 4 people there for about half the turret's health, and GBM still has ultimate to clear the next wave if they wanted to persist there. It gives Altec a nice amount of time to clear some minions bottom wave, and Fox is trying to make up for that. KFO does have ultimate to flash follow. Impact will be in a bit of trouble. He's got to clear some distance here.
Jumps in, takes a fair bit of damage in a hard, but really no more mana left on Impact. He's got nowhere to go. He could try to fight KFO, but again, without mana, that's not going to be a kill unless some teammates show up, and that will be a kill. Froggen snipes him with the rocket just to make sure he gets the money. First blood, Echo Fox.
Yeah, the kill actually handed to Froggen right there. He had roamed up. He wasn't necessary for the kill secure, but now he will be taking that gold mid lane. goes to show you the priorities of Fox right there. It's a kill secure. Froggen could have pushed up mid, created more overall map pressure, and given the gold to a Graves or a Malphite who still have pretty decent carry potential, but it has to be on Froggen right here. He now has the majority of the gold for Echo Fox.
Well, that's the thing, Jet, though, is like it seems like most of these Echo Fox games are Froggen focused. I look back to their week 1, day 1 game where they did nothing unless Lissandra, played by Froggen, went in and they followed up. Here on Corki, they've shown up to his lane multiple times, try to get a gank off, try to knock the turret down. Nice hit by Froggen. That would have been huge. Wow, outplays them both. Nicely played by Froggen, knocking the barrels.
Froggen.
Yeah. And now Moon just walks sadly away. Gets to level up from stealing some of the minions here, but
yeah, it's actually looking pretty strong for Echo Fox thus far. They've gotten around any sneaky Evelynn ganks early on. Of course, Evelynn doesn't have Runic Echoes or boots yet, so she's pretty slow walking around the map. Not exactly the best world for an Evelynn to live in. Also, you're not expecting much early pressure from a Gangplank mid lane, but maybe you would expect some turret dives with the Evelynn and the Maokai. Hasn't happened, and Fox has been the one pushing the tempo here. They actually have every lane pushed, and Energy almost forced to think about doing something. They do have Culling and Gangplank ultimate and Eve ultimate if they really need to clear this turret in a pinch.
And there's the GP ulti. Yep, there's the first one burned. But however, it's a cannon wave. There's the Culling as well. Big tanks it up, but still really too much damage dealt to the minions. No push available. Altek eats a cupcake. Happy Valentine's Day. I don't know if it was pink frosting or not, but actually, no, it's not. So,
not even,
unfestive cupcakes.
No,
yeah.
It's actually a Yordle snap trap.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, no enhanced theme here.
That's too bad. Mash missed out. It's okay. Sorry, Keith missed out. Moving forward, though, Impact and KFO once again in a battle in the top side. Yet again, Hard is here to do some damage, and it forces not only a flash, but the start of a TP for GBM.
Yeah, cancel teleport, so it will be on a 200-second cooldown instead of a 300-second cooldown, so not as bad as you would think, but still pretty bad. Impact was pushed up beyond his ward line, which is kind of strange. There's a huge lack of wards by Energy right now, considering they're running 2 Sightstones and had a Sightstone rush invisible jungle.
Yeah.
It's actually Echo Fox who has the vastly superior vision control. It's what allowed Hard to go through there, and they have the camps themselves warded in the red jungle, so they would see Moon if he walked through there to clear any jungle camp. It's giving them a lot of freedom right here.
Yep. Speaking of freedom, GBM's not getting a lot in this mid lane here. He's constantly being attacked, pushed under the turret in his lane, and his barrel's often shot down before he can get last hits with them. So falling behind Froggen a little bit. Some of that being that Keith is taking Froggen CS in the mid lane here. The team really pushing together as much as they can. And this turret might go down on this wave if they can't defend it. You've got 4 members in this lane, and the Corki's not far away, so the entirety of Echo Fox are here to knock this turret down.
Yeah.
Altek taking some poke, but Big getting hit for that.
And Energy is going to have to be willing to force team fights. They cannot let Echo Fox set up in front of turrets, especially once Keith gets a few more levels, because then he can max his traps, put 5 traps down right in front of a turret, and make initiation very difficult for Energy. And Energy does have tools to do so.
Yeah.
You can flank around the backside. Impact, you'd want some home guard teleports. And that's kind of what this game is going to be coming down to, with triple marksman on Echo Fox setting up siege lines versus Energy trying to create the initiations. But currently, Energy isn't willing to go.
And there's also like no tools for Energy, right? Like Righteous Glory is not done. We're 6 minutes away from home guard. Conquan's level 4 on Braum from how much he's roamed. There are no engage tools right now. Okay, Moon 6 GBM's ulti's back now, but those are some slows? That's not a great way to start a team fight right here. So Echo Fox pushing the siege as soon as they can. However, it does give away some dragon controls for Energy, getting their second uncontested.
Yeah, with all that being said, Energy just kind of meanders down and takes a dragon, and they actually don't even have to trade the mid turret for it since Impact stayed up. You would expect that Echo Fox would have been able to trade that dragon time for a mid lane turret, but instead they move Keith bottom lane to just accumulate some more farm. It does allow him to catch up with Altek, who was about 20 CS ahead of him earlier in the game, but it still gives away that second dragon, which will technically be stacking up.
Yep.
And it's pretty early for 2 dragons as well. 14 minutes, 40
Very
seconds
early.
means 5 dragons could be a very real thing in this game.
Something to watch out for sure. GBM getting poked around by Froggen, who's wearing a blue buff. GBM just got his own not long ago. We track the gold leads because I think that's very important and a way to track who's doing very well in this game. It is only 800 up for Echo Fox, but keep in mind, that's counting all the free gold Gangplank gets for being Gangplank. So in terms of playing the map and getting farm, Echo Fox are winning by more than you would expect from the scoreboard.
Yeah. While I do agree that Gangplank's gold is an inflated number, it's not like Gangplank has poor gold conversion.
True.
Right? It's not like a champion.
It is still gold.
It's not like a champion who has 1,000 AP with bad AP ratios. No, Gangplank has really great ratios and just gets more money to buy the great items for him. So I think the gold description in this game is accurate. It's just the fact that,
That's fair.
Gangplank is really strong.
Yeah.
So he just gets more money.
Yeah, yeah. In terms of effort put in, Echo Fox is like, they've killed more
Way
of the
more
minions.
effort, but other teams
But it is close.
has Gangplank checkmark.
Checkmark,
So-
game is close.
That helps.
All right, I think we've solved that puzzle for now. Energy, once again, taking away these neutral objectives. They've gotten 2 dragons uncontested. Now it's time for Rift Herald. That should be an easy pickup as well. And honestly, Energy just, okay, they're not sieging, but they're playing the rest of the map just fine. And they've still kept this outer turret alive.
Yeah, the longer they keep this turret alive, the longer they can continue playing this game. And Echo Fox hasn't been able to set up any appropriate sieges. In fact, every time Echo Fox has moved for the siege, Energy has moved for a side objective.
Yeah.
Now, though, 3 traps in front of the turret. The turret is very low.
Yep.
Turret advantage.
There we go. Turret advantage comes through. 2,000 gold lead for Echo Fox as a result of the farm and the first blood and the turret. Hard will grab a nice smite there, take down the red buff, and Echo Fox doing a good job of actually running into the jungle at least a little bit here. Moon is the one wearing the Doom's Eve buff, so runs fast, does bonus damage, and buffs minions. Actually gives away that he's around via buffing the minions.
That is true.
Echo Fox can actually know that he's there.
Be like, who? Somebody has
Righteous
this buff.
Glory popped. Wow, just for positioning.
Righteous Glory's up. Runic Echo is up. Energy's trying to get this turret right back, but
Yeah, but whoa! 4-man ulti from KFO, and look at the slaughter! 1 for 0, 2 for 0. How about more of a chase here? Trying to run away, they do bypass the cupcakes, but more burst comes out. Froggen, 1 more rocket, 3 kills picked up. KFO with the huge initiation.
Holy moly, freak. Fox looking like the team who has had their team together the whole LCS split right there. Energy lackadaisically walks up towards a turret, grouping up without any strong form of initiation. One Righteous Glory goes off, then a Gangplank ultimate goes off. It's not synced with any type of ultimate. And here comes KFO from the side, and everyone on Fox strikes as one.
They just thought they could push them off the turret and hit it for free, but Malphite's right there. And they see him.
They see him. So they're 4-man Malphite ultimate in full view of the team. No one flashing back and nothing to stop him from flying in. The Gangplank does get off his barrels, but he's not strong enough yet to do one of those full team one-shots. And at this point, Fox can just easily walk up towards Energy and pick up a last kill.
And the last hit by Conquad, he knows he's going to go down. Jukes back and forth, hoping to dodge a rocket, but it's not going to be for anything. So a 3 for 0. Turret saved, and actually mid lane tier 2 did go down afterwards as a result. So Echo Fox really pushing very far ahead with this game. 4,000 up, and that's pretty solid.
Whoa.
Yeah, and Froggen continues to be really good at this game.
Yep.
Jumps away from the second activation of Righteous Glory on Maokai. He's fine.
Yeah, had his package up, so was free to play very aggressively. Multiple Super Valks away.
Keith was part of that fight, kind of.
We can see, obviously, Froggen, whenever you have a Malphite set up like that, the AoE damage from Corki is immense. Just yesterday, Cloud9 had the same Malphite Corki combo, and guess what? In the mid lane, they did both of the things, and they killed the team in a mid-game team fight. That's the mid-game power spike you want to be able to capitalize on in this game, and it's what Energy actually walked straight into. We haven't seen Moon using his stealth on Evelynn to any sort of advantage. Not like one gank early on to make sure Froggen didn't completely destroy GBM in the mid lane. That's about it.
Well, we heard Moon talk about the Korean style of jungling from his time practicing over there. These junglers rush a Sightstone before their jungle item. They're all about supporting the lanes and getting the vision up, but he got the wards up but didn't really support the lane in any meaningful way. No one got kills off.
Here we go, though. Impact has teleport, and Moon is technically in flank position while Fox is pushing. If there was a time to engage on 3 marksmen,
And it's right now.
It's now.
The TP's coming in, Gangplank in the bottom right. The team is very split, which means KFO has no easy ulti. There's the catch-up by Impact, and Big goes down before doing anything. Glacial Fissure also buying a lot of time. But another ulti! He catches 2 more! That's a whole bunch of kills for Echo Fox. They knocked down everybody but GBM. A double kill for KFO. And once again, the engage is on point.
That was the time for Energy to try and make the engage, but Fox just plays better. They have the mid-game power spikes. They had the Aegis completed onto the Janna. They had the Trinity Force power spike on their Corki in the mid lane, and KFO landed yet another massive unstoppable force despite their own team getting flanked on.
Yeah. Massive stuff here. Echo Fox got to feel real good about that fight. 6,000 gold up, and we can watch that yet again.
Yeah, so the Gangplank ultimate is terribly placed in this fight, which is not the type of Gangplank ultimate you expect from the best Gangplank in the world there. KFO with another massive ultimate, comboed with Froggen, and GBM bad ultimate. Impact hasn't looked very good this game. We talk about how Energy needs those two to carry for them to win the game. Well, both those guys are actually having bad games right now, and it's really showing that Energy doesn't have anything left after that.
Yeah, no, they're really far behind now with damage dealers that don't have any really major items right now. You're seeing Keith already get a full 2 items off this Caitlyn. That's going to feel really good. The smattering of things after S3 for Altsec, like, the damage really is not there. GBM still doing his best to farm.
Yeah,
And, you know, maybe on IE.
You can make the argument of GBM being the best Gangplank in the world after so far this game. It's one game.
Sure.
That's some pretty bad ultimate placements
Completely agree.
so far in this game. And the ultimate is also a team effort. This team just is not gelling whatsoever this game on Energy. You can put the Gangplank ultimate down, but that has to be right when Evelynn goes in as well, because you hit the Evelynn first on top of Gangplank ultimate, hit them down, or a Maokai needs to center someone down, root them for a few seconds on top of that, and then you get the barrows from there. But everything is out of sync.
Yep.
Whereas Echo Fox, who has had the misfortune of playing with substitutes pretty much the whole year, is looking really sharp.
Absolutely. This is really good. Echo Fox certainly have sharpened their teeth in this one and are ready to keep moving forward. Froggen wearing double buffs, looking for the top lane, but a quick cull by Altsec gets rid of the minions, so nothing to do here. Altsec yet again, really, really high minion numbers, 198. He's getting farm really well, but like, this isn't even Altsec's fault, to be fair, right? This is like his team dies so fast. How do you put up persistent damage in AD carry? But
I think this is actually a pretty good call so far by Energy, though. GBM pushing bottom lane, has his teleport in case things go really badly, clears with his ultimate, and there is no one to respond to him. KFO was there for the initiation. This is going to be a 1-for-0 turret trade in the favor of Energy.
very nice defense, good job, and of course now it's looking like Gangplank's going to stay down here. No one is recalled from Echo Fox that I can see. They're staying top lane. They're going to give some inhibitor turret damage for this.
KFO is currently recalling, but he's pretty slow on that move. It is on top of a pink ward, though, and he has been in the fog for quite some time, so GBM has to back off, and Energy did not want to get flank initiated since they had lost control in their own jungle. Now maybe they try for another one, but this would be an engage without a Gangplank
This is a chance
ultimate.
of a 4v5, though. Malphite would have to TP to get in, and instead the inhib turret goes down before anything even stops them. Conco gets chunked before anything even happens, and now it's, you don't have anyone energy left.
You have such a small amount of time to act when you have a Caitlyn, Corki, and Graves all battering down your turret, even with the Janus shield to empower it right there. And I can see why Energy would be trepid about that initiation, because they have gone so poorly thus far. And Malphite still could teleport in for a follow-up initiation, and Energy hasn't been able to lock anyone down cleanly. Moon's still trying for a flank, though, and it's tricky because he knows there are pink wards in the deep jungle of Echo Fox, so if he actually wanted to get a good flank, he would be spotted out and focused right away.
Well, a couple recalls for Echo Fox. Hard actually by himself right here, so you know, a couple people kind of slinking along by themselves. Good smite, gets it, no problem. Moon, I believe, got partially spotted while doing this. Now, of course, mid lane inhibitor already dead. Top lane inhibitor has no turret left, so Echo Fox have some easy targets for their next round of pushing. Dragon is currently down. Echo Fox did get the last one after their previous teamfight victory, so they've got those stats. It's got to feel good for them. GBM playing the farm, gives best he can, has another upgrade available for his ultimate. That's what that nice, glorious coin sound was. Best to carry.
Something we have to keep in mind with this game is Energy still has Gangplank.
Yep.
And that champion is bonkers in the late game. Even if there's a huge goal discrepancy, if he can land a barrel combo on anyone.
Multiple squishies of this team.
Yeah, and if he manages to land one on 3 or 4, the fight could be over right there if he gets a few more items in.
40% crit chance, could do almost 1,000 damage before resistances. It could be real scary. Echo Fox have to respect the threats of Energy because they are real. One bad team fight turns us all around that Energy can take over the map.
Yeah, it would have to be a very good barrel chain, though, because one luxury that Echo Fox has, especially with the rapid fire cannon Caitlyn, they have a lot of people to actually kill the barrels.
Yeah.
That GBM will be trying to shoot.
And a
real flank being attempted here, trying super hard, but the ward coverage in Fox's jungle is just so good.
Really nice by them. Tracker's Knife on hard and a Sight Stone from Big. And they're going to be just fine. Package does not get used to any meaningful gain, just walks him away. But Froggen at half health will want to recall. Mid inhibitor did respawn, and Energy managed to weather that storm. They remain only about 6,000 gold down. This is, you know, a comebackable gold lead, or deficit if you take the position of Energy here. And the farm is actually being completely sacrificed from Impact and given to both GBM and Altec. Both these guys at about 240 right now. Impact hasn't gotten minions in a while.
Yeah.
Only 102 CS at 25 minutes.
He is really, really low income this game.
Yeah.
He's been either trying to teleport in on the backside and losing the fight so he doesn't get any gold that way. And then the late game insurance for this Energy team is, well, we need damage dealers. So it's Altec and GBM who get all the farm. All the side lane farm is going to the Gangplank. And when you consider the fact that Moon played the early game with the Sightstone as well, it's really only two major contributors to any of these team fights. But on the other side, like, no matter what happens with the gold, it's going to be tough because Hard has been able to fast farm the jungle. KFO has actually been getting his fair share of side lane farm as well as some big team fight contributions. So we're talking 4 threats against 2 threats.
Yeah.
And since Malphite is so tanky, it's not even that big of a difference in tank line, which puts Energy at a really big disadvantage.
And keep in mind also, Echo Fox are about to have 3 rapid fire cannons in terms of hitting these turrets down for a while. The Graves has finished his. Keith on Caitlyn's had his for a while, and Froggen's getting that next here on this Corki. Dragon number 2 picked up pretty cleanly, 26 minutes in, so the threat of Dragon 5 for Energy is long gone here as Echo Fox have maintained map control.
Yep.
I don't expect the game to take that much longer anyway. If it does go Echo Fox's way, they would win in the sort of near term. Energy would require multiple fights to come back, but of course anything is possible.
Yeah, the later the game goes, the fewer fights you would need to actually turn the game.
Very
so
true.
it's important that Echo Fox do something kind of quickly because they have 2 explosion inhibitors. They've recalled the buy on multiple occasions here.
Setting up a Baron bait.
This would be the time they'd want to fight.
Righteous Glory popped, and yes! He catches Hard with the flash, there's a shutdown! A great kill, and that is the jungler, which means there is no smite fight available. Energy go for another Baron bait.
Yeah,
but
well,
they keep...
No Flash or Righteous Glory on Impact this time, so it'd actually have to be Moon that would be behind them here, and that's not the path he has taken. He's not setting up for a full team fight. And even 5v4, it looks like Fox is playing fairly confidently.
They saved the ultis that aren't named the culling, so tools are there. Moon chunked to 600 health, though. He wanted to go in, but got spotted out by Keith, and Keith fearless! Oh, no! He wants to kill Moon! Oh, he flashed the way. No, Impact knocked up by Big, slowed down by the Malphite, down to half HP. He's gonna be left alone as a sacrificial tree, chopped down for Timber, and Echo Fox get one right back in a 4v5. What happened?
It was so good until it was so bad for Energy because they had a Baron bait while down 6,000 to 7,000 gold, and then they just one by one walk in front of a turret and Caitlyn with no threat to initiate. So of course Keith is going to return fire. Moon nearly dies, Impact actually dies, and now the catch has turned into an open inhibitor and a 5v4 for Echo Fox.
And the chance for Barrel Chain is gone yet again. They keep getting knocked down right on time. There we go, that one goes through, but hits nobody, so who even cares? 4 barrels used for nothing by GBM. Mid inhibitor goes down, and then now 5v4 in the favor of Echo Fox, and they can walk to bot lane tier 2. I don't see this being contested in any meaningful way.
Yeah, they actually decide to not go for the next open inhibitor because they don't actually have very good pink board coverage within the jungle of Energy, and the one way Energy comes back is with a well-positioned flank and flank teleport. Or with the barrels, just like that. But this is a safer turret, so to speak, to take than it would be an open inhibitor in the base, just because of the danger of getting flanked by Evelynn and Maokai.
Absolutely, but props to GBM, a great barrel chain right there, saves the day for now. You're seeing more critical strands being tacked on by GBM. Essence Reaver gets bought from just a longsword and a cloak of agility, so now max CDR now on this Gangplank. That build is 40%, 60% crit chance, heavily high attack damage. GBM is in full Gangplank power mode right now. It is scary to face this champion.
Time to redeem himself if he's able to pull this one back on Gangplank with pretty much the odds completely stacked against him. It's him and Altec, the only 2 people with gold on Energy. But because of all the extra gold he's been able to farm with Parlay, he is actually 25 gold shy of Froggen. So he's even with Froggen, despite the 4 kills that Froggen has accumulated. Plundered 1,495 gold on Gangplank to this point. So that will only go up. Oh, now it's 1,543.
Yep.
Because
you
at
got
this
the parlay.
point, plunders the whole wave at a time.
There's the last ulti upgrade now, so Raise morale is going to be in, keep the team running forward, and that's nice to have, right? When Maokai jumps in, now you can all run, you know, alongside and maybe catch up to people. Cooldown boots picked up. Oh, sorry, on Lucian, I got myself turned around for a second. Yeah, maybe normal builds here.
So he'll be hitting very high. He brought 40% CDR, close to on Altec.
Yep, 40% CDR on Altec as well, 40% CDR on this Gangplank. The pieces of items still coming through for Impact. Glacial Shroud plus a Spectre's Cowl. But here comes the top lane push right here. 6,000 gold remains the lead here for Echo Fox.
This fight is heavily about whether or not GBM can get the right barrel chain and a good ultimate placement because it is so powerful.
Shield on the
Currently in
key.
base, though.
Kilden goes through and knocks down most of this minion wave. They still gotta watch out for the flanks. Here's the teleport in from Homeguard Maokai. Moon gets a slow down, but there's no team. There's the GP ulti. There's a knockout by Konquan. This is the fight they have to win. But in goes KFO, stuns the backline. Konquan goes down. Impact goes next. They can just kill the tanks first. And now who's gonna stand up for energy anymore? Because Fox push into the base. The inhibitor is dead, and there's no more frontline left.
Yeah, no one can get immediately bursted down by energy. Moon does not sync with Impact on that, and the Braum ultimate is not enough to hold people into GBM's ultimate. You can tell they had an idea of what they wanted to do, but so did Echo Fox, so they were able to avoid it. Everyone could dash out of the Gangplank ultimate, and not everyone could be locked down. They clean the second inhibitor, they get 2 kills, and now they turn for Baron.
And this should be a clean Baron right here. No flash is up for Moon. Even Froggen staying on the back lines to help zone people out and do some damage. Toss at the skill shots, walks around. That's the Baron picked up. Nice smite by Hard, and Echo Fox are in pole position to knock down energy and catch the same number of wins as TIP and Dignitas.
Yeah, as the teleport is channeling is actually when Moon burns his Evelynn ultimate. So you do want the Evelynn ultimate to be the first thing in a fight, but not that much of a first thing. The barrel chain only hits the support from GBM on the backside of that fight, and KFO was also a huge distraction because he landed his ultimate onto both the main carries, which is the most important thing to do on the Gangplank, and another beautiful ult from KFO's Malphite.
KFO honestly has been impressing me a whole lot this game. Every single ult looks pretty much perfect. Either ult tech flashes away or he gets hit by, he's catching the carries. He's even exercising restraint in he'll wait in the middle of a fight until it's time for a good one.
Yeah, I mean,
he will hold that cooldown until it's the right people.
We compare that to his first week in the LCS where he didn't get a single kill, died 4 times. Like, he's looking like a totally different player.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I got to talk to Echo Fox a little bit about their roster choices. And, you know, I asked once, like, you know, why'd you go for Big, this rookie support? And they said, no, we picked him because he's got room to grow. His attitude's great. Echo Fox picked for the long con. They picked for players that they knew would grow, and they're going into a win right now against Energy.
Yeah, this is looking to be the final push. There's still 2 turrets up, but against 3 marksmen, it can't last very long. Energy would have to do a desperation initiation, which Fox is ready for, and this could be the final fight.
Yeah, ulti's come across to kill a couple of minions here, but it doesn't really matter for Echo Fox to have fell all 3 inhibitors. The marksmen are all ready to do some damage. KFO has the ulti. He's there to disrupt. 1 turret remains in the base. That one's gone now. Into the Nexus they go. The final fight. Impact locks up with a camp. Keith stays alive next to Janna. A big barrel chain comes down. It finds nothing. 1, 2 kills picked up as GBM's gone. Conquan's the 3rd. Moon's the 4th. They've got everybody they care about. That's the Nexus. That's the win for Echo Fox.
And Freak, we were talking before the game about how this Echo Fox team was 2-1 coming into this, but it was very easy to discredit because they'd come against sub-squads or teams that hadn't quite been together for very long. But this is a legitimately impressive win.
This is absolutely incredible. At the beginning of the week, Energy is tied for 2nd place. Echo Fox says, that's cute, we'll knock you down a couple of pegs here after CLG beats them yesterday, and Echo Fox are now looking like one of these teams to threaten the top half of the standings. They get Liquid next week. That's another team they can knock down in this sort of 4, 5, 6 position to cement themselves as clearly a playoff caliber team in Echo Fox.
Yeah, I mean, we've been through this before with TDK. A team comes in after missing a whole bunch of games, had a bunch of losses, they win a few, and we're like, they're the best. They're going to win everything. But honestly, we don't know. We have to wait to see more gameplay because this game in particular, while there were numerous missteps on Energy's side, you can't detract from Echo Fox for that because they still punished and played quite clean on the mistakes and windows that Energy left for them.
Absolutely true. This was just a great game. Taking it a little bit slow at times, the early game sieges, they allowed Energy to defend it, no big risks taken, but when it came down to the team fights, KFO never missed a beat, and the team never missed an opportunity to follow up. And this is a player coming over from Korea with very limited English skills, and this team still looks on the same page. Especially when you contrast to Energy, who are in the same boat, and yet Echo Fox looks so much sharper with the same difficulties to work through, and they've just done it better.
Yeah, and this was another game. You know, we talked about how GBM and Impact have been the ones trying to carry this game. And like we know Impact had a really bad game, but Altec did even less damage than the Maokai, 2 champions in this game. 3,772 damage on Lucian compared to 25,000 from Froggen on the other side. Or if you're looking at Keith, 13,000. So Energy, probably their worst week they've ever had in the LCS.
Yeah.
This is their first 0-2 week. They lost a close game to CLG, but now they have dropped to a team that is currently not slated to be in the playoffs and just got their roster together. So they will have a lot of worrying to do over the week and a lot of improvements.
Absolutely. 2 things here, right? As you mentioned, alarming for Energy, really positive for Echo Fox. If they can keep the momentum going, they are a team to watch.
Yeah, they're 2-0 this week.
Right, yeah. That's solid, right?
Froggen and KFO are 3-1 in the LCS.
Yes, they are. It's really good stuff. So positive stuff here for Echo Fox, but for now, we're going to catch up with an interview on stage with their jungler.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day. I am joined by Hard of Echo Fox after their Valentine's Day victory over Energy. A fantastic match played. And Hard, I have to say, does it feel really good to be able to show people how hard the team has been working to get these wins, and now you're finally getting them?
Yeah, it definitely feels great. Like, we haven't been able to play with our full roster for a while, and coming in and 2-0 this week is like, feels great, yeah.
And how have you guys kind of kept the synergy? It's been quite a while since you've seen the stage together. Have the scrims been going well? Have you just kind of been sticking with it?
Well, we've been scrimming with our main roster the entire time. So we never scrimmed with our subs, even though some games were really close and they played really well. And so the synergy was like, it was still there, but I guess the stage, like coming back, I think it was a bit weird the first day yesterday, but we managed to win and felt good again. So I think we're back on track, yeah.
It's working perfect. Keep tuning the main engine. You guys are winning the races, and hopefully it keeps going that way. I want to look at you for a second as a jungler coming out and out of the LCS. How do you kind of define yourself as a jungler? Are you team-oriented? Are you aggressive? Do you want the kills? How does it go for you?
I think I'm mostly team-oriented. I think I would, like, maybe more than most junglers. Yeah, I definitely say team-oriented. I don't really go for kills. I don't try to carry. I just try to make sure my lanes are ahead.
Well, you got some fantastic laners to get ahead. Final question to you. You're looking at Liquid and Impulse next week. How's the team feeling? You guys are looking great.
I mean, after this week, I'd say it's like a huge confidence boost. I think we can 2-0 next week. We definitely have to. Like at this point, we really want to get into playoffs. I think we can do well. And yeah, I think we'll do fine next week.
All right, well, the confidence is there. Hopefully the play continues to follow for Echo Fox. Congratulations on the win. Right now, we're going to throw it to the analyst desk to break down the rest of that game.
Thank you very much, Riv. Echo Fox got to be feeling good. 2-0 week for them with their full roster back
It's
on
magic.
the field.
Froggen's back in. Boom.
Exactly. Right. We talk about the high effect all the time. You got Froggen back in the lineup, and boom, 3-1 with their full roster. So again, have to feel good, but you know, struggle city for Energy on the other side of the map, but I think a large part of that was the comp that was drafted by Fox. It was just so oppressive.
It was super good. I absolutely love this composition because they draft the Corki first, they flex pick it, they get a Graves and a Janna. So you don't know if that's going to be mid Corki, that's going to be a Corki AD carry, but you know it's double AD with some type of disengage. And then the answer from Energy is Evelynn Lucian. So you pick a low range AD carry, it has a little bit of wave clear, but then you pick this jungler that's never gonna have enough damage to kill or threat an AD carry, and never enough defense to actually survive an AD carry. And then the final 2 picks, Caitlyn. Way longer range than Lucian. It actually synergizes really well in a siege situation. You set up a line of traps. If one person steps on a trap, you throw the Graves smoke screen into that area, so they have to file through it. They're blind or they eat traps and they eat more damage. And then the final pick was Malphite, because when you have AD carry compositions...
Because it was up.
You also
that's part of the problem.
but also, yeah, it's part of the problem because you want to draft that against this composition, but usually multiple AD carry compositions suffer from a lack of engage.
Yeah, exactly.
So they have that disengage, they have the engage, so they have all of this kind of versatility to this comp that I actually really love.
Yeah, sometimes you run into that problem where you've got so much damage on your team with these triple AD carries, and you just need someone to hold the enemy down for 1 second so you can put that damage out and you can actually tag them. But yeah, I really did like Fox's comp, but also on the other side, Energy, completely the opposite here. It felt like they were letting people just go with the comfort picks. You know, Gank by Mom's Gangplank is legendary. Like, you know what? We're giving that to him. Moon, play whatever you want. One of your big champions is Evelynn. You're going to feel at home on this champion. However, Evelynn with a sight zone I'm very, very much against that. I just feel like it takes away all of her strengths. The reason that you pick Evelynn is for that threat, for the threat of assassinating one of these AD carries. There's 3 targets on the field that you can threaten at all times, and they have to always be, oh, where's Evelynn? You know, dropping pink wards. There's no threat if the Evelynn has a Sightstone. She can't even 1v1 one of these AD carries, even if she flanks up on them. So that kind of detracts a lot of the threat that you have. And then while they were trying to save, you know, Gangplank, flex pick, oh, that's always great to have a flex. Maokai is a substandard Malphite, basically, for this. Malphite is great against triple AD. That's your hard engage. It's exactly what you want. You know, even if they do have the Janna, Malphite is a really good tool against this comp. But they try and counterpick the top lane. Malphite doesn't care about getting counterpicked by a Maokai. He's like, all right, great, we got a...
I think what I would have liked to have seen them done was pull something out, like a Fiora against them out. You're right. Give yourself, although it isn't necessarily this big frontline tank, it's not going to be able to start the fight for you, which I have a feeling is why they drafted the Maokai. It could start a fight. It could root an ADC down, so you actually get to focus. But again, they didn't have the damage follow-up. You have a Sightstone Eve that's going to dive into the backline with a Maokai that's not doing enough damage. I would have liked to have seen a Fiora maybe set up the split push and relieve some pressure once they started losing the map a little bit.
Yeah, and then you have the Gangplank in the top lane. We saw Impact not have, or sorry, in the mid lane for GBM, and then that's your only really big source of wave clear. So you're relying on those barrels, and we saw how they were cleared out so easily by all of the AD carries that it was really frustrating. I would be really frustrated if I was GBM in that
and
game.
props to, you know, the AD carries on Echo Fox for quickly doing that. You know,
all 3 of them.
Yeah, exactly. Because they're like, somebody's going to pick up the slap. Everybody aims for it. They're going to shoot. But, you know, you don't want to sit on champion select too long because there's a lot of hypotheses that can float around. Really, it did come back to play in the end. While they had, you know, were sort of at a disadvantage due to, you know, what they were set up with, you have a good replay data.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's take a look at KFO.
Play.
KFO coming up big with an ult in the mid lane, 17 minutes in.
Yeah.
It's going to net 3 for 0 for Fox.
This one, they have vision of Malphite on the side. All members group up here, and it's a maximum range Malphite ultimate. So normally, like normal players like me or you or random League of Legends plebs, you can get hit by a Malphite ult like that. Professional players on LAN with the ping to do so and flashes up need to dodge that. There is no, see, you flash that, you dash that.
All 5 flashes are up on the side of energy. And 3 of them use their flash later in the fight.
That is inexcusable.
Yeah, none of them flash Malphite ult. They then use their flashes to try and get away, but they die in doing so.
Did a reaction time piece way earlier in the season. Turtle actually flashed a Malphite ultimate that was half the distance coming from Fog of War, and he had time to do it.
He's a god.
Right.
Anyway, when I look at that replay again, I noticed that GBM is the one standing back as a Gangplank. He's not getting greedy for turret damage or anything like that. He's just sitting there going, you know, Malphite's going to ulti. He's the only person not in there. And he played this. He actually played this game pretty well considering the circumstances. So GBM is still seems like one of the only really big performers on energy. Altec seems like he's disappearing.
It is tough to fault him. It didn't look like stellar GP play because more than half of his barrels were getting shot before he could execute them.
When everyone's hearing about GBM Gangplank, they're just on the edge of their seat, ready for this. You know, like, finally, they give it to him.
He's gonna take
so
over the
excited for this. You know, we're going to have triple barrel chains procking on the back line and killing all 380 carries at once or something. But, yeah, wasn't quite there. But KFO, I think, was one that really did step up for Fox. And not only did he have that play that we showed, but right after it, his next Malphite ultimate, again, won them another team fight. We finally found out what KFO stands for, because energy after that, we're knock the FO.
There you go. Knock the F out.
Oh, my God.
But I actually like the fact that you bring KFO back up, because I think it's important. We talk all the time, you know, Froggen's the big star on this team. All eyes are on him, the veteran, the guy who's going to turn it around. But at the same time, he needs the rest of the guys to step up and support him, and that's exactly what KFO did this week. And this roster, now if we project forward, now 3-7, but 3-1 with their full roster, they actually could make a run at playoffs. And this is the way they needed to do it. Coming out strong here in week 5 with 4 weeks left in the season, they can make some moves.
Yeah, they definitely can. And KFO, you know, they're playing against a team energy here in this game where you would think there's some communication issues between KFO and the rest of the team and energy and some of their members, but it definitely showed that Echo Fox, they look like they're synergized. They've been using this time to play with each other in the scrims, and they haven't devoted their time to their subs. They've been focused on just this roster and being 3-1. At this point, for them, you know, of course, they are 3-7 in the actual standings. I think that they can definitely go from facing Dignitas and Tip and showing us what they have and possibly being a playoff team at that point because they just showed us that they could take out Energy.
Yep. Well, at the end of the day, solid 2-0 week for Echo Fox. They had a sweet draft, full steam ahead for them, making a run towards playoffs. Energy, a small stumble, but don't go anywhere because when we return, perennial rivals CLG and TSM will take to the Rift. We'll be right back in just 3.5.
Shit, man.
You know, NA, what sound it is?
Clap.
What? Clap. Crab?
Yeah, clap.
Sure, this crab?
Clap.
Hurry.
Trying to get this turret right back, but
Yeah, but whoa! Four-man ulti from KFO, and look at the slaughter. 1 for 0, 2 for 0. But more burst comes out. Froggen, one more rocket. 3 kills picked up. KFO with the huge initiation. And Keith fearless. Oh no! He wants to kill Moon. Oh, he flashed the way. No impact. Knocked up by Big. Slowed down by the Malphite. Down to half HP.
Lucian, keep playing. Lucian,
back.
Lucian.
Nice.
That's the win for Echo Fox.
Our biggest issue for CLG will definitely just simply be team play. Even coming into week 5, like I don't think our team play has really improved too much. As a player, I just like don't have enough knowledge to know like what the solution is to a team that has a hard time working together. For us, like, I think we just did not click at all at the very beginning, and so it's just going to take a long time.
And it definitely has been one of the big issues for TSM here, and it's something that a lot of teams have actually built their teams around. And
Yeah.
I think most notably so their opponents this game, CLG. They are the ones that have, you know, who he was on the roster for a year already, just pull him up in the starting position. Stixxay on the B team already, right, on CLG Black, pull him in the starting spot. So, you know, you're seeing the teams that have approached the teams differently, or the players differently, and you know, we'll see if that actually comes to fruition here in this game. Of course, we are back to the show, and we're gearing up for that second match, which is, of course, the storied rivals of CounterLogic Gaming and TSM, and this is going to be so much fun. Of course, they played an opening day in the LCS back week 1, day 1, game 1. CLG won.
Yep.
Move on from there.
And going into this, it looks like CLG are the favorites to win. They weren't favorites to win in week 1, but based on the season so far. And it's because Huhei and Stixxay, they have been improving throughout the split. And then CLG is still the team to beat in terms of early game macro play. You know, CLG, they don't have a perfect record. They're 6-3, just like TSM. But CLG's losses have usually been a result of them trying too much, pushing too far into the team, which is much better than not knowing what to do and just kind of having wins fall towards you.
Right, and that's kind of the thing is TSM have been this team full of struggles. It's so weird looking at this roster because everyone's expectations are so high, the players' expectations are so high, the players, their pedigrees are so good as well. And as much as people are kind of making fun of them, they're still 6-3, just like CLG are.
Yeah, I mean, GSM's very strange because, let's be honest, they're 6-3, and if they didn't have a superstar roster, you'd be like, yeah, it's pretty good, 6-3,
not bad.
good.
Second place.
But despite being down in kills at 20 minutes in a lot of their games, which gets people all crazy, they're still holding gold leads in a lot of games, and they're still able to accumulate a lot of positives because there are positive elements to this team, but they are overcast by the disarray they show sometimes in team fights. But they are able to come back in these games because of the other advantages and the other strength that TSM have. CLG, though, is going to be a tougher opponent, and it will be hard for TSM to have the same types of wins they've been getting against these bottom teams.
Right.
CLG will be punishing those mistakes much more harshly.
Exactly. CLG tends to win very cleanly, so if you get them ahead, they might close the game out on you. And of course, CLG have caught on to some of those mistakes that TSM make, and Darshan says they're looking to take advantage of them.
In earlier season, jungle was a bit of a weaker state. In season 1, the jungle meta was really
That was not Darshan.
Jungle was hard. I mean,
yeah, it's true.
That would be a very interesting comment for Darshan. Yeah, changed regions.
Yeah, of
course.
I was going to make the joke that there's so many Europeans on TSM, you couldn't tell the difference by who was going to interview. But no, honestly, for real though, I'm sorry, for real though, we have the video ready, so let's take a look at what Darshan actually did say about TSM and taking advantage of them.
I think a lot of they have just like a lot of individual problems. Like in their game against Echo Fox last weekend, they were just caught overextending, pushing waves and stuff like that, not doing things as a team. And those are the kind of mistakes that a better team will punish you for.
Yeah, TSM looked to be that
That's
team.
what we've been talking about, right? TSM leaves those windows open.
It's like Darshan's listening to us, and he recorded it like days ago. But you know, it's fine. Of course, we have the team sporting their Valentine's uniforms on the blue side. That is CounterLogic Gaming. We just heard from him, Darshan up in the top lane, Xmithie in the jungle, Huhei in mid, replacing Pobelter, of course, beginning of the year. Stixxay and AD Carry replacing Doublelift. After we on support with Coach Zix.
And on the red side, wearing black uniforms is not Valentine's like CLG is. Anyway, it's TSM, though, with Hauntzer in the top lane, who's been a very consistent performer.
Yeah.
Svenskeren in the jungle, Bjergsen in the mid lane, Doublelift and AD Carry, and Yellowstar on support with Coach Jarge.
You can hear the crowd already ready to do the TSM chant.
There is
mention the name.
Always a TSM CLG charge in the crowd.
Yeah.
Even if you have Immortals at the top of the standings, whenever these teams face, they're both still near the top of the standings.
Of course.
It's going to be hyped.
It's going to be hyped, and we're going to get ourselves in a game right now in a Champions League at the very least. It's going to be such a fun match here. CounterLogic Gaming hoping to once again be the first team to be alone in second place at the start of the day. TSM right behind them, of course. This is going to be so much fun to watch. We're going to see just what gets taken off the table. Wow, respecting Bjergsen and Zilean enough to ban it first.
Yeah, it could be the fact that Huhei also had a Zilean game, which did not go very well, so it's not one of those pick trades they would want to do. CLG also wants to avoid fights a lot, and Zilean is very good at chasing people down.
Yeah.
With move speed enhancements and slows.
No Nidalee for Sven. It's not really an Xmithie special anyway, so I like these sort of one-sided bans here for CLG. No Gangplank allowed. We've seen Darshan play that to pretty good success as well. And keep just pegging down the champions back and forth between these two teams.
Yeah, and we were thinking that Fiora was going to be a really big priority pick in this matchup between Darshan and Hanser because both of them have shown very good Fiora games. Don't know if it's first pick worthy though. It'll be very interesting to see what happens, you know, with stuff like Graves still up, Corki ends up falling on the ban side.
Yeah.
Alistair still exists.
Kallista's up too.
Now, what is it going to be?
Looking like the hover is on Alistair. Alphabetically, it's the first one up of those champions we listed. So.
And that's how COD drafts.
Yeah, you know, Akali and Nivea going to be joining this roster soon, for certain. But taking their time, of course, you never want to get this one wrong. You never know what your opponents are going to ban against you, and with TSM having fairly generic bans, it's even less predictable, I would say, in some sense. You expect some level of target bans, but Smithy will get whatever tank he wants, almost for sure. Not a lot of top lane bans go through, and that does mean that Ryze is up. Not the Alistair, but a big carry Ryze for probably Darshan.
Yeah, Darshan played it 2 times in a row in week 4, once against Immortals where he had the good start and then went too hard, and then against Impulse where he was much more subdued and had a more successful game. So still a powerful carry threat out of the top lane for Darshan, but also, honestly, a little bit less of a split pusher. So COG will be looking to fight a little bit more frequently than we see him when he's on a more traditional split pusher like Fiora.
Right, you either gank his lane and blow that person up, or you just bring him into the team fights and hope he cleans up from there. So we will see Darshan alongside his teammates more than normal in this one. Damage value is probably going to be higher than 412. We'll see. Yeah, most likely, you know, a couple zeros behind that number here. Of course, the probably most contested bottom lane in all of League of Legends right now is that Kalista plus Alistair. No surprise that TSM picks it up. Very contested as both Stixxay and Doublelift are great at Kalista, and both Aphromoo and Yellowstar are happy to play some Alistair in this one.
Yeah, the one time Doublelift got Kalista this year, he went 13, 4, and 10.
Right.
Which was rather successful. It was comboed with Alistair at the time, and it's also what Yellowstar wants to be on to make the most plays. TSM is putting a very large playmaking burden on him, and the Fate's Call, plus just being Alistair, enhance that capability so much more.
It creates a lot of scariness, but that means that Morgana gets picked up to be a bit more of a defensive option here in this support role. Put the Black Shield on, keep people safe. But oddly enough, Ashe picked up here for Stixxay. We have not seen a lot of Ashe right now. You can see first pick in the North American LCS right here. Goes to Counter Logic Gaming doing it. And they're up against Graves Fiora.
Yeah, and if we're looking at public perception of OP champions right now, TSM is loaded. They have the jungle Graves, the top lane Fiora, and Kalista Alistair in the bottom lane. That is a picture-perfect draft, and they still get to counterpick mid lane for Bjergsen. Like, this draft has been going amazingly well for TSM. But we always say, playing against CLG, you're playing a different game.
Yes, you are.
So while these picks are very strong for most games we see, CLG probably has a plan for trying to do it.
They have a plan, but even with that, I look at TSM's roster and I like Ashe against none of these champions. Oh, Kalista saves the Alistair, or Alistair pops the ulti. Fiora reposts it, and we'll see it coming. If Hanser misses a repost on an Enchanted Crystal Arrow, it's a mistake as opposed to an outplay by Stixxay here. So just so many risks to have for CLG to pick Ashe into, but they wanted to do it, and they get to pick their last 2 champions here, which will be the victor in the Rek'Sai.
Wow, CLG invested super hard into getting Ryze as a first pick and stopping TSM from having it, even though TSM has not really played Ryze at all.
Yeah.
But even so, we'll see how this plays out in game. A lot of magic damage, so that's the wave clear with the Ashe, and yeah, you don't really see it coming together much stronger in team fights as well, so I feel like CLG is going to have to really outplay TSM here based on the compositions.
We'll see if they can make that one happen. Last 30 seconds for the pick for TSM. You mentioned CLG having to outplay, and you're absolutely right. Good luck getting the arrows, good luck getting the engages. But a lot of people are uncomfortable champions, so we'll see just how well this goes here. Once again, TSM not really target banning anything special. So CLG have to expect this is a comp they want to do, and the last pick goes through as Lissandra in for Bjergsen. So now they've both got some nice Freljord-based engage tools here, as Lissandra and Ashe can certainly start team fights.
Yeah, and I also think Lissandra is probably the best champion in the game to pair with Graves. It's a huge amount of CC lockdown, and it enhances the Graves burst. Plus, Graves burst can come from such long ranges. It also guarantees the bounce back on the Q if Graves gets in range. Yeah. Just all types of threats on Team Solomid. Absolutely love their draft right here.
Totally agree. Power picks and synergy kind of the whole way through. CLG throwing a curveball with Ashe. The rest of their comp, not champs you'd be surprised to see on CLG.
Totally.
But all put together, they're not really the sort of S and A tier champions you expect to see in every single game. So, Counter Logic Gaming putting together a draft they think will work and they think will be good for them. TSM picking things that we expect to see from every team every single time. So as we get ourselves into the game, this is going to be an exciting one. CounterLogic Gaming currently 1-0 against TSM on the split so far, and as two teams battling for second, a tiebreaker could be important.
Yeah, absolutely. 2-0 for CLG over TSM in the regular season would be very good for this team's morale, and we probably feel pretty good.
I gotta say, it's gotta feel pretty good to beat your rivals 2-0. We're gonna see if they can do it. We want you guys at home, of course, to send your votes to @LoLeSports on Twitter, but we also want you guys here in Los Angeles to share your votes here as well. Who's it going to be? CLG, TSM, CLG, TSM. Let us know who it's gonna be. Start out the rivalry. Here we go into the game. CounterLogic Gaming versus TSM.
And we talk about these team compositions, Freak, but at the same time, you look at the mistakes that TSM has been making throughout the year without great team coordination, and there are a lot of things on COG that can catch TSM out of position. Through the Morgana, to the Ashe, Smithy can do it, Darshan can do it with teleport, so they didn't get the Super S-tier champions, but they definitely have champions that can play towards their style.
Yeah, rotating around the map constantly, catching people out. Ooh, speaking of that, Binding nearly lands. Stixxay auto into volley, gets a bit of a slow, and second round of the Dark Binding could come through. Sven walks away quickly enough.
TSM's actually in position to counter this if they were to go in further.
Ooh, you gotta watch for it here. Bjergsen's around the wings, but has no way of landing hard CC without burning flash. And CounterLogic Gaming will be able to walk away quite safely. They got 2 wards in that jungle, and they're not very deep, so it will not track lane assignments or even jungle starts for quite some time.
Yeah, COG didn't get the traditional ward, which is behind the second tier turret and the inhibitor defending turret. But at the same time, TSM didn't have a full defensive line set up and didn't get the return deep ward. So it's still technically CLG that has the better deep ward coverage with that invade.
I think pretty significantly, they also got one on the blue buff on the right side of the map. TSM got literally nothing. So yeah, all said and done, advantage, though small, to CLG. We get ourselves into the laning phase here as the mid laners do battle, and the lineups are actually going to match up here. Morgana and Ashe doing the Krugs as Doublelift and Yellowstar take down the Gromp.
Yeah, looks like Yellowstar took a little bit less damage than Stixxay and Afro. But it's going to be all about the level 2 right here, as I think they both caught them.
I don't think
they didn't catch the first minion, though.
Okay. Inhibitor damage, nice shot right there. Doublelift getting injured. And Aframu knows Alistar can't do anything to him really early in the game without burning flash for it, and Afro thinks he's safe enough. Trinket in the brush, and Afro again will just continue to zone this team because at level 1, CLG's duo is just stronger. And now they're level 2 first, which makes it even more risky.
Yeah, and then once they get level 3, they're going to have the Black Shield advantage on the Alistar as well, because they could go technically Q, W, and E, but he gets E second to attempt to block and all in. So
against Alistar, I think you have to.
Already has the Black Shield advantage.
Darshan, ooh, nice riposte by Hauntzer, expects the Rune Prison, gets it right. That'll be a fun game to watch as well. You can't riposte Rune Prison on Reflect, it's only on Prediction. So these people guessing when they're going to do it is going to be fun.
Trying to find the pattern within Darshan. Also, sometimes Ryze can cast like 3 or 4 spells in the duration of her pause, so it really depends.
You can block the whole combo. Smithy lurking in the top side of the map is level 3 right now. We'll go for Scuttle first. Clears that, of course, pretty quickly since Rek'Sai has a knock-up in the kit. But
extremely healthy jungle clear for Xmithie here. It looks like he started without the refillable.
Double potions.
Of course, Graves can clear the jungle without taking damage if he is doing it properly. By
charges on the refillable, yeah. Did not take damage. Smithy used 3 potions, I should correct myself, I believe it costs.
Yeah, the nice thing about this is we get the standard lane matchups.
Yeah.
Which then makes us, it allows us to pay more attention to the jungle pathing. So Svenskeren ends up walking by an early ward, but he has cleared the jungle so quickly here.
And everyone else is trading close to equally. Temporary lead for Darshan up here. Yellowstar hoping to make sure that Svenskeren can get into this lane quickly.
We're going to see ganks in multiple lanes here. Smithy knows there's no counter gank because he saw Graves earlier.
Hauntzer rooted. Can they outplay Riposte? Nice knock-up. Flash cycle goes through into Hauntzer. A fair bit of damage comes through. The flash follow as well. Hauntzer getting chunked down into the turret. 60 getting without even burning a summoner spell. Just walks away with Black Shield on, but losing a lot of health.
Yeah, I think that actually favors TSM in both cases. COG burned 2 flashes top lane for 1, doesn't get the kill in a lane that can teleport back. Whereas TSM, even though they didn't have any summoners exchanged, got Stixxay low enough that he has to recall. So the teleport can easily be used for Hauntzer to catch the experience on the backside, whereas TSM is stealing a lot of experience down bottom. No gold exchanged, but definite experience edges on TSM.
Absolutely true, and Huhi really getting pushed around by Bjergsen. Look at the damage up there, puts the E forward, and he's gonna flash in for the first blood! Bjergsen crushes Huhi!
Wow, that is huge for this. Bjergsen, it's been a while since we've seen him solo kill like that. It's something that used to be commonplace back in 2014, but here, Huhi with the cleanse, trying to get some farm. No jungle pressure whatsoever. We just seen ganks in both lanes, but he landed enough lasers early. Sorry, he's not Victor. Huhi missed enough lasers, and Bjergsen had landed enough Q pokes through the minions that he just gets all the damage down. Doesn't care if he's flashing on top of the gravity field because he knows it's about to expire. Bjergsen just completely outplaying Huhi there. Looked like Huhi was trying to overstay a little bit because Victor loves to get the first Hexcar upgrade and then boots, and he was just on 1,000 gold, so he really shouldn't have been there, but Bjergsen had the level advantage, the wave advantage, and punishes properly.
Really nicely done. Huhi just now hitting level 5 off of this one. Did get the upgrade at the very least, so at level 7 he can like one-shot caster minions, but it is Bjergsen who is ahead now. Level 6, Cleanse and Flash are both up for Huhi, and Bjergsen's Flash is down, which will make him have to respect the chance of getting just a little bit more.
Yeah, there is a very finite window where Bjergsen could throw out his claw. If Xmithie is able to knock him up right there, he wouldn't be able to take it. But as far as not having flash up, Bjergsen just can't get super aggressive because he will always have the Lissandra E away if he wants.
Yep. Now Svenskeren right now will kill away the ward that Xmithie just put down with the Tracker's Knife. And both these junglers have vision of each other, and Xmithie will not even try to contest the blue buff, it looks like. Oh no, you're kidding me! Svenskeren mistimes the Q burst. Xmithie gets the blue after all.
The 10 health blue buff Prey Seeker there from Xmithie, and that leapfrogs him above Svenskeren in experience because he clears the crop and the blue at the same time.
Still denied from Huhi. Advantage TSM in a way, aside from Svenskeren losing all that time, but that's just unfortunate.
Trying to be clever.
Yep. And he will just slink through in this lane. Down about 10 CS against his lane opponent. Of course, props to Bjergsen for getting that kill to make that happen.
Yeah, this will be really interesting in this game, though, because we hear COG talk about how Huhi is a better roamer than Pobelter was, and they don't care if he falls behind in lane. But when you get straight up 1v1 solo killed, you have to wonder about your ability to roam. How much pressure is going to be in mid lane, and will Bjergsen actually be able to roam early since he is always shoving Huhi in? I really want to track how Bjergsen roams versus how Huhi roams, since Victor is a fairly static champion. He just sits in lane and wave clears until the late game.
He's going to get this one binding, and Stixxay gets it. CLG 2v1, outlast hit Svenskeren. Second camp in a row. Sven's lost now, trying to counter jungle.
Yes, Svenskeren has fallen pretty far behind in experience. 2 major camps going away from him right here. Xmithie level 6.5 now taking his red away. So for whatever pressure advantage they have.
Ulti popped in. Bjergsen wants to 1v1 Huhi. He can still get stunned by the gravity field, actually. Yellowstar roaming around behind the turret. Not level 6, though. Rek'Sai ulti pop. Xmithie says hello, and Bjergsen thankfully pushes the wave in. Xmithie still wanting to do something. Small knockup on a Yellowstar, still level 5, headbutt into Pulverize, pulled back in by Doublelift, and now Xmithie has nowhere to go, but there's the flash bind on a Doublelift. The damage still coming through, including a Prey Seeker. Exhaust burn, but Svenskeren picks up the kill from downtown. Hits him with the water balloon, 2 for 0 TSM.
It looked a little dicey when TSM had Doublelift get bound, but they had such an inherent advantage before the fight because of all the pre-fight damage Bjergsen could do onto Huhi, so Huhi couldn't return the damage. Looks like he actually died without casting his ultimate, which is also unfortunate. He was really low on mana, so if he uses a laser, he wouldn't have enough for his ultimate left. Yeah, he used all his spells, just didn't have the mana, but at the same time, that's when COG goes in. Huhi should never have cast that gravity field. Then he could have followed up on this binding from Afromu.
Yeah.
With the teleport coming in, though, Svenskeren had finally hit yellow level 6 after all of his unlucky counter jungling attempts.
Yeah.
Gets the ultimate off, and this is a pretty big early game edge for TSM.
Really solid stuff by TSM here. Darshan even used his teleport at the end of that fight. Hauntzer didn't need to use it, and so we've got a significant lead in every single solo or carry lane, I should say, for TSM on those 3 champions. This is good for them.
Well, you kind of have to wonder what happened in the CLG game plan. They didn't get enough deep wards down to start the game, but I mean, CLG beat TSM last time by just lane swapping them to death.
Yeah.
Here we're seeing standard lanes, and TSM is a team that hasn't really been able to communicate and synergize with each other.
Right.
Well, they can still lane really well. This is still a superstar team, and Bjergsen showed that. He beat Huhi. Hauntzer has been going head-to-head with Darshan, and then Double FNAF, who lost the level 2 war, but have still been able to stay easily even with Stixxay. So, like, you really expected CLG to lane swap coming into this one.
Sure.
And force a lot of map movements, but that just has not been the case.
They did not find it. Smithy managing to outplay the Sentinel of Doublelift, so they don't know he's right there, but the ward comes in, and he can be totally fine. 3 members of TSM down on this side of the map. They're going to kill all those wards again as the Raptor buff stays on. 70 gold earned from all the warding.
3 for the price of 1.
CLG says thank you. Push the gold up a little bit here as it's only an 1,100 gold lead for TSM. Those kills are worth 1,050. Actually, no, less than that, 850, because it was a solo first blood there for Bjergsen. So the small farm lead making up the rest of that gold lead that TSM enjoys right now. After earning some money thanks to Dark Bindings and Tormented Soils, but a game that is being controlled right now by Svenskeren and the rest of TSM, putting the wards down. Tracker's Knife plus Warrior Enchant already done.
They're looking for more follow-up. The cleanse is still down for a short amount of time. CLG is trying to counter gank, well, just to also do a gank in the bottom lane. But
nice. So one of the advantages of not switching your trinket out, I mean, Yellowstar's not 9 anyway, but its cast range is very, very high, and it reveals champions. It gives the outline, so you can actually check brushes from outside of ward range and outside of getting killed range with the sweeper. Season Smithy. Stay safe.
Then Yellowstar also had the rare swag laugh afterwards after he was able to spot Smithy. Feeling pretty confident. And why wouldn't you be on Alistar Kalista? It's like impossible to die.
It really
on
often
ultimate, never runs out. Kalista just throws you backwards.
Ooh, Bjergsen staying inside the brush. He dodging the Qs pretty well. And of course, that's with a blue buff on Bjergsen, so it's kind of hard to run out of mana. Doing that, Darshan giving respect to Svenskeren, doesn't get to stay to kill off the pink ward. A trinket ward comes down as well from Sven, making sure that you can see Darshan coming back in, and TSM continue to wrest control of these wards pretty well away from CLG.
Yeah, and really waiting for Darshan to turn on as well in this game, because like we said, COD falls in that early disadvantage and they're not really looking to make plays. Probably wait a little bit for Stixxay to combo a gank with the Rek'Sai, but they have to be very careful, you know? They're getting double teleport from TSM, so a lot of that aggression would also be cycled.
Nice Black Shield on Reflex by Afro. Gets him away from Yellowstar, but still there's so much damage from Doublelift, but now Smithy's gotten all the way around the map.
There's a gank top lane as well.
Gets some damage on a Doublelift. Yellowstar tanks the arrow, but who even cares? Darshan forced a flash away. Bjergsen can't quite get the ulti in. Good preemptive flash by Darshan to get away. Top lane was focused. He had to run away, but same for TSM's dual lane.
Flurry of action right there. I mean, normally that's a super dangerous gank for Xmithie to make because the double teleports that could come in for the potential counter gank. But TSM instead had been attempting a 3-man dive top lane to get the turret, and miraculously Darshan actually avoids it.
Yep.
Lissandra used the claw and a flash and was unable to lock down a kill on a Catalyst tier rise. But they do trade turrets, and now TSM can pick the Rift Herald up on the backside, but COG has to trade as well. This is actually very good for COG. They've been disadvantaged in so many ways, and they're up against double teleport, but to make a trade like this happen is possible.
Being able to go close to equal is not bad. All said and done, it is plus advantage Rift Herald, but then plus Dragon, of course, for CLG. They got this side of the map as well for themselves. So yeah, a completely equal thing. Outer turrets went down, laners got away, burning summoner spells or ultimates in some cases, and then the neutral objective on that side of the map grabbed by their respective teams here. So again, chat, a very equal trade, just sort of illustrating the things that were grabbed by each of these teams. Huhi stays at that -20 mark under Bjergsen after the solo kill. Not growing the disadvantage really in any meaningful way. So, you know, Huhi is staying in this one despite being disadvantaged, despite losing blue buffs a couple of times by TSM's counter jungling.
Yeah. Victor can be 0-5 and still wreck a team fight later in the game.
Absolutely.
As long as he's getting his farm. And it's very hard to push against a Victor. Once he upgrades his E, now he's got 2 upgrades into his Hex Core, so he will be able to have faster move speed as well when he lands his Q and first rank of boost. So it's actually pretty difficult to push Huhi in hard. What Bjergsen should be looking to do is roam, which is why he roamed top lane to get the turret and attempt the kill on Darshan.
Right, you're Lissandra, you can force ganks all the time, and in fact, all these lanes have a lot of damage that he can sort of contribute the CC too. So TSM definitely have a lot of plays available in their book. As you mentioned, the double teleport certainly a threat as well. They haven't used them to any fights just yet, but that can certainly be coming in the near future. Svenskeren going to try to take what control he can. Of course, he's got a ward on that red buff. Xmithie going to have to outplay it, and this one does go to Svenskeren. Nice Q into Smite. Takes the red buff away. Well played.
Finally, he gets one. For all of his counter jungling attempts, he's actually down in CS to Xmithie's
Bro, wow.
Whoa.
Headbutt into flash, pulverize, but where's
early.
the team? Stixxay gets the arrow out of Svenskeren. Yellowstar's cooldowns are up pretty soon. Pops the ulti, waits out the black shield. That'll be a pulverize. No, he has a flash way to get away from this one. Now the ulti in from the Morgana, and a fight on the backside. Xmithie getting found out. TSM turns around right away. The flash to chase. Xmithie goes down. The third kill of the game for TSM, and now the re-engage. They picked up Stixxay CLG, heavily overstaying. Hui walks in only to flash right back out. Bjergsen gets done, but who even cares? He's outside of turret range. 5-0 TSM.
Wow, a 3-for-0 fight right there, and what looked like Yellowstar going real early. But at the same time, CLG was in retreat, and Yellowstar going did delay them. All teleports being burned except for Bjergsen's right there, but one teleport traded between them. Yeah, look at how fast he goes. He's also outrange of Fate's Call right now if he wanted to chain the knockup yet again, because Double is so far behind. Sven takes the arrow to face, but it's a short-range arrow, so he's unstunned fairly quickly. Yellowstar then goes all the way into the turret, is dove out, but with that super dive, CLG actually comes in behind them because they're looking to turn, and they themselves get collapsed on because Stixxay and Afro had already used all their engage on the backside. Svenskeren lands a bunch of damage, and then CLG just has to full retreat. This is looking like TSM's going to be pulling away with a pretty large lead.
Yeah, and it's a team that we've been criticizing and everyone's been criticizing for coordination issues, winning via mostly small skirmishes, right? The mid lane fight for the second kill, the 3 down here. These are all these scrappy fights where you've got to constantly turn back around and find someone else to kill, and every single time it's TSM doing it better. And that last fight was only a 1,000 gold lead. It's not like these teams had very different, values of inventories. TSM just played better.
And this is also a very big game for TSM to win, just mentally, because they have only really been beating the teams at the bottom of the standings, which is a familiar thing to say for TSM, even though their team is so different right now. You look at last split, the big criticism was, well, they can kind of take care of business against the bottom half, and they lose to the best teams. The same thing was happening again this year. Their talent was carrying them through, and they didn't have the cohesion to beat any of the top teams. But maybe this is the first game where TSM actually starts kind of living up to their potential.
And they might be doing that right here. To illustrate the point, their losses this season, those 3 are Immortals, CLG, and C9, the teams that they are battling for the top of the standings. This would be their first win against one of those big 4, big 3 of this split. We'll see if they can do it right here. 5-0 up against Counter Logic Gaming. 5,000 gold up's got to feel really good 17 minutes in. That is a lead you can work with for sure. 30 minion lead for the top lane, 30 minion lead for the mid lane here. Hauntzer and Bjergsen poised to do a whole lot in team fights.
And there's still some big standing gold left on the map here. Darshan still trying to split push, just completed his Rod of Aegis, and Bjergsen doesn't actually want to take that because they're just looking for turret gold right here, which they easily acquire.
There we go. Mid lane outer is gone 3 turrets to 1 in TSM's favor right here. Bot lane outer did go down off of the much earlier dives that occurred. Bjergsen split pushing to the bottom lane. He has teleport up right now, so he can split away from the team. Hauntzer has split to the top lane as well, keeping minions under control there. And the rest of the squad able to just sit mid, recall, or take away Scuttle Crabs, and in this case, Rift Herald.
Yeah, let's get a second Rift Herald for TSM.
I don't think Sven can solo
this. 20 minutes. Yeah, well, he's got friends on the way. Graves, no Elise there that can steal it back. I wonder if Xmithie can get a Price Seeker in there to steal it
Xmithie sees
again.
they're around. Smite is not up for Xmithie, not up for Svenskeren either, actually. The team can come around. It can be a chance for a steal.
Yeah, he would really need a teammate. Xmithie has no help. He's just trying to delay.
Nope. Hope for the random steal, won't get it. Red team is laid Rift Herald. TSM gets that for the second time this game, and they give it to Hauntzer. Try to keep pushing the advantage in this game. As a split pusher, his TP is back up basically right now.
I think that's appropriate. He also has Mercury Treads to go up against the Rise.
Yeah.
Even though Swiftness boots and cooldown boots are so in right now because of their incredibly low cost on this patch.
But he's up against an Astra, he's up against Dark Divining, he's up against Rise the Champion. There's a lot to deal with. CLG sadly we're out of patience on this Raptor. Let it reset. Xmithie takes it back down. just a game controlled by TSM. CLG have not been able to dictate anything, and this is the team that second round picked Ashe. They said, yeah, we got to get the engage tools. Essence Reaver Ashe, low cooldowns here. Zergreave's kind of weird in my opinion, but try to get the CDR on Ashe to toss the arrows out to make these engages happen, but we're seeing no viable targets really for CLG. They haven't really found anything to do with this champion.
Right, and we really do have to question COD's game plan coming into this one, giving so many power picks over to TSM, even after first picking Ryze, and then CLG just doesn't really seem like they're playing to their strengths. They're not lane swapping. They gave a lot of the pick potential and the split pushing to TSM in the draft. Credit to TSM, though, they took a lot of the good COG champions away from them. They got the Fiora early on, even though COG took it away from themselves. Just credit TSM for a good draft, but it's also very confusing that COG not only had a strange draft, but also didn't lane swap coming into this one. And it's costing them pretty hugely.
Ooh, big bind, big knock. They go in for Svenskeren and first a lot of burst, and there's the arrow. No, it gets tanked by the Alistar, I think, on the way out. And there's the kill already out of the Ashe. Aphromoo running away, nearly getting taken down by Bjergsen. A couple more autos will do it, and Hauntzer gets the kill to Xmithie. A 2-for-0 TSM. Counter Logic Gaming can't buy a kill.
Yeah, and it's so hard to fight with these big gold disadvantages, especially if things don't go exactly your way. The Ashe Arrow, like you said, I think it got tanked by the Alistar on the way out, and Hauntzer, with that Rift Herald buff, is just way stronger than Darshan.
Easy 1v1, pops the ult. He doesn't even take damage after the heal at the end of it all. And now Aphromoo on the wrong side of this map. He's in the wrong neighborhood. Hauntzer says, hey, welcome to TSM Town.
You want to bind him.
And jeez.
But he's just going to riposte it and stun you with it anyway.
Q auto Titanic Hydra in about half a second, gets hit 3 times.
And Freak, this is turning into a giant statement game from TSM. One Reek removed from 2 really sloppy games. Now looking to get a flawless kill game against COG. Here, looked like it just hit the Fates Calling Alistar or something. That Ashe Arrow just disappeared. Not sure if that's how the interaction is supposed to work, but we'll assume it does. Here, Hauntzer as well, killing Xmithie by proccing a Vital on the backside.
And he finds Darshan recalling, looks like, in the jungle.
Yeah.
As he was recalling randomly over by the red buff and still managed to die. So TSM super far ahead now. This looks so good for them, and TSM fans can be really happy about their team finally knocking down a top-tier team here in the North American LCS, and they're poised to do so. 22 minutes in, 8,000 gold up. Starting to take over CLG's jungle as well. Baron is on the field. Bjergsen is once again split pushing with his teleport up.
During last week, TSM kind of looked like they're at their wits' end mentally, but you hate to credit like one person for doing all this thing, because it's obviously the players that have improved, and there's a lot of coaching that goes into this and all these other things, but really questioning their coaching staff for bad game plans. You're questioning their mentality. They brought in a sports psychologist, Weldon, who actually worked with CLG last year during their run in the playoffs and towards the NALCS championship. Someone Doublelift respects greatly. And he talked a lot about just not playing with the expectation of winning and taking every game as the game. So to actually kind of take pride in every win, even if they're expecting to win in 20 minutes, it's that they shouldn't expect to win in 20 minutes. And that what will actually lead to lopsided victories, because you're going and taking the victory instead of waiting for it to come to you. And that looks like what TSM is doing here. Bjergsen aggressive in the mid lane, trying to go for the kill. Yellowstar flying in very early for team fights. Hauntzer going off on Fiora.
Yeah.
This is
the
a
new
totally
TSM.
different team than we saw last week.
Yeah, and of course a very different team from what we saw last year as well. It's everyone really doing a whole bunch of good work. Yellowstar tossed into the team, finds the knock on Huhi and Aphromoo, and there's the burst down. Support is dropped. Xmithie on the front line, not as tanky as an Alistar. Big set of burst comes off from Huhi, but it's not going to do nearly all that much. Bjergsen can just sit under the Chaos Storm and really not care at all. 10-0 TSM continuing to shut CLG's kills down.
Yep, pings go on Baron because Huhi was pushed so far back, but they think better of it. I think they're a little bit hesitant on this Baron. They're going to go clear vision.
They're going to let Bjergsen recall and TP back in. It looks like the team will happily start up on it.
They have Kalista and a Smite, so the Smite steal shouldn't happen. If anything stops them, though, it will be a Ryze being able to get damage off and create chaos before the Baron. Now they're looking to peel off, maybe for a catch
He's
on
going to get
Darshan.
right behind Darshan. That's exactly what it was, and the Ryze is caught in the wrong spot. Great setup by TSM to get those wards in the right spot, to get the TP to come through, and now it's Xmithie exhausted, running away through tunnels. Stixxay 1v1 with Svenskeren. I'm pretty sure Sven would win that fight, and Stixxay having to run out. Another pickoff in favor of TSM, 11-0. Damage comes through. Hanser dangerously injured right here, but can he get away with enough hop? Smithy around the side as well. Nice pulverized by Yellowstar, and now Hanser gonna hide under the turret. Huhi and Smithy still coming around. How good's their post gonna be? Pops the ulti, pops in the damage. Finally a kill on the board for Counter Logic Gaming, but they're still so far behind.
Yeah, the attempt at a Baron bait goes a little bit awry right there because they do get one kill, but they get a shutdown onto Hanser, and it's CLG's small, tiny window back into a little bit of gold. At the end of the day, though, I don't think it has a large impact on the game. CLG is going to get maybe a turret, and Bjergsen got to push mid lane, so still, Freak, a 10,000 gold difference.
Top lane Adder is down. Svenskeren is on the flank. Stixxay and Aframu in front.
Nice
He's gonna miss a big person of Stixxay. He's gonna get hit with the Q. He's got a run and it still gets him. Flash or not, this will be a 2 for 0. The red comes through. Doublets and Svenskeren taking him down as the 2 marksmen on the team. 13-1, TSM have control.
Yeah, unless you're flashing horizontally, that Graves ultimate has range, and it definitely killed Stixxay post-flash. Aframu was just easy pickings after his 80 carry was dead, and Svenskeren going off this game on Graves.
Doing wonderful stuff. 4, 0, and 5. TSM almost entirely deathless. Just the one on Hanser on the tower dive earlier on, and that led to a 2 for 0, so you can't even complain too much about that one. TSM looking to close this one out now. 10,000 gold up. Yeah. They are hugely ahead. Looking for the dive. Good burst by Huhi, though. Forces the 80 carry back in, but a knock up into the wall. Smithy taking a fair bit of punishment, but keep in mind TSM's carries are low as well. CLG really want back in, and they will do so. That's a 1 for 1. Now can Darshan find someone else? Hanser on the wings, looking for the way in. He finds Darshan. Forces the flash. He gets exhausted as well. Rooted in place, but still wants the kill. Yellowstar goes in. Makes it happen. Hanser gets the kill. That's 3 picked up for what is Bjergsen into the back line, finds another. 17-3 TSM. Only Huhi is alive.
Big chaos happens right there, and it's because TSM was trying to push a little too hard, but they still get away with it because their giant gold lead. Hanser and Bjergsen arrive very late in the fight. Huhi actually escaped around the back for now. Yellowstar is still trying to play with them here, but he's worried about getting one shot. All the while, the inhibitor is going down.
Yellowstar plays it pretty well. Huhi headbutted out of range. Gravity will stun him. Yeah, that should be a kill on Yellowstar, but the inhibitor goes down for that one. Huhi has to recall once again.
Yeah.
Will be safe.
You know, I appreciate the effort there by Yellowstar.
Yeah, sure.
But a Victor wasn't stopping Lissandra and Fiora from taking an open inhibitor, so kind of gives back an unnecessary kill there. Still 12,000 gold lead, will not matter at the end of the day. And TSM is still looking to make plays and playing very aggressively, which is the style they set out to have when they acquired this roster.
You see that fight once again, and it's just the CC into the wall, just how tanky this front line is.
Absolutely, and it was a little bit of an awkward start. Huhi actually had very good skill usage early on in this fight, getting the chunk down on the double lift so he would be able to follow Yellowstar through. And here, Hanser and Bjergsen finally arrive at the fight. They push in the back, but Svenskeren stays alive through most of this. Bjergsen gets a beautiful combo onto 2 squishes on the backside, and as we saw, Hanser was able to take down Rise by proccing some of the vitals as well.
Bjergsen, like, I think actually soloed the bot lane of CLG in that fight.
Yeah.
Does a lot of damage. He's got a lot of items here in the mid lane. Whoa, Bjergsen caught out in the arrow was the reason that even happened, so a nice pickup there. That Ashe paying off a little bit, but CLG have so much to work through.
Yeah, CLG not quitting. Bjergsen, no flash, no Mikhail's, new QSS anywhere on that team. So if an Ashe arrow does land on a Bjergsen, they have the ability to combo. But the threat is diverse from TSM. Hanser's down in the bottom lane, actually without teleport. So they could sacrifice an inhibitor for a Baron play, but they're not willing to make that risk.
Now they see what happened when Darshan got Fiora. He split pushed the entire game down. Now Afro, whoa, way too far up, gets exploded by TSM. Here comes the Fates call, pulling Alistar right back into the team. Here gonna be just fine. They find the knockup into Smithy, an easy kill picked up. Meanwhile, Hanser soloed Darshan to the bot lane, and TSM having a 4 versus 2 can push right into the base.
Yeah, and when Bjergsen revives, he will be able to teleport in as well to make it a 5v2 with massive mini waves. This is gonna be a TSM win.
Wow, he got the kill without even using the ulti. Hanser takes down another member as Huhi drops. That will be the game. That will be TSM slaughtering Counter Logic Gaming in under 30 minutes and taking second place for themselves.
Yeah, this was a completely different TSM team, and this is the happiest they have looked after a game all split.
Yep.
This is the first time we have seen Bjergsen really look like himself of old when he's making the kills in the mid lane. Hanser continues to have good performances, but is now enabled by the rest of his team. And Yellowstar was getting the follow-up on a lot of his seemingly crazy initiations.
Yep. And the joke about TSM team coordination, they had that loss where it was 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 deaths. Well, here's some coordination, 1, 1, 1, 1, and 1 death. TSM spreading the burden equally, everyone having an absolutely great game. Ton of farm, ton of kills, and handling CLG in intricate skirmishes in various parts around the map, in rotations and knocking turrets down, in winning their lanes as well from just an individual skill perspective. An all-around TSM win.
Very distributed team damage as well. It's actually Svenskeren who had the most damage on the team to champions at 15,000, but then we have Bjergsen at 13,000, Hanser at 13,000, Doublelift at 14,500. It's rare you see 4 people on a team so closely distributed in damage percentage, but that was because they were fighting kind of all around the map, and everyone was making a pretty big contribution.
Yeah, you had participation everywhere. Honestly, everyone doing a really good job on TSM, and again, the first time we saw them firing on all cylinders. And you contrasted it to TSM of last week, where it was, you know, haphazard, what are they going to do? But also you contrasted TSM of last year, and it's, look, you can be happy with every single player on this team from their individual contributions, and that was, in a lot of cases, a new thing for TSM. The joke is, oh, it's Bjergsen and 4 wards. And no, this was Bjergsen and then 4 of the really, really good players making really good plays all game.
Yeah, TSM will obviously need to maintain that level of play for a number of weeks.
Yes.
Because this is, like we said during the game, the type of team TSM set out to create. And it's going to be tough for CLG as well, because that was probably the worst they have looked so far in the LCS. So
sure,
2 sides to the coin there.
Absolutely the case. But TSM did pull up the win. We're going to check in with Riv, who's now standing stage side with Doublelift in a little bit, actually. Apparently, we don't have the interview just yet here. But Riv, we'll be talking to Double.
You got Doublelift now ready.
Just wanted to troll you a little bit, Freak. Guys, you're doing so damn good on the desk. There's got to be a little back and forth. But I am joined by Doublelift of Team Solo Mid after their victory over Counterlogic Gaming. You know, not really a question, but I got to say, does it feel good?
Yeah, we really needed that.
Seeing all this confidence coming out of you guys now, they were just talking about it on the desk. It always seemed like the wins came with a little bit of pain. There was something that just took a long time, 40, 50 minutes, but these were clean. What was the difference? Was it from champion select, or did everything just click inside the game?
Well, this week, we all just focused really hard on improving, because we were really, really disappointed with how we were playing before, just like you said. Even though we were winning, you know, it's kind of weird, but our wins were terrible. So we got Weldon, sports psychologist, to come help us, and he helped a lot. And I think all of us we just put in a lot more work, and we trusted each other a lot more. And like this game, I think everyone just like turned on God mode or something. We were just like playing amazing. I don't really know what happened, but it feels really, really good.
Now, you don't want to say that, though. Is this something you guys are going to be able to find again? Did it feel like it just came naturally?
Yeah, this was the first game where it just kind of came naturally. And I think it's just a culmination of like a lot of hard work and a lot of like tension within the team. And we managed to turn the tension into something productive.
Well, that's absolutely awesome. It seems like the wins are now flowing for you guys. That tension has been ironed out. Final question for you, Doublelift. You do have to play Cloud9 next week, but as an observer for next game, I actually want to get your opinion. Cloud9 versus Immortals. How do you think it's going to play out?
Well, it's Team High versus Immortals, so no, I'm just kidding. If I had to like guess, I would go with Immortals, but I want Cloud9 to win because they're cool.
All right, there you go. Yeah,
He gets to play Jhin. I hope he gets to play Jhin.
All right, Sneaky gets to play Jhin. We'll see if it happens. If it gets through the picks and bans, thank you very much, Doublelift. Congrats on the win. A fantastic one at that. We're going to throw it over to the analyst desk to break down a little more of the game.
I hope he gets to play Jhin too.
You beat me to it. That's literally what I was going to say. I was literally about to say, thanks, Riv. I hope we can see Jhin too. Now let's talk about CLG versus TSM. Ruined, Kobe. Ruined.
Oh, it can't have just been a romance thing? You guys finished
Give me my chocolates back. No.
Love-hate relationship.
It really is. There's a lot of... But that's what makes it so great. Anyway, talking about this game.
And you'll be here for every step.
CLG. Okay. You know, this did look like the cleanest win for TSM.
Oh, yeah.
As Doublelift said, though, everyone just kind of played well, right? I want to get your guys' opinion on what was working, what changed for TSM that made it look so clean, because that's not necessarily the most reassuring statement when a player on the team says, well, everyone just started playing well today.
I mean, We say like this is the cleanest game that we've seen from this TSM lineup. This also might be the cleanest game that we've ever seen in a TSM versus CLG game. Usually these games are extremely close. This was a complete blowout. There were maybe a couple of very minor mistakes from TSM, and that's about it. We saw everything that people expected when you see this all-star team forming for TSM. Bjergsen gets his solo kill. Hanser's a beast in the top
At
lane.
level 5, by the way.
Yeah, that was, well, yeah. But Hanser is a monster in the top lane. He's proven himself.
Yeah.
People were talking about when they brought him in. That was the only question mark. Hanser has definitely been a monster. Probably top two North American.
He's an exclamation point now. He's not a
Exactly.
question mark anymore.
Right up there with Huni. But also, you know, the bottom lane, there were a lot of questions about Yellstar working with Doublelift, and they pulled that off a lot better this time as well. And that really shows with a Kalista Alistar combo. Yes, that is the golden combo to have for the bottom lane, but they played it well.
Yeah, those are the three things that I really want to touch on. The first one is CLG first picking the Ryze really gives away a lot of what they intend to do with this comp, because then they have to draft Wave Clear, and then they have to draft Engage later on. And then the Kalista Alistar going over to TSM, very good pickups there. I think that gave them all the tools and the confidence they needed in the bottom lane. And then the solo kill. That's the third thing, is that solo kill opened up mid lane and gave them priority in the jungle. So Svenskeren can live inside of Xmithie's jungle, stop all of his pressure, take all of his buffs, control his movements, because Bjergsen is always able to lock down Huhi, and he beats him to these fights that happen later.
Everyone in the North American LCS, when Bjergsen gets that solo kill, pre-level 6, has this alarm that goes off in their mind like, oh God, it's gonna be one of those Bjergsen games. Oh, what do we do? Everybody has to play a little more cautiously now.
Yep.
And you're right, Svenskeren also stepping up, didn't really touch on him, but man, the jungle invading, you could see where his mind was at. He wanted to play that more aggressive style like we've seen successful junglers like Peanut in Korea, and even in the North American LCS with Russia and Reignover, constantly invading and trying to steal away camps, to steal away the strength of Aegis stacks from your opponent and really keep them down. The execution was a little off with some of those last hits, but you could see the idea there, and TSM kept up with that game plan.
Yeah, it is kind of a synergistic thing, because if your mid laner's doing well, that enables you to make these plays and go into the jungle, which then frees up your mid laner. So it's just the start off of that cycle was that solo kill that we saw.
Now I want to approach from CLG's side, because they had a pretty easy game 1 against TSM this season. Now they come into this game, as you mentioned, they showed their hand, picking the Ryze first. Interesting prioritization when the likes of Kalista and Alistar up. And you're looking at the bot lane going, Stixxay, Aphromoo should be jumping at those two champions. They don't take them. And then once we get into the game, they don't lane swap either, right? So a lot of the things that we would normally look at CLG for that they excel in, lane swaps, having Alistar on, or having Aphromoo on a playmaking support. Granted, he does fantastic things on Morgana, but like setting them up for success and him being kind of the leader in that arena, they didn't do any of those things here. It felt like they almost handicapped themselves coming right out of Champion Select with their game plan.
Yeah, Aphromoo Morgana has been great. Even yesterday it was spectacular. But as you said, it all kind of started, you know, early on in the draft phase. It felt like they were maybe not expecting Ryze to be up, and then jumped on it very quickly, and maybe they were a little off kilter, or maybe they were experimenting. They had this Ashe Pocket weird build with the Essence Reaver into Hurricane that they wanted to try out and shoot millions of arrows everywhere, but it did kind of end up feeling like right at the beginning of the game, CLG didn't quite have the clear game plan that we expect from them.
I think you experiment in scrims and then you play what you know how to play on stage. I feel like that's always kind of a bad formula, is when you come into this with something that is rather untested.
Yeah, it's what you would hope. I do want to pull up a replay. Pretty early on in the game, about 16 minutes, down in the bot lane, TSM, Yellowstar making a pretty large engagement here. A flash head by Pulverize. Hey, team, follow up on this, please.
Yeah.
They do so, though.
I mean, yeah, so it is kind of a situation where you talked about, you pointed out, you know, Svenskeren and Doublelift were kind of on board with this call and just had started to turn back, but the teleport came in a little late also, so it ended up working out because CLG collabed.
Yeah, but look at how much earlier Bjergsen is able to get into this fight. He's already helped Hanser take down Xmithie, and then Huhi's basically, his contribution is a gravity field to help disengage at the very end. Because of the mid priority that Bjergsen had, they were able to continue that fight, even though it looked like it may have been turned around at one point, and then they were able to take out Xmithie and just snowball it from that side and come back into it.
Yeah, when you have that lead in the mid lane, all you kind of really need is the spark to get a conflict going, and then he can come in and you can try and use that lead.
Yeah, definitely the early lead that they had secured gave them kind of the allowance for, maybe a slight overextension there. But the other flip side of it, again, if I go back to CLG, I think the weird thing there is that they even did collapse or re-engage, right? They had the opportunity to walk away under that inner turret and make it a 0-for-0 trade. And instead, it becomes a 3-for-0.
And this is the team that we all have been praising for their, team coordination, and they're all about the lane swap, and they're all about the team play. And this just had a bunch of question marks in both of those categories for them this game.
Yeah, so an interesting role reversal in this game. CLG now coming out with a few question marks, and TSM definitely looking a little bit more certain.
As
and
you said,
clear
exclamation
in what
point.
they do. Right, yeah, exactly. Well, Hauntzer's an exclamation point. CLG is now a question mark. That's our conclusion for the day. We'll watch for stray Heartseeker arrows over the break because we'll need you at full health for our next match, Immortals versus Cloud9. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Dennis. Do you have any good joke for me?
Any what?
Good jokes.
To calm you down?
No?
Oh, then I have no jokes.
Oh, damn.
I'm all out of jokes.
But there's the flash bind on a double if the damage still coming through, including a Prey Seeker. Exhaust burn, but Svenskeren picks up the kill from downtown.
Looking for Ash. Going. Go.
Look Ash.
I'm on board.
Fine, he's gonna miss a big burst on a stick say. He's gonna get hit for the Q. He's got a run and it still gets him. They find the knockup into Xmithie. An easy kill picked up. Meanwhile, Hauntzer solo Darshan to the bot lane. That will be TSM slaughtering Counter Logic Gaming.
Welcome back to the North American LCS. Over the break, we read through your responses to our social media question. Which pro would you like to be your Dynamic Q Valentine and why? First up is Mystic Strike, whose Valentine would be Huni because it's impossible to tilt with his attitude.
I mean, that's definitely a good Valentine to have. He's a hilarious character, always fun in-game. But I don't know about impossible to tilt when he was on Fnatic. That was maybe the one weakness. They did have some worries about him tilting when he got a little too careless in the top lane. Hasn't done it this season, though, because they haven't lost any games.
Yeah, perhaps in the less pressured Dynamic Q environment, his lovable attitude and personality would just basically make it impossible for you to tilt. Next up, from Dot.Ot, who says, Froggen all the way only if he plays Anivia. Only? That seems rather conditional.
That's not unconditional love.
Yeah.
That's conditional love.
That is, I don't know if you're allowed to throw those addendums on at the end there. I mean, the Froggen has no say in it, I guess. Anyway, our final tweet comes from Eric Eldred, who writes, my Dynamic Q Valentine is Irene.
Thank you.
Just kidding. Stay solo Q, my friend.
Good second half.
I don't know. That's how I imagine he wrote it.
You're
in
laughing.
his head, he was laughing like
My
that.
mother raised me right to bring enough for everyone. Here you go, Irene.
Thank you, man.
Pick a good one, because you know about half of those in there are probably gross.
I'm a good boy. All right, what else we got?
Anyway, now that we've let all of the lovebirds out of the coop, let's take a look at our next matchup, Immortals versus Cloud9. Yesterday, we explored the possibility of Immortals having a perfect season, but they're going up against second-place Cloud9, who are 6-1 with Hai at support.
Yeah, last time they played each other, it was actually Bunny Fufu, and it was the first game of the split for Cloud9, so they were still going back and forth, figuring out who was going to play, who wasn't going to play. So it's Hai's first crack at Immortals, and like we were saying before, he's 6-1 with this roster.
Yeah, I'm still surprised at how quickly Hai has adapted to the support role. And he's had so many role changes that it's kind of a process for him that he's already planned out. You know, he focuses very specifically on a select few champions so he can eliminate as many other possible variables, so he can concentrate on how to transition into the new role, how to play the game rather than how to play his new champions that he's having to learn.
All right, so the transition's going well for him. Another talking point, though, when it comes to these two teams is the junglers. Here we have Reignover. Right, he's 9 for 9 in netting first bloods for his team this season.
God.
He's up against Rush, though, who was our last split's MVP.
And yeah, Kobe, your Valentine.
Honestly, though, this is the jungle matchup that I'm so excited to see, most excited to see, because while Rush has been playing Nunu recently, really what you want to see is these two guys go head-to-head in the jungle, look to have early skirmishes, fight over the first blood, because it used to be Rush in the North American LCS who was the first blood king and who would get it so often. So I'm just so excited to see how aggressive these two guys take this, you know, what sort of jungle bans actually come out, or, you know, do they get the pick of the litter with Elise and Nidalee and the like.
Yeah, both these guys actually got to play against Dardoch, and both of them actually had really good showings. You know, we ended up seeing Rush contain Dardoch. So this is pretty much 1 and 2 in terms of who's best in the jungle right now. And Rush wants to prove himself, so he needs to get a good matchup over Reignover and contain him today.
And of course, yesterday, we talked about finding weaknesses in Immortals' strategy after that 9-0 start. And, you know, the question is, will Cloud9 have found any of them, and will they employ them? Things that you could consider looking at is the potential to ban out Reignover, put him on something that's uncomfortable.
Yeah, just because if you look at all the other members on Immortals, it's almost impossible to ban out the solo laners, that's for sure. Who's shown up with all these different counter picks, Bulbasaur plays everything. Maybe they can focus on Adrian. People have been suggesting, oh, the Soraka Jenna are such a big problem. But Adrian is also a versatile player. People forget about his time on Impulse, where he was just playing engaged champions, and he was Leona and Alistar all the time. I feel like he's also a very diverse support, and maybe the way that you try and attack this team is to start with Reignover, because he's been such a big carry and enabling all of the lanes for the team. Maybe they go with Rush having high pressure and try to out-farm and counter-jungle.
So what I think is you get Rush, a good champion. Maybe it's Nunu to contain Reignover. Then you get Jensen on something that wave clears in the mid lane. Luckily, Cloud9 are on red side. Counter-pick top lane, counter-pick Huni, and then make sure that you are focusing not that top lane, because Reignover is going to be pulled to that top lane. We saw it yesterday when Huni has a bad matchup, he calls for Reignover. They're good buddies, he's going to get up there. Make it a bad matchup for him, focus a different part of the map. Focus your bottom lane, try to open that up, maybe ban the Soraka out so it's easier to actually kill the people in the bot lane, but make sure That's what I think is the way to beat Immortals and get that early game advantage.
I think that kind of, that essentially covers point number 2, which is to understand how Immortals likes to play in an ideal environment and craft something to specifically counter that.
Yeah, I think your most important point there was the counter pick on Huni. And you're going to have to use a flex pick to try and confuse Immortals or something to try and get that, because he's been so diverse with what the options that he's got.
Yeah. And of course, option number three. Option number 3. Number 3 would be what Doublelift said. We'd like to see Sneaky play Jhin.
Yes.
Who knows? Maybe that's exactly the kind of thing that they need to pull out in order to surprise Immortals more than anything.
Also, just because, how hilarious would it be that first Immortals loss is to Jhin.
Right. Yeah. This champion that most of us look at and say probably doesn't belong in the competitive environment, and yet, who knows? Well, anyway, one can hope. As we go to the casters, let's hear from Reignover, though, about his opponent in the jungle.
Sometimes I get surprised by his plays because he's aggressive, and then when you're aggressive, you have to be super confident by yourself. And he actually make really good plays by playing aggressive, which I don't really experienced before by other players. So I think this kind of things make me surprised, and then this kind of things make me tense. I try to play more aggressive and then find better limit that I can do. It's really good practice for either of us because maybe he's learning some kind of less aggression from me, and then I'm trying to get more find out more limit from rush aggressive plays.
Yeah, and it's going to be, honestly, I think, a really interesting matchup. Rush, I think, easily the best jungler in NA last year, and Reignover, the best jungler in NA this year.
Absolutely. I mean, as Kobe said, this is a really exciting matchup to see again.
It's going to be fun to watch, and of course, it's going to be us checking out the starting lineups for this matchup. On the blue side is Immortals, looking to make it 10 in a row. Huni in the top lane, Reignover in the jungle, Pobelter in mid, Wild Turtle and AD carry, Adrian on support, with Coach Dylan leading the charge from behind.
And looking to stop Immortals' win streak on the red side, it is Cloud9. We have Balls in the top lane, Rush in the jungle, Jensen in mid lane, Sneaky on AD carry, and Hive, who only has 1 loss so far this year on support.
Yeah, pretty impressive stuff by him, of course. Speaking of 1 loss, 0 for the Immortals lineup.
This is true.
Statistics-wise, still Immortals' favorite, I suppose.
Much a higher percentage.
Yeah, instead of, 87 or something, whatever, 1 out of...
6 and 1?
Yeah, 1 out of 7 is about 14% off, so 86%. It's about 86.
All right.
Either way, whatever. It's close enough. We're going to get ourselves in a champion select. Immortals, again, the top of the standing. C9 looking to that number 2 spot. Of course, they're only half a game behind TSM right now, and C9 can continue to be on the shoulders of the North American LCS here. I got to talk to Jensen before the game, and he said he would crush them. And I said, see Rush? And he's like, actually, no, we're going to body these fools. So Jensen is well aware of the meme. And he says that he will body.
Shot call.
Yeah, which is also what C9 chants to play dynamic Q games with a high. But we are, of course, in a champion select. Poppy, Corki, Gangplank off the field. There's the Soraka ban, so Janna is what's left up right now. Lulu off the table for Pobelter, and we'll see what that final one ends up being. Although, interestingly, Huni said...
They attack Adrian's pool, attack, so to speak.
Yeah.
Also, they could take Alistar away from Adrian right here, which is something that High plays very frequently. Wouldn't expect that to happen early. So, interesting that they first picked Nidalee so quickly. High 6 and 1, 0.857%. So if your round is 0.6.
Yeah.
Freak again successfully doing math on stream.
Yes. And without math, I am nothing, Jat. Maybe puns, but those are kind of weak. And here we go, the bot lane pickups. Ooh, Rush gonna bring out the Lee Sin. The Alistar, you're right about that one, Jat. Lee Sin is not contested in any way at all, with Nidalee already picked up.
Yeah, interestingly enough, the only other time he's played Lee Sin this split was game 1, week 1 against Immortals. But then he was against Rek'Sai, who was really a bit of a counter into Lee Sin.
Yeah.
But yeah, Nidalee not so much. Rush, Lee Sin can actually be very, very good against Nidalee. If you can land the first part of your Q, you can put Nidalee, who's a very squishy champion, into some very dangerous situations.
You can see both these teams a bit loath to show their solo lanes and whatnot. Lee Sin, again, uncontested at this point with Nidalee on the field, but he picks it up anyway. That leaves the Kalista up for Immortals, which makes me think about Jhin. And yes! Sneaky is the first, I believe, professionally played Jhin in League of Legends.
Yes.
I assume I'm right here, alongside this Victor from Jensen, leaving counterpick for Balls in the top lane.
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
We said it jokingly, but we were half serious, and it's happening.
And Liquid are right to ban it, we assume.
Yeah.
He's played basically nothing but Jhin for the last, 3 weeks straight. That's an overestimation, but here it comes out.
All right, well, assuming his room pages are the same, he's got 15 attack damage, then just flat magic resist and armor, as would be expected.
Flat AD, definitely better than attack speed Quince on Jhin.
Gone for Warlord's Bloodlust as his Keystone Mastery.
What's cool is there's actually an analyst for Seed9 that his job is to do math on builds for people. So we'll see what they believe the optimal Jhin build is, as Sneaky is pretty much the Jhin expert, I think, by default right now.
I wonder if they're also telling Rush to instantly cancel his Nunu ultimate, like every time he casts it, to make sure he gets some of the damage off in a multi-slow.
But we'll talk about the rest of the champion select here because we have a Lux now, the third time for Pobelter, really liking this champion. He seems to have stopped finding things that are better than Lux here. Quinn comes in the top lane for Huni, picked blind, which then means the Malphite is up for Balls. We have seen this matchup so many times. It has always gone Malphite's way. But Balls vs. Huni is on paper a very good matchup for Huni.
Yeah, so this is a time where Immortals feels a little bit outdrafted. So they're going to have to outplay this, I feel like, depending on the success of Jhin. But the fact that they banned Adrian out heavily, still got high on his most comfortable champion. I'd say Victor, maybe Orianna, are Jensen's two best champions.
Yeah.
Ball shows a lot of success on Malphite. Rush is on his favorite champion. Like, Cloud9 has a whole bunch of comfort and good synergy. Whereas you look at Immortals, and they may be in some tough lane matchups with the Quinn into the Malphite because they got counterpicked on the backside. So credit to Lemon Nation here, giving them a fighter's chance here against Immortals.
Absolutely the case. You ask people who's going to be the team that could take down Immortals. Many did say it was Cloud9, and we'll see if these people are correct about this one as the timer runs down in Champion Select. Last remarks from the coaches given to the players, and we are here for a hell of a match here of League of Legends. Is it going to be Immortals? Is it going to be Cloud9? You guys at home are, of course, part of the vote. Tweet at LoL Esports, hashtag IMT win or hashtag C9 win. But this is the game to watch right now. Tell your friends, tell your dog, tell everyone, tune into this game. Sneaky on Jhin, hoping to assassinate the perfect record currently held by Immortals. We are in on this one. It's going to be such a great game. Here we go.
And, of course, the 4-shot Jhin. So one concern about Jhin in pro play is the fact that he kills turrets very slowly in a lane swap scenario. And Immortals has a lot of ranged champions which can also kill turrets very quickly. So if we get into any type of accelerated turret trading game, that's actually something that would be very comfortable for Immortals to do early on in the game. So their wards and Cloud9's wards should be set to try and make that happen, or if you're Cloud9, to stop that from happening, because Jhin would actually want a laning phase 2v2 right here.
And we'll see if they're going to find that one. Wild Turtle and Sneaky. Auto into Q. Auto number 3. Auto number 3. Crit move speed. And Rend is roughly equal to auto attacks.
Yeah, so they were both at about 230 health after that trade. A preview of things to come. Wild Turtle plays very aggressively.
Adrian finds High. 10 gold for the auto attack. High gets it back.
There we go.
So it is Warlord's Bloodlust, the keystone of choice for Sneaky. His crits will heal him for roughly 30% lifesteal, 15%, I forget the number. Oh, it scales on game time, so it's 10 to 25. And 30% attack speed, which is, I don't know the conversion rate, but is essentially more attack damage for Jhin.
Yes.
Which is awkward because he's reloading a lot of the time when that happens and can't use the attack damage.
That's unfortunate. You could use a spell.
Yeah, you can press Q and W, which do a lot of damage. I also learned...
they're looking to stop the Krugs, but Adrian and Turtle are waiting.
Stun only hits one. Exhaust on a Sneaky. They're going to flash in. Sneaky's going to get stunned. This is going to be bad. He gets hit up. Rend would kill him in a second. One more hit will do it. There's first blood. And Wild Turtle at 158 gets the first kill of the game. Now on to High. One more Rend will chunk him to 1/3. And what a start by Immortals.
I mean, what a call from Adrian and Wild Turtle to expect the aggression from High and Sneaky into their jungle. So they just straight up wait, knowing that Jhin will not have the mobility options to outpace a Braum and Kalista. They get the first mark on him. They fly after him to get the stun. And also just looking at the summoner spells, they know there's no exhaust to slow them down.
Right.
So it is such a smart call to wait in that brush.
And we've heard some players criticize High for his newness to the support role. And there, he hit Pulverize on only the Braum. He did not save it for when Wild Turtle started pushing forward. So he was never there to stop the Kalista damage. And maybe it would have been different if he had saved the cooldown.
Yeah, if there was a time in which Sneaky could have escaped, he would have had to have High Pulverize two people and then potentially flash and heal away. then he could have closed the distance. But this also just opens up the aggression window for Reignover to go in.
Look at that, yeah, pushing Rush actually right out of the jungle. Maybe naming him Hush. He's got to be quiet and go back to base right now. Reignover learning to be really aggressive. I don't know. I said something wrong and then I went with it.
Just keep going.
Yeah, I was right all along.
Yeah, this is actually how the early laning phase is supposed to go for the Quinn versus Malphite. Malphite doesn't do much early, so Huni can have a ton of early pressure, especially when Rush is spotted down on the bottom side. So Huni knows his matchups, is very confident in his Quinn. That's why they're willing to pick it with Malphite still up. It's just later in the game the Malphite can substantially outscale.
And we'll see when that comes through for the first couple of buys. Balls has already used up his entire Corrupting Potion, so he is now out of sustain. Huni's used his one potion, but at least has lifesteal in his items. You know, it's interesting. I almost think like Cole is slightly better in this situation because it's actually more life on hit for auto attack, and you can theoretically sustain higher.
For the Quinn?
Yeah, for Quinn specifically. If you think you actually really need to sustain, Cole is actually better in that specific regard.
Yeah.
Of course, flat health is very useful when you're dealing with later game team fights, so I can't exactly argue it.
Or even just when you're dealing with ganks. Assuming you're not getting harassed down heavily, having that extra health is super valuable.
Totally.
But it is that choice between the Cull and the Dorans, or even sometimes when we're talking about Dark Seal. Dark Seal makes your potions better.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you will take more damage. Sneaky, though, trying to pull some lane aggression on Jin.
And right now, Jin is ahead in minions. Of course, Wild Turtle, I believe, hard pushed the wave and then recalled, so they kind of got back to lane at the same time. Adrian getting hit quite a little bit. Sneaky lands the W, lands the crit on a Wild Turtle, and once again has to walk backwards during the reload, I should say. I almost said recall. Reloads goes once again in for Adrian, who's got to be careful. Exhaust gets burned, and the shield blocks the crit. And here comes Reignover. They get the kill. High picks up one, but now, where's he going to go? His health bar doing the opposite of his name, getting lower and lower. Flashes the corner, beautifully played. And he will get out, burning his flash.
Yeah, so I mean, you could tell Sneaky and High had a lot of laning pressure, and Sneaky was definitely punishing using some of the burst damage from Jin's kit. And it's ultimately why they were able to pick up one kill, but the kill distribution is still heavily favorable towards Immortals. Wild Turtle was the one to pick up a second kill. High got the kill on the side of Cloud9, so the gold difference between Kalista and Jin is now at 650.
That's pretty insane. Balls, though, getting some damage on a Huni, who is inside of a minion wave, though, which makes it scary. Balls flash Q. If it's max Q, he kills him. He's got him. He's down. Balls solo kills Huni.
Great job by Balls to punish Huni's aggression. There was no jungler near, and Huni did not respect the trading damage of the Malphite. He got some point-blank ease off. He was maxing that seismic shard, so it was 170 damage follow-up when he flash Q'd. And wow, that is not something people expected to see coming into this one, is Balls with a solo kill on a Huni.
Well, the term I have for that is hubris, because Huni forced Balls to recall. He TP'd back into the lane, got some items, refilled the potion, and Huni stayed without anything but a Doran's Blade, got whittled down. But now Reignover pushing in on the Jensen, has some damage to deal. Jensen is out of mana, but meanwhile, bot lane is still fighting. Look at the headbutt. Adrian dangerously low. Sneaky gets the crit, gets the chase down. Flash forced by Adrian. Wild Turtle on 1v2 has to run away. 2 deaths or not, Sneaky is winning this laning phase.
So aggressive by those two. They're really trying to use their experience with Jin to their advantage.
Oh, speaking of experience, having experience with Quinn, it might rhyme. And Reignover and Huni pushing around Rush inside his own jungle.
Yeah, Reignover now level 6. He seems to be able to get that faster than the enemy jungler in almost every game. This was prepped a long time ago, actually. Pobelter had ulted the minion wave just to clear it, and it's all about wave pressure right here, so they can make the invades and back people up. Nearly getting the kill onto Rush, and Reignover's going to continue this pressure, because
look at all the wards.
Deep ward.
Oh, he's gone! Ward hop not in time. Nice assassination. Reignover gets it, but now he's on the wrong side of the map. Jin W misses, but it's an easy pulverize for Jensen to deal some damage. Reignover does not have flash. He gets stunned, and it's going to go to Jensen all said and done, but at least the assist comes through to the AD carry. Balls again doing battle, but he's going to get stunned up for this one. Nice dodge on the Q. One more auto attack will stun. No, he gets the knockup. He wants in. Huni is dangerously low. A zap comes in and gets the root in for Adrian.
Jensen super low on mana right now, so he could not follow up that Malphite ultimate, but still, these guys swinging some pretty heavy punches, and it was actually the opposite of what you would have expected to see normally. as the Luxalt comes out to interrupt a recall of all things, buying time for the bottom lane turret to push. Sure. So cross-map plays like crazy, but it's Reignover who does the super aggressive invade, gets a kill, but then is collapsed on instead of the other way around where Rush is getting collapsed on.
And these teams have traded close to equal. 2-minute first blood is good for Immortals, but the overall game is 3-3 right now in kills. Gold still a little bit in Immortals' favor. They're winning farm in a lot of these spots. Nice ward hop and a kickback on Huni. He takes a turret shot as well. He lands the point blank Q, does not guess the vault correctly, and a solo kill for Rush. But meanwhile, Reignover says hello, picks him off again, and these guys are trading kills back and forth.
These teams are so fun to watch. Remember, though, Balls has maxed his Q, so he's got a lot of move speed chasing down Nidalee.
And he's on this one. Nidalee's got to run as fast as possible. Nice combo by High. Adrian comes in right away and blocks it up with the shield. Sneaky only crits the support, does not do meaningful damage. Trap doesn't do much either. Roots him up, but here comes the re-engage. A nice Fates call. High only level 5. Turtle. They turn it back around. Sneaky has to reload, and High is running. Turtle dangerously injured. One more hit will do it, but Sneaky gets stunned. But here comes Balls. There's the kill, and now he's got that 4th Whisper shot. Pobelter coming around though, Balls has to turn it back around. Another 1-for-1. We just keep trading kills, Jazz.
Yeah, this game is everything we wanted more, and it's not over yet. Huni in bird form, going for Jensen.
And they're gonna zap him, they're gonna do so much damage right over in the wings. That's the assassination. The Javelin to secure it all, 6-5 Immortals.
No matter how fast the game becomes, it always feels like Immortals is willing to play faster. The action is non-stop, but in all of this chaos, they are up now 2,000 gold, even though being up just 1 kill.
Oof. Impressive stuff here for sure. What a great game to watch. More kills than minutes in the game. Very bloodthirsty teams, and that is fun. Wild Turtle and Reignover, the key beneficiaries, 3 kills on each of them here.
Yeah, and a lot of the aggression is actually being started by Sneaky and High in the bottom lane. They're consistently engaging on Wild Turtle and Adrian. Despite, like we said, there being a 600 gold difference earlier on in the lane, it's actually stretched to 800 now because Wild Turtle was able to pick up another kill for that kill trade.
Yeah.
But when you watch this, I mean, High's actually going in despite Turtle having 6. So they're going to have to deal with the Fates call and have no ultimates of their own. Yes, Adrian's level 4, but this is dangerous. Sneaky has to reload. I think goes through 1 or 2 clips in this entire fight.
That's the second clip right there.
Wild Turtle healed, so the last shot didn't kill him. Then Turtle is able to close out for the kill. But Sneaky, because of the stun, ends up having to burn Flash, so Turtle was going to be dead either way. It's just a matter of if Sneaky gets Flash. And the teleport comes in on the backside, is also unable to secure a kill. So not a very effective teleport from Balls.
Yeah, true that. So a bit of time lost. Only down 5 CS though, missed teleport or not. Huni's been roaming around just as much as he has. Again, kills everywhere. 1-0-0 for Balls. Huni, couple of assists. And doing his best to make his mark on this game. Hexdrinker coming in soon to survive the Malphite matchup.
Yeah, it's interesting right there. I mean, he lost it. He lost the Malphite matchup early.
Yeah.
But that's because he didn't recall in time, and now it's reaching the stage in the game, especially once Malphite can complete that Sunfire Cave. You're going to lose it late, too.
Yes.
So really, Huni's going to have to be making roaming advantages. Or Reignover's just going to be up there doing some magic damage to the Malphite and tilt the lane for him.
Sure.
He's higher level than the top laner.
Jeez, yeah. Highest level in the game. Reignover tied with Pobelter at level 9 right there. Javelin hits Balls, who does not have any magic to speak of. So Reignover can do some real damage here, and they're looking for it. He does have Unstoppable Force. If they pull aggro, he can knock him down. Huni nearly takes a shot. Now Adrian's up there as well, so 3v1 Rush in the wings. And there's the knockup. They get a couple here, but no one had aggro. Flashes away from the Braum ulti. Really smartly done by Balls. Gets away, and now the team is coming back to re-engage. It's 4 versus 3. Jensen on the way up. Pobelter will be there first. And he's going to go for the bind. No, he's going to go for the kick. They missed the Sonic Wave, though, and Pobelter will walk away cleanly. Nice dodge on the binding. Jensen still getting away from the skill shots. Huni used teleport, but they're going to re-engage. Rush, whoa! Nearly takes him out. One more hit will do. A ward hop, the auto attack, the red buff slow. It's going to be 2 for nothing. Well done, Cloud9. Now Reignover back into this one. Gets the assassination, and now on the Balls they go. 2 versus 2, but look at the damage these guys can deal. Headbutts Wild Turtle out of the fight, and then they re-engage back on a High, whose ulti is still ticking down. The Ren stacks are still building up, but they will not stay. Wild Turtle's on the wrong side of the map. He's cut off.
They're stuck in here.
Getting chunked. He'll die to the Ren. Went in too early. Gave a kill over to Immortals.
Reignover is still here with red buff, and Sneaky has run all the way from the bottom of the map up to the top. He doesn't kill the turret down there. And I really am impressed by your breathing skills, Freak, because that was about a 1.5-minute long fight that you didn't miss a beat on. But Holy crap, that was action-packed. Immortals comes out of this now just taking stock. 4 kills on Reignover, 4 kills on Wild Turtle. Good kill distribution aside from having the 0-3 Quinn. And Jensen also had some pretty critical kills in here since the team is so squishy. Rare mistake there by Rush, not queuing in the direction of his kick. That would have made this kill a lot cleaner. But at the same time, Huni wouldn't have gone in with so much confidence had that kick landed. So the burst comes out from Jensen. Huni really has been disrespectful this whole game.
I think he missed it though.
Yeah, he did
He
miss
tried
it.
to get the W back in.
And I liked what Rush did here as he immediately turns to Pobelter because Jensen can secure the kill on the Huni. And he actually holds off on a second auto attack because he's very selflessly giving the kill to Jensen. But in doing so, it gives a little bit of time for Reignover to come in on the backside and pick up 1 kill, whereas Jensen is out of mana at the end of that fight.
And now it's time for Immortals to keep the pressure on. As you said, the kills are only 1 apart, but it's 2 turrets to 0 and a 3,000 gold lead for the reigning undefeated North American LCS team right now. Immortals in first place, looking to continue that as they take down Dragon, the first of the game. Cloud9 have fought back in champion combat, but really in no other ways in this one. Immortals are building leads, not off just individual skill, but their play of the game.
A really action-packed game, that is for sure. Sneaky, we've seen the Jhin, but we haven't been super impressed by it yet. Yeah, I do have to note, Sneaky did try and come in at the end of that fight with his Jhin ultimate. It pushed Reignover back off of Jensen.
Okay. A zoning curtain call to a certain extent. Quick sweeper. Will disable Jhin traps, by the way. They are stealth traps, so sweeper does work that way against them. Same as Jack in the Box, same as Teemo Mushrooms. So we're never able to kill that one away. Captive Audience doesn't do anything under sweeper. We're never killing away some pink wards. And Immortals trying to get ward control. Jensen taking a whole bunch of damage. Nice save on the E by Pobelter. Gets the max slow possible and then does the damage at the end.
He may have actually been stunned while the E was out as well. Jensen had him on the gravity field.
Still got the damage at the end, so it was all
definitely
all okay by the end. Mid lane pushes around. Huni is there to deal some damage right away. Meanwhile, Reignover taking jungle camps away. They know they've got enough people. Hops right back over the wall, gets back to work, and they will take this one down. 3 turrets to 0. Immortals really winning the macro game against Cloud9.
Absolutely, and a lot of that attributes back to Reignover yet again. He has been living in the jungle of Cloud9, even against Rush's best champion on Lee Sin. Nidalee can clear the jungle faster than Lee, so he's been able to get the timing to invade. And even though Cloud9 has been fighting them off desperately, Immortals is still pulling ahead really substantially. 4,500 gold, including the Rift Herald buff, which could be used to get more turrets.
It's interesting how similar it is to the Team Dignitas game where, again, in that match, Immortals versus Team Dignitas, they were very close in kills, but it wasn't the kills that was keeping the games apart. It was all the macro play, the farm, the neutral objectives, and Immortals are, again, doing that. And again, to Cloud9, who are a team that normally excel at that specific type of gameplay.
Yeah, it's something else for sure. The early kill didn't hurt for Wild Turtle on the bottom lane. Of course, it allowed Reignover to get a jump on Rush early. But then Balls also solo killed Huni, so we're all talking like, where is the weakness for Immortals right here? Huni oftentimes carries, but he is the one to die. But if they can overcome him getting solo kill the lane and just not even have it phase them, you know, what will actually phase the team? They get double banned on the support position, still pick up first blood.
Yeah.
Very hard team. Very, very hard team to beat.
Definitely is, and looked like it's going to be a tough task. Head of C9 wants to be one of those teams to do it. Bot lane getting pushed around. His turret is very low. Sneaky reloads and continues to throw bullets into that structure. Sadly, his passive will not crit turret, so you don't get that bonus out of that 4th one. But look at that. For bottom outer turret, Immortals got top lane tier 2. Again, Immortals is doing more with the same sort of calls.
Yeah, and they also get deep vision inside the jungle of Cloud9 here, whereas when Cloud9 pushed bottom, they didn't have time to get deep vision of Immortals jungle. So advantage Immortals.
Yep, 5,000 gold is the lead. Reignover is inside Rush's jungle again, taking down the Wolves, looking high in the face and saying, yeah, I dare you. And high flash into the headbutt, into the damage. The stuns come through, and whoa, Reignover can't quite die, but the re-engage sure comes through. Rush is low, so is high. A re-engage by Balls. Adrian taking plenty of damage. The push comes through for Sneaky. Here comes the curtain call. 1 onto Wild Turtle, 2 on towards him. Now towards Reignover, and he gets him from downtown. Adrian goes down. That is the first kill of that fight. There's the javelin. There's the re-engage. C9 starting to win it though. Pobelter and Huni both very low. Lands the Q. Will he go? Yes, he will. One more hit will do it. Rush gets the kill. Flashes out. And look at that. It's 3 kills to 2 in favor of Cloud9.
Even with the goal disadvantage, Cloud9 is willing to make a decisive call and go for it. It's always been what Hai has been willing to do as a shot caller, is try and take the game back. Do not let the other team give it to you, because they know Immortals will not do that. And oh my, the start on Reignover, you thought it was going to turn terrible when they didn't finish off Reignover, but they persisted on that fight and continued to follow through. Watching this right here, Malphite is too far away to necessarily follow this up, and they actually get the chain stun from the W on Sneaky.
Yeah, the
and
gravity
they don't get the stun. They maybe get the stun from the gravity field, but he backs away early. Jensen then holds his ultimate a little bit, which is good, because he waits until he can get it on the biggest group possible and waits for the Malphite ult to do so. Very good coordination there. And then the Jhin ultimate pushes Turtle back, and then he's trying to kill Reignover with it, but Braum actually, does he get
Faith
thrown?
calls
Faith
out.
call out into the ult. Oh my God.
I will protect you. It wasn't going for me.
Yeah, oh no. Uh-oh.
Not a good spot for Balls to be in. A 1v2 against the Korean duo Huni and Reignover. Easy chase down. He can't get away from this one. Puts in attack speed slow. There's the kill. There's a pick up for Huni. 1 finally on the field for him. 11-10 overall kill score for Immortals. But the gold lead actually shrunk down a little bit, down to 4,000 here, as Cloud9 have picked up a little bit of farm around the map.
Yeah. And even though there is that 4,000 gold lead, the Quinn, especially in team fighting, which is what Immortals seems to be very set on doing, isn't the same as a Malphite. So if Immortals is continuing to 5v5 team fight, they don't actually have a huge edge. Both Nidalee and Quinn are poor in those things when compared to Lee Sin and Malphite.
Yep. So
they really need to get the side waves going and create numbers advantages in these fights. Since as we saw in that last one, even when the initiation isn't perfect, Cloud9 can still do very well. And the gold that Jensen has is incredibly dangerous for the combos. Here's Balls with the base teleport coming in hot.
Rush stunned up, getting comboed out. A lot of damage dealt to him, but they get Reignover first, and Reignover is the gold leader as far as advantages are concerned. So 1 for 0, and Rush got out as well. He kicked one, then Ward hopped away. Cloud9 in control of the mid lane now, pushing this one down. Dragon is up as well. C9 having most of their ultis available. What kill can they find here? Hai taking a lot of damage, pops it. Adrian gets the knock-up as well, but still, this Alistar is tanky. Fate's call keeps Adrian safe. The re-engage towards Jensen. They chain the CC. They take him down. They're gonna get him back though. And the Lotus Explosion doing a bit of damage, but Wild Turtle is still unkilled. Sneaky running away, but vaulted on. But rushes back. Can't find the Q, but here comes Curtain Call. Pobelter has to block this. He's gonna get slowed. He finds Huni, and he gets the crit. Pobelter stops blocking it, and he goes back in for Sneaky. But Rush and Balls, unstoppable. Maybe even literally. As he keeps going in, Turtle, 1 versus 3. And he takes 3 of them down.
This game is delivering in every conceivable way, Freak. We're seeing Jin's ultimate having a large impact, hitting kills with the last tick, and then Turtle sticking around until the very end of the team fight and never backing down, knowing he had the Hurricane, getting the double kill Ren, and then Sneaky was on his 4th shot when Wild Turtle hit him for the kill. It was a quarter second away from being the other way and an ace for Cloud9, but Immortals comes out barely on top. And you know what? We're going to see those fights again.
We are going to see more of those. This is going to be so much fun. I am glad this is my 3rd and final game of the day, because I probably couldn't cast one after this one. The weekend's approaching, but this could be we'll replay the fight.
Yeah, so this is after Reignover had already been killed and Rush had gone back to base because he narrowly escaped. Hai gets locked down pretty heavily, but specifically being able to get all the hits to stun Jensen right there before he could retaliate was huge, because that's a Victor ultimate unused in what was a very close fight. When you consider following this one through, Pobelter, he could have actually just blocked all 4 shots, but I think he was,
walks right.
He was worried. Pobelter, I think, should have also been worried about dying to Rush, but either way, just let him stand in the line. He trusted his ability to dodge, should not have trusted his ability to dodge. Pobelter doesn't get the kill with the ultimate, and then
double bind
he did get the double bind, which sets up Turtle for this, and then Sneaky, 1 more hit. The 4th might have gotten him, but it would have been real close.
Yeah.
And Turtle just strikes him a little bit sooner.
So Sneaky is going rapid fire cannon second. Jat, your League of Learning so far, very accurate.
Essence Reaver will probably be the next item. We'll see, though, with all the CC flying around in this one. Turtle, 5,000 damage. Sneaky, 4,000 damage in that fight.
Yeah.
And as we saw, that was a fight pretty much without Jensen.
Yeah,
because the Braum stun got him really early on. That's not going to happen again. Jensen has been a huge contributor in every fight but that one.
Nice root onto Huni. They follow in right away, but Sneaky's got to be careful. Down to half HP. Bind on Jensen. This is scary. 1,000 health left. Javelin hits Rush. Rainover putting out so much damage this game. And you're seeing Wild Turtle rushing for a Maw of Immortius. He knows the magic damage threat of Victor and Malphite is real.
Yeah, Turtle very fed this game. And he's going to have to carry pretty hard, I think. Just Rainover and Huni do have some gold. I mean, specifically Rainover has gold. Huni doesn't have much, but their team fighting isn't that strong compositionally, yet this fight is still all about team fights. This game is all about team fights.
Because there's no split push to be had. Huni can't split against balls successfully, so it has to come down to the 5-on-5s, the roams, the attempts. Rush.
Oh, the wait. They do not have vision. There's a blue trinket up for Sneaky.
There's the usage. And they spot it. Mid lane getting it cleared away by Huni and Pobelter, and C9 can't quite get in. Even though Immortals are split, there's no call to go. There's no dive. Maybe another attempt. Adrian right in the front line. High gets rooted up. He's going to have to ult at some point. Roots come in, but of course you can just Fate's Call Braum right out. Jensen flashing away. That means Adrian is now overextended and exposed, and he gets chunked out. There's one kill, but Huni on the side finds Jensen. Sneaky can't chase him down all the way. Ball's ulted, but no one was going to deal the damage. Wild Turtle going in, gets crit down pretty low. Sneaky's got to be careful. One more hit into it, and the re-engage by High to buy some time. And now the curtain call. Rainover getting a jump down Rush, saving the day, but can't get the kill. Wild Turtle gets in, and he gets it again going forward. He's going to find some more kills. A double for Pobelter, and that is the ace for Immortals.
Wow, that could be the fight that ends it for Immortals as far as the next time the Cloud9 has a chance to win one. Wild Turtle with such fast chase on the backside of that fight. Sneaky was trying to channel his ultimate for another cleanup attempt, but he was zoned out of it that time. Instead of Immortals running away and letting him take 4 shots, they ran towards and stopped him from being able to take it. Very start of this fight, High was trying to make a play on a Rainover, but can't quite get there. Instead, he uses Pulverize on Adrian, which is bad news. Jensen doesn't get hit by the Fate's Call, but Huni had a very strong team fight play here on the flank. He actually gets over the wall right as the Luxalt comes through, and Jensen is deleted again early in the team fight. At this point, it's Sneaky versus Turtle, and Turtle gets enough damage out, tanking the 4th shot from Sneaky as well, which is, again, just enough. And Rainover flashed forward into that curtain call to stop him from firing all 4 shots. That was so critical, allowing Wild Turtle to then run up after Sneaky, who had no bonus move speed because he couldn't empty his clip and couldn't run away.
And even some of those kills, Rush was like 10 energy away from being able to land his E to get the kill on Rainover when he did jump in. Just really small things changing how this game was going. But now bot lane, Siege has been started. Immortals got that Baron not long ago. For those curious, the gold plus 0-0, by the way, is if someone had Runic Affinity, the 27 seconds that you would get off that, and no one has that mastery. Just want to sort of clarify what that graphic is about.
It's a new graphic this week in the LCS. Now a 10,000 gold lead, and look at that Lux Poke plus Baron minions.
He's still threatening on the backside, and yes, Cloud9 does have to run away from this one. Nice root, good damage, but the threat of the counter engage is too high. That's normally the hit that picks are made of, but...
Yeah, I mean, the turret's just falling so quickly, unless Cloud9 is willing to make a full engage, which they can't because Sneaky got poked too low, so this is probably the inhibitor going down.
Inhibitor going down, well done to Immortals, and look at that, ballooning the gold lead, 4,800 gold up. Some of that is minions that Cloud9 can still pick up for themselves, of course, with the state of the map. But Dragon number 2 on the field for Immortals. They haven't tried to get it too often, but it's there if they want it.
I just want to point out this is a 36-kill game in 20 seconds.
Yeah.
And these are also 2 of the best teams in the LCS.
Absolutely.
So we can expect Immortals to continue to play.
Whoa, Huni, he's jumping in a lot of people, gets kicked right in. The root's going to land even despite the flash. Heavy over-aggression, an easy pick for C9.
Yeah, there's a reason Huni is the largest death
Wild
percentage.
Turtle! Wild Turtle, that's pretty scary. Headbutts one out, but High's gonna run out of the ulti. He gets picked up. There's a knock-in from Balls. Can he do enough damage though? Sneaky getting pushed around. Rainover takes him out, and yes, Wild Turtle is still alive. It was all part of the plan. Immortals 3-1 in this one. Jensen forced to run the flash to W in for Adrian, but can't land the Q. That one's gonna land though. Rainover getting some damage. Exhaust cleansed away, but there's the pickoff. Rainover 7, 3, and 8.
Wild Turtle is actually insane, but it continues to work right there. 11 kills. He gets the mob proc when he's very low on health, and then is able to sustain through the fight with the help of Nidalee as well. Yeah, and Hysterix was finished as well. I thought it was just the Jarom's fist, but he'd finished both of them. That's full bait, Wild Turtle right there. That's why you build on Jungle Graves, because people try and burst you. He builds it on Kalista and wrecks people. 16,000 gold now, 3 inhibitors cycled.
Oof, beautiful stuff by Immortals. The kills are close, but the team fights are close, but Immortals have retained control of this game with 16 kills. Cloud9 have gotten 1 turret, 0 dragons, and 0 Rift Heralds.
Yeah, Immortals is taking some fire as they relentlessly push their front line forward, but they are taking objectives over and over again, even if Huni is consistently dying early on in fights. I can't credit Huni for that last one. That was all Wild Turtle and the rest of the team flying in with the support, because Huni gets super aggressive. I mean, Braum isn't based when he's trying to make this play into Rush. So Rush, like a smart person, kicks him backwards. They get the chain stun from the Jhin. High combos him down, but now the CC is actually mostly out. So Turtle goes in 1v4. Sterix procs. Maw actually doesn't proc right away. Then it would proc when he gets Malphite ultimated. And Jensen can't perfectly follow. He goes down to 80 health at the lowest.
Yeah, he got healed by Nidalee or someone healed at the end, but he got chunked to 80 with then shields on him from everyone else.
Yeah.
No, someone healed, just Nidalee.
And now they go.
And they're going to do so much damage. Knockouts come through. Balls gets deleted. High is going to be next on the docket there. Rush kicks a nice one there. It's not bad, but there's just no one left alive to do any damage. The team's got to run away. Cloud9 back inside their base. A stun on Pobelter. Some damage dealt, but not even Jhin can kill Immortals. It's going to be the game right now. Only Rush and High left alive. Here comes Nexus turret number 1. It's only 30 minutes in. They made him work for it, but Cloud9 could not stand up to the juggernaut that is Immortals, who remains undefeated 10 games into the North American LCS in first place.
And what a game it was. Immortals nearly pacing a kill per minute. It's like they're playing a different game than everyone else in the LCS. And Cloud9 was trying valiantly to hold them back, killing them again and again as they ran in. But team fight after team fight, even though Cloud9 had generally better team fighting champions, Immortals was still taking it and still coming out on top.
Well, they had the gold lead from the better macro play, whether it was winning some of their lanes or just getting the turrets down. Immortals, just with their relentless aggression and constantly very smart rotations, were able to knock these turrets down despite close team fights and get farther and farther and farther ahead. Talk about the Jhin a little bit. Sneaky did as much damage as Pobelter or Huni. We're all within 100 of each other, so the Jhin was effective despite getting killed before 2 minutes in.
Yeah, really curious to see more Jhin in the future, especially if he ends up getting some buffs for the next patch, because Sneaky's the only one to be playing him on this current patch. And it looked like he had the potential to be very lane dominant.
Yeah.
Giving up first blood, losing summoners, getting ganked, being down 0-2, and then still making aggressive plays.
Yeah.
So Sneaky displaying a lot of mastery and aggression on that champion. High also some very good shot calls in the mid game, down 5,000 or 6,000 gold and almost pulling it back. Cloud9 definitely had a chance to take down Immortals here if a few of those team fights go differently.
Absolutely true, but even a pretty tightly played game by C9 was not enough to stand up to Immortals, who still won in under 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Again, their 10th win in a row. I mean, these guys...
What is their average game time now? It's got to be like 25 minutes.
It's got to be under 30. I mean, these guys are relentless and crazy in all the good ways. Wild Turtle 13, 1, and 8. He got first blood early on, that helps, of course, but just constantly into the battles. Alistair pulverizes down. I'll hop into 3 of you. No one can touch me. It's fine. No big deal. I'll bait with the shields.
A Sterix Gage, Mama Mortius, a Nidalee in the backside that's always willing to heal him up.
Engaged a 4v5 as Kalista. Not with the ulti. With himself as Kalista.
10,000 gold lead. You know, those are the plays that other teams are just like, you know what, let's pull back. We had a loss.
Yeah.
They just keep going.
And Immortals think they knew what was going to be the right call, and it ended up working for them. So props to Immortals. And now for some additional analysis on that game, let's set it down to Zyrina, the Telestrator, to break down one of those team fights.
Thank you, Freak. I'm forever alone here at the Telestrator. I gave the Lover Boys some time. They'll have a room later on. But I want to bring up a replay here. This is one of the team fights Jat was talking about, where if C9, if it had just been executed a little bit better, they could have actually had a little bit of a better lead. It would have been a little bit closer. So as we take a look at this one, 21 minutes in, it ends up being a 4 for 3. And what you need to note at the start of this is Malphite ultimate is down. It was used to kill Reignover only. High, he's going to run himself a little bit out of mana here as the play continues, and then he doesn't have enough for a headbutt pulverize combo in the middle of it. So let's start this clip off and keep those two things in mind. Balls, no ultimate. High, he's retreating. Boom, there goes all of his mana. He no longer has enough to actually use a headbutt pulverize combo, and now they focus on him. Jensen, they jump onto him. He goes down. High has all these stacks in him, and he gets picked up off on the side. C9 is buying time for Rush, though, and Sneaky with a nice juke there after the 4th shot for the bonus movement speed. And then, boom, because Vault was used, nobody can stop Sneaky inside of his ultimate, and he's able to throw out these shots, pick up Huni, and then this crucial moment that comes up right here. Sneaky, he still has flash available to him, but his options are, do I attempt this flash? Is that enough distance to actually get over that wall and to position yourself here to be a threat to Pobelter and Wild Turtle and clean up this fight? If he flashes this way, then he has to come back in onto Pobelter, and it ends up being a much harder route to actually execute on. So Sneaky had this option available to him, but instead he eats the laser, and as we continue to roll this clip out, you're going to see he doesn't have enough HP. He doesn't want to get close enough to Wild Turtle, and now these stacks are coming down. The double binding onto them kept them in place for Wild Turtle to get enough HP back, and that is how Wild Turtle ends up picking up that 4 for 3, or 5 for 3 at the end of the day. So that's one of those fights where there could have been another kill picked up there, and that could have been Sneaky pushing up a little further. That could have been Sneaky retreating from Reignover afterwards. But, you know, at the end of the day, it is that 10-0 for Immortals. Now, let's hand it off to Dash, who's got an interview ready with Immortals Kill Leaders.
Thank you very much, Zyrene. That's right, I'm here with Reignover and Wild Turtle of the victorious Immortals. And I don't know if you guys had the opportunity to see that clip as you were getting mic'd up there, but I think that fight was a pretty perfect illustration of how, one, how bloody the game was, and two, how close it felt the entire time. Even though I'm sure when you guys go back and watch it, you'll actually take note of the gold lead that you guys were able to secure yourself even through all these kill trades. Did it feel that close? I'm coming to you first, Wild Turtle, because the whole game just felt like every fight could have swung one way or the other.
I think our team fights were pretty close, but I think we were in control for most of that game. I felt like every time we team fight, we were going to win. But somehow the team fights got super close. I think C9 team fought really well.
Yeah, well, part of that was how big the Callista got. And a big factor in that was, of course, the first blood that you guys secured before minions even show up to lane. But I actually want to come to you, Reignover, with the first blood question, because by him securing the first blood over there, that means that that's the first game this split that you don't get to be a part of first blood for your team. How does that feel, taking that statistic away from you?
Well, like I'm not really playing like the game for first play, you know. Like if I just have a like opportunity, then I just go for it, and then like usually it ends up getting first blood. But like everyone was laughing and everyone was like happy, super happy about like Turtle getting first blood because it's like really good start, you know. So like I didn't feel any bad. I just feel super happy.
Absolutely. That didn't hinder your ability to have a good start either. I think very early on in the game we saw 4 kills on both you, so a lot of gold coming into your pockets. As this game developed, though, fight after fight after fight, we saw 10 kills at 9 minutes, 15 kills at 12 minutes, 36 kills at 20 minutes. You know, it was just, how do you as a team approach a game like that that seems to be operating at such a high speed that you almost can't think that quickly? How do you guys as a team figure out what your priorities are going to be when it just seems that every other second there's a fight starting?
I think like if you see their picks and our picks, like we really want to siege and to push out turrets when you have advantage, and then C9 is really good at engaging fights. So basically we had some advantage on early game, and then we wanted to push towers, but I think me and Huni were like bit positioning too aggressive because it's not like we disrespect, but we just feel like if you play aggressive, then they have to like stay back, but they actually didn't stay back and then try to punish us, and then that ends up like we like having some kind of bad team fight, because we usually have to peel back as much as we can. But I think it's just because we wanted to siege and then they wanted to engage. And then it's actually when you have like siege comp against engage comp, like engage comp should win team fight if siege comp doesn't really play well. But I think like early game we didn't play really well on the team fight. But mid game we had Fed Kallistar, so we kind of was focused on peeling.
It was kind of the clash of the two styles, right? And so that's kind of how they met head to head. Speaking of the Kalista, who ended up with like 13 kills in that game, you had the Maw, the Sterix. I mean, it just built into such a tanky ADC frontliner, basically, for the team. I actually want to get your opinion, though, on Jhin, because we got to see it come out this game. I know Sneaky's a big fan of it. It did, to some degree, impress with what it did. Of course, you guys got the first blood and a couple early kills, but what is your opinion of Jhin as an ADC and where he kind of falls into the tier?
I think Jhin is pretty strong in terms of like poking and like cleaning up fights, but I think like his laning is very weak because he's always prone to getting all in. And if you get all in as a Jhin, he can't really fight that well because his attack speed is like really low.
Exactly. His mobility is essentially running out of ammo. Yeah. He's like, now I can move. Yeah, so it's a little give and take there. Well, who knows? Maybe we'll get to see that opportunity again. That being said, you guys did leave it up. And so I want to return now to picks and bans because we finally saw a team target Adrian take out that Soraka Janna that he had played for the entirety of this split. So again, back to you in the bot lane. Did it I kind of just want to get the team's opinion of the way that Cloud9 approached playing you, because it was different from what any other team has tried against Immortals yet so far, strategy-wise.
I think banning out Adrian is cool, I guess, but like you can't really do anything even if you ban out Adrian, because Adrian has a pretty big champion pool. But he's played a lot of like Soraka and Gen X, so I see why teams want to ban that. But I think Adrian can just play any champion. And especially with the Kalista too, so it doesn't really matter. Right,
it kind of feeds into what we were talking about in our pregame is how do you even approach going up against Immortals? Who do you ban out? We talked about, well, maybe you ban out the Adrian, maybe you attack Reignover because you do make so many plays around the map. Being 10-0, I have to, and having had experience on an 18-0 team, I want to ask you, what is your method of keeping the team on track and focused at improving and becoming better so that you don't, rest on your laurels and get a sneak game taken away from you?
I think even this split, like there was a lot of games that we were behind early game. Like even there was like 6K, I think 5K gold lead that enemy had. But I think we just have like the mindset. Me and Huni especially had like mindset that, like even though the game is behind, we just assume that they're gonna make mistake, and then we just wait until they make mistake, And then when we're ahead, like we just try to just ensure that we're winning, and then just try to not make mistakes. So I think if you just focus on like being positive around the game, then I think it's like pretty. You can like make less mistake, I guess. Yeah.
Well, it hasn't shown. There's been no moments of hesitation when you guys are behind. I think Freak and Jat mentioned in the cast that you guys looked very aggressive even on the losing end of some of these fights, and that's where those gold leads were coming out of this game, is the constant pressure and map movements that you guys have. Finally, Turtle, I want to come back to you. Close us out here with, a lot of people are looking at Cloud9 as the team that could beat you today with High back in the lineup. You squashed that notion. If there was anybody left, on the docket to do it, I think most people would point towards TSM and CLG. Your opinion after TSM's performance today against CLG, if they are able to reach kind of their full potential, do you think they can give you a run for their money?
Yeah, I guess TSM...
It's okay to say no. It's okay to say, we're going to squash them.
I guess TSM can potentially take a game off us. It would just be a game I'm looking forward to, I guess.
All right. Good. Nice political answer, Wild Turtle. I was looking for you to be like, absolutely not. We will crush them. Exactly. See, that's the face I want to see. Anyway, we're spreading the love. Oh, congratulations on the victory, the 10-0, and thank you for the interview. I'm being rude on Valentine's Day of all days. We're spreading the love here around the LCS studio with more tweets for your pro Valentines. This one comes from Spyron, maybe, who's chosen High, because I want to understand the magic. I think that we all do. Do you guys have any idea as to what it is that makes High such an effective shot caller?
I don't know. He just he talks a lot, I guess. He's an outgoing person.
I actually want to play a game with High,
You want to play with him?
Yeah.
You've never
I want to see what is he doing, because like if there's like voice check, is it a voice check?
I actually played with High before. He actually does talk a lot.
Yeah, like High's.
With the like mic check at the end of the game.
Yeah. When I saw it, like High always like have a good shot call or like good like if he actually ensured like opportunities, you know, even this game, like he just like if you have to go, he go for it. He doesn't hesitate, you know. I think like players being like aggressive and then not being hesitate is actually a really good point, you know. So,
Yeah, I think it would be a real
maybe
treat.
this kind of thing, like engage when no one can engage, this kind of thing. I think maybe it's making him like important player.
Absolutely. I think everybody would appreciate being able to play a game with Hai, at least for a moment, see what it is like to be led by him. Anyway, that's going to do it for us on this game. We've got Liquid versus Renegades right after the break, so stay with us.
Oh, Jin, guys!
Oh, shit, dude.
I'm a fucking Jin main.
Yeah, fucking Jin
You're actually Donzo.
Balls flash Q. If it's back to Q, he kills him. He's got him. He's down. Balls solo kills Hootie. The push comes through for Sneaky. Here comes the curtain call. 1 onto Wild Turtle. 2 on towards him. Now turns right over. And he gets him from downtown.
Honey. Locks above you. Locks.
Oh shit.
Can you get locks? Flash. Nice. Go. Pull out there. No flash. Careful. Kite back.
Cloud9 back inside their base. A stun on Pole Belter. Some damage dealt, but not even Jin can kill Immortals. Cloud9 could not stand up to the juggernaut that is Immortals.
Welcome back to week 5 of our spring split coverage. I'm Dominic Sater-Omer, and joining me for the last 2 games is Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler.
Happy Valentine's Day, my friend.
I understand you've already got one, though.
Yes, I do.
Oh, well,
I'm taken.
Oh, well, good, good. I'm currently accepting applications, so find me after the game, and we'll see how it goes from there. But we're setting the stage for our next match, Liquid versus Renegades. Just a week ago, Liquid were rising through the ranks and looking like one of the teams to watch, but they've suffered back-to-back losses against 2 of the top teams.
Sounds like they brought a vocal fan base to this game, though. Liquid, they didn't have the greatest game against Cloud9, as you said, but they still did have an aggressive play style, and they were eager to make plays. It's something that Matt actually has talked about in the past. You know, he's been hesitant a little bit to pull the trigger sometimes. Yesterday, though, he was very quick on his trigger finger, maybe overcompensating it a little bit. There was that one disastrous call at the turret in the mid lane, and they gave up a bunch of kills, which kind of snowballed against them, and they were unable to come back.
Yeah, that should make this a game that Liquid can't afford to lose then, as they face Renegades. Renegades now have the longest losing streak in the LCS with 8 straight losses for the split.
Yeah, it's a rough story here for Renegades in the North American LCS. The solo lanes have been falling behind fairly early in the game. They haven't had a lot of jungle pressure. One thing that they can rely on, though, is Freeze in the bottom lane. So if they've got a strength, it is Freeze in the bottom lane. Maybe they will look to throw all of their resources down there. He does have the highest kill participation among all AD carries. You know, that usually comes when the AD carry is the biggest strength on the team. He also has the 2nd highest damage per minute behind only Doublelift on a losing team. He does, you know, not have all of the games that a bunch of the other AD carries have, but still definitely impressive showing from Freeze, even though they've lost so many games.
Yeah. Well, we're going to have to find out, though, if they can pull it together with Freeze then. If you've got this big beacon saying, hey, I do a lot of damage, I'm the strong point for the team, you can imagine that Liquid might be
Everybody will look down to that bottom lane. Maybe everybody sends 10-man down bottom.
We'll certainly find out. Crumbs actually admits that he has a tough matchup against Dardoch and says his opponent brings more than just strong individual skills to Liquid.
From what I've seen about Dardoch, obviously he's great mechanical skill, and he understands where he has to be in, you know, the right place at the right time. So he's a good jungler so far, and some games he's been a little off, but for the most part he's very proactive, and that's usually what you need in the jungle position, because the jungler kind of carries the team, I guess, mentality throughout the game. So if the jungle is being very passive, then usually your lanes are more passive. The jungle is being very proactive, and the lanes are going to be playing up more. And, you know, he carries that well, and the team plays accordingly, which is very good. But that's usually what you want from a jungler.
Yeah, good points there from Crumbs. And just of note, the rough games that Dardoch has had recently were against Immortals and Cloud9. That's Rush and Reignover that he's jungling against. So, yes, you know, he did have a couple of recent losses, but those are some very tough jungle opponents.
Yeah, they certainly are. For now, let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Liquid. Lurlo, Dardoch, Phoenix, Piglet, and Matt are going to be making up the majority of the roster with Coach Loco Doco.
And on the red side, it's Renegades. Up top is Flares. In the jungle, Crumbs. Mid is Alex Each. AD carry is Freeze. And support, Hakuho. Up on stage with them, of course, is Hermes. Chuckling already, so they are in good spirits at least.
Yeah, and it's good to see them coming back in with a positive mentality. You know, it's pretty tough to come back from a situation like this.
What else can you do?
But it certainly is possible. You know, they're not eliminated just yet. They've still got a lot of games that they can afford to play out.
And, you know, maybe they'll be able to settle on a roster, because that's one thing that has also plagued Renegades is this revolving door that they've had a lot of roster swaps, and they haven't really been able to settle on a squad for more than a couple weeks at a time.
Yeah, we'll certainly find out if they can. Now it's Team Liquid versus Renegades. We are in Champion Select right now. Going through the bans right quick. Rise taken away from Flares or Alex with a bit of flex, and Hakuho's Braum banned away as well. Dardoch's not getting his Nidalee though.
Yep, Nidalee definitely one of the champions where Dardoch actually did the highest percent of damage on his team, 31% of his team's damage in that Nidalee game where we all remember he took over completely, grabbing first blood and then snowballing. Not going to be an option here. Renegades continue with the theme of target banning Team Liquid as well from the red side. I do like this, you know, going straight at the new guys. Dardoch as well as Matt, taking out their best champions. The Bard for Matt definitely has been his strongest champion as well. And Renegades will continue with the... Actually, they receive a target ban as well.
The Draven banned away from Freeze. Very convincing performance against Doublelift last week, but not quite able to turn it into a win.
with so many target bans, though, this is going to leave up a lot of those tier 1 picks, S tier that everyone is talking about right now. You know, Gangplank, there's actually too many to list right now that are still Poppy does find herself on the ban board here from Renegades, though. So we'll see what the priority is from Team Liquid.
Graves still available as well. I'm actually kind of intrigued to see where Matt's going to end up taking in this game, because he does have that Morgana and Alistar.
Alistar, Kalista, Corki, Graves, Gangplank. The list is extensive right now. Corki is going to be the first one off of the table. Maybe that will be the Alistar-Kalista combo. That's done wonders for Renegades in the past, and there's the other half.
Yeah, Kalista and Alistar just locked in. As you mentioned, very strong choices. Jhin being hovered by Piglet. Bit of a call out to our previous game.
And what a game it was. Deserving of a call out. That was the most exciting game that we have had all year, definitely.
Some of those curtain calls threading the needle for some of the picks. Really just super fun to watch. We'll see if Piglet has been practicing it. It'll be pretty surprising to see if he locks it in. But yeah, the Graves makes a lot more sense. It's locked in for Dardoch in the jungle. We've seen him take it before to great effect.
A huge bully in the jungle. Dardoch will have a very similar playstyle to when he is on Nidalee. Graves also fairly mobile, looks to invade the enemy champion, looks to find the enemy jungler in their own jungle. If you find them at a camp, it is just so easy to dash over and pop a Q into the wall. Plus, they're already taking damage from the camp, and counter jungling definitely going to be a high priority here.
Yeah, and Freeze, I like how he's responding to this, picking up Elise for Crumbs to deal with that aggression. You know Graves is going to do a lot of damage, and we've often seen the Graves versus Elise matchup before.
Yeah, one of the cool things actually about Elise, you know, if the Spiderlings are trailing you, they will block Graves' bullets. Graves, the only marksman that can't shoot past the tiny Spiderlings, and it can save your life if you are on the run. But as you said, it is going to also kind of match the early aggression. Graves does usually win the 1 versus 1 unless Elise is able to not only land her Cocoon and following burst, but also dodge at least half of Graves' Q. Meanwhile, the Malphite has had so much success. These are the two teams, by the way, that yesterday failed with Quinn split push into Malphite. So this time around, Renegades are going to grab the Malphite for themselves, and nobody's going to touch Quinn.
Yeah, seems like we're leaving that AD carry out of the board. So far, we're up to 4 AD carries in a single game. Hakuho's looking at that last pick for Alex Ich in the mid lane. He's going to be taking a counter to Corki on Phoenix on Corki. We'll have to see what he decides to go for.
Yeah, Team Liquid are locked into their triple AD carry plus pretty strong front line here. Thresh does enable a lot of plays as well. Definitely a lot of utility on the front line for Team Liquid. So it is that basic team fight comp here from Team Liquid. They do have a lot of extra poke damage from the Ezreal and Corki, especially if it is that blue Ezreal. You can add more utility to usually a sort of a lineup that doesn't have as much, but that LeBlanc you talk about loves picking off AD carries.
Yeah.
Will they be able to get the vision control? And will Alex even have the laning phase necessary to get to that point? Because he has struggled a bit so far this split as well.
We've seen how aggressive Corkis can be. And to continue on that vision just a little bit, Crumbs loves the warding smite. Just getting that every single opportunity that he gets and going for deep vision. We're going to have to see if he continues with it in this game on that early game jungler release.
Yeah, because Renegades really can't afford to get behind. Even though there are 3 marksmen on the table and usually you're like, oh my goodness, a Malphite plus LeBlanc, these are great champions, solo laners that will have an experience advantage and they can blow up AD carries really easily. If you get behind, those AD carries build Maw and they build Sterix. You can't blow them up anymore, plus they still do a bunch of damage, and it still balls out of control.
Yeah, it's such a difficult situation, but let us know who you think is going to take the win. Tweet us with @LOL Esports with the hashtag TLWin or hashtag RENWin, and let us know. We're going to check back in just a few minutes to find out what you think as we get ready. Renegades, can they take their second win of the split here in Week 5?
All right, double corrupting potions for the Team Liquid solo laners, and it is going to be that top Nautilus into Malphite. Tank versus tank action with extremely strong shields, both of them buffed by building health as well. So that will be a long, arduous battle up in the top lane. It's pretty funny that without jungler intervention, there will probably not be much going down there. However, with jungler intervention, there's plenty of damage in that case, and both the top laners can set up ganks fairly decently, at least post 6 for Malphite.
We'll have to see how that works out. And if we are going to get any sort of early action, you know, we're kind of expecting it from Dardoch, who's come into the LCS with just such aggressive tendencies and such incredible mechanical plays.
Yeah, usually I'm very wary to invade an Elise, but with the State of Graves on 6.2, he's one of the few champions where you can actually go invade the Elise and not be as worried about running into her, even if she does, you know, see you coming, because he can answer so well when Elise closes the gap and gets right in front of your face. Graves actually just does more damage, and it does get a little bit dicey.
And it will be interesting to see how the early game goes for Renegades. You know, you mentioned earlier that it is important for them not to fall behind. Well, just taking a look at the masteries for Liquid, they've got 3 Thunderlords. That's even Thunderlords on mat. They're going to try to look for a lot of early pressure, a lot of early damage.
While usually we see a lot of the AD carries switching over to Fervor, Corki and Ezreal are 2 that still will go Thunderlords. Ezreal also can go Fervor, is fine with the Q as well, but that's personal preference I've heard for Ezreal players, and a decent amount of them do go Thunderlords. Quite a lot for that extra burst.
Alex trading it out a bit with Phoenix. They're both chunked out to half, but Corrupting Potion for Phoenix is going to give a little bit more. Flash used by Freeze.
Level 2, all in.
Right away, yeah. Freeze is going to dodge 1 Mystic Shot, and there goes the Thunderlord's proc. Piglet and Matt are still at full health.
Yeah, Hakuho burning through quite a few potions here. He took the brunt of that harass as they were able to stick it out inside the minion wave and grab their own level 2.
Very difficult for Renegades now in this bottom lane. Finally, they're going to get some sustain. Hakuho looks like he is going to... he's actually not taking the Triumphant Roar, so just relying on some passive regeneration for now.
Yeah, they're going to... He's got potions to chug through right now, plus you can get the Targon's heal. Decent enough for him. Without the headbutt pulve combo, Alistar really doesn't have any playmaking potential, and like we said, the bottom lane is what Renegades want to snowball. Maybe they throw all of their resources down here to try and get Freeze ahead. Crumbs could make an early path down, does make an early path down. They're at the turret though, so probably not going to be a lot of Renegades initiation here. Just a little bit of safety for his duo.
With the wave cheating forward for Renegades, that means Crumbs has to back away. Gonna take his Scuttle Crab. He's spotted out by a ward now in the mid lane. Dardoch knows that this is happening though.
And that actually is not a bad thing for Crumbs to be seen by that ward. He had the Raptor buff, so it actually just means some more quick gold for him. Yes, it does give away his position, but really Team Liquid weren't too worried about his position in the first place, since they knew that he started top and both of their bottom side lanes were in a fairly safe position. So Crumbs can just go right back to farming his jungle here, whereas Dardoch trying to make something happen, but he's going to go over the ward that Crumbs previously placed.
Yeah, so there's the vision. Actually, here comes Crumbs looking for a bit of a counter gank. Freeze backing up with Hakuho in between the minion waves.
So if Crumbs had opted to just continue farming, he could have caught back up with Dardoch here. However, he went for the counter gank, pulled off of the blue, as you can see, just took the buff and then pulled off to try and go for that counter gank, just in case. But doesn't end up happening, and Dardoch will have that first step on him. A little bit of an experience lead can snowball very quickly with Graves, especially if Dardoch gets aggressive. Top laner is already pushing and can support him.
Yeah, so far Dardoch is content to stay in his own side of the jungle and farm it up on that Graves. In fact, goes for Swifties first.
Yeah, pretty common actually right now for junglers to rush that. Move speed equals playmaking ability for junglers, and it increases your threat tremendously as far as the early ganks are concerned.
Bit of damage finds Phoenix. Alex doesn't want to pop
Hiding
back
behind
yet.
minions.
There's the chain. It does find a minion. Alex is low. There's a Valkyrie flash and barrier is used. It's 1 auto away. Phoenix. Oh, and he gets out.
Superb play here from Phoenix. Notice what he does. Stays in his ranged minions. He does not flinch when Alex goes for the all-in. Hides behind the minions. Chain ends up hitting one as Phoenix is able to just hug them so closely. And that's the difference right there between getting the first blood and being the recipient of Alex. Okay, so here it is. That last minion had one auto left from another minion, but both sets of ranged minions were attacking the champion, so Phoenix is able to avoid the chain and come out on top. Just ever so close, just a sliver right there. And that's going to be a big difference as far as the mid-game momentum. Corki in the mid lane does get to Trinity Force extremely quickly and times it very well with the arrival of the package.
Very important for Liquid. And you mentioned how important it was for Renegades to get ahead early. Now that that kill has gone over Alex, he's getting chunked out. Not level 6 just yet, and Phoenix is starting to control this lane, even with the corrupting
Flash was used.
Yeah, let's see if Crumbs can pull this gank off, though. Hakuho's even here.
Interesting, because half of your gank was seen right there, and just half of it being seen is enough for Phoenix to play passively. So sometimes you bring a bit too many members to the party. Regardless, though, Crumb's going to try and return to the jungle and catch up in that farm. Has done so pretty quickly. The only difference really is that Dardark's got a very early completion of that Tracker's knife, and he will be able to get some deep vision down when he does go for the Graves invades, you know, trying to seek out that Elise. They can leave behind the vision and track Crumbs.
Yeah, Dardark already level 6, going for an invade right now. Crumbs smites the Wolf Spirit and immediately spots it out while Alex trades with Phoenix in the mid lane.
Yeah, definitely a very smart smite to go for the Wolf Spirit, get that Wisp whenever you are against an aggressive jungler.
Ooh, Crumbs cheating towards the mid lane now. Oh, shows himself.
Yeah, didn't have any more camps to do, so made a swing at mid, but didn't get anything done. He can soak some experience, I guess.
It was more of a swing and a miss.
Yeah.
Shoots and misses. Meanwhile,
Swing and a
Matt,
soak.
oh, there's the hook onto Hakuho. Still only level 5. Freeze doesn't have Fate's Call either. He
Graves
flashes
is
forward. They're trying to get it. There's the teleport. It's too late. Dardark gets the kill. His Flare's coming in anyway. He is, but it's dodged by Piglet. Flares now has to flash out of this one, and he's pulled back. Great knockup by Lurlo. They're joining the fight so quickly, and Team Liquid net 2 kills. Oh, and the hook finds Flares under the turret. He doesn't stand a chance.
Flares has had a rough last couple of games. Well, actually, just the last game. His first game in the LCS was quite good on the rise, but this is a huge snowball for Team Liquid. The bottom lane was the shining light, the hope for Renegades, and it just got crushed. Freeze didn't die,
Yeah,
but
but
that's about it. You still lose all the CS, basically dying as far as the AD carry is concerned. Just don't give the gold over.
To an 80 carry, missing CS is the equivalent of dying.
Miss a couple waves there. The tower goes down. Dragon goes down.
And then the lane's over, and then you're like, come on, jungler, what are you doing? Speaking of jungle, Dardark taking Dragon #1 for Team Liquid. Opening up.
Yeah, let's take another look at this, because this is the level 6 on Piglet as well as the jungler. These two marksmen have giant ultimates, both of them landing, and Matt goes down very quickly. Flares tries to grab Piglet, but very quick reaction there from Piglet. He was definitely expecting the Malphite ultimate immediately, so he was prepping his flash as well as the arcane shift. And that right there, Lorelo just landing the nice hook. Just all-around good play right there, nice accuracy, and earns them the extra kill. They were already going to grab the turret and probably Dragon afterwards, but they will take pretty much everything here except for the Rift Herald, which Renegades are able to answer with. That'll be little something back in their pockets.
Yeah, the Void Scuttle now picked up by Renegades as a consolation prize. Now their blue buff is up, but it looks like Liquid want to contest. Here comes Dardark and Matt as they're cheating forward with a handful of wards. They're actually going to take this, and Renegades have to let it go.
Yeah, it's kind of sad for Renegades and Freeze specifically that this bottom side was taken over because of that play. I mean, Freeze actually still has a CS lead over Piglet. Now it's almost gone because Piglet's pushing this giant wave up, but there is that big wave he'll be able to catch and try and even up these numbers. Team Liquid, though, so confident in the hold that they have over the blue buff side of Renegade's jungle that the deep wards come down, and Piglet and Matt continue to push here from range. Can he snag that cannon? You can tell Hakuho what he should be doing right now is standing in front of it. You will sacrifice whatever HP, you know, one Mystic shot's worth of damage of harass there to deny that cannon minion to the enemy, especially if you're Alistar, and you'll be able to heal up afterwards.
Hakuho not quite doing that, though. Just going to let it go as he catches the wave, trying to buy time for Freeze to let him get to that vital late-game Kalista that we just saw Wild Turtle do in game number 3 of today. And
well,
they're holding on. They're only down about 2,000 gold after those 3 kills. It's 1 turret and 1 dragon.
Yeah.
But the concern for me, though, they're not ahead.
Yes, that's a concern.
We
Alex,
keep on hitting that.
maybe they can get Alex ahead here. Crumb's coming in for the gank, but not going to be the case. Definitely a good ward, pink ward there. Sees Dardoch. They know not to overchase that. And Alex still struggling here against Phoenix, who continuously shoving him in on this Corki. Not having a difficult time here. Has the blue buff on top of it. And the Hex Drinker was rushed as well. So talking about those the Ma that I talked about in Champion Select is going to come even earlier than I thought. He's even delaying his Trinity Force just to ensure that there's no chance Alex bursts him and Alex picks up a straight kill and gets back in this lane. After that first blood, Phoenix is just deciding that he wants an easy path to roll over this mid lane, shove him in, and looks like Renegades, the options are running out very quickly. I mean, the Ghosties have been finished for Alex. Maybe they can find a pick, but even a single pick is not going to be enough. They would have to turn that into some turret money because they're definitely behind on the global gold and it's getting out of hand.
They're trying right now. Liquid in the top lane are looking for the tier 1. Renegades in the bottom will answer with their first of the game. Freeze does what he can to make sure that cannon minion goes down, but the top tier 1 is answered. That's 3-1 in turrets in the favor of Liquid, bringing them to 3,500 gold ahead. And as you mentioned, Renegade's options are limited.
Yep. With bottom lane, well, not necessarily losing out on CS. As we said, Freeze is actually still holding up and still farming despite all the attention down bottom and the turret going down. So that is their hope, because with the early Hex Drinkers, probably Graves is going to build one. I'm expecting that Serrated Dirk to go into a Maw. That would be 2 AD carries that the rest of Renegades will have a very difficult time of bursting, because the rest of Renegades are all magic damage. And it really is going to be up to Freeze to outdo all the other AD carries at once.
1 AD carry to rule them all.
I guess if there's one to do it, Kalista would be it.
Runaan's Hurricane, it's got 3 bolts.
There you go.
For auto attack. Just get them all to line up nice and tightly.
And hope that the enemy ADs don't fire back. All right, they are going to switch lanes here. Send Freeze up top. Try and push this one in, but Liquid already answering, and they already have ward coverage in the area as well.
Oh, Crumbs is on top of the
okay.
board. He misses the cocoon onto Dardoch and an instant lantern from Matt. Plus, a hook. Matt might have gone a little bit too deep. Lorlo teleports to back him up to the ward just placed. Double bounce house. Finds Freeze. Flares, knocks up one, and is forced to get out. He goes down. Piglet with the true shot. Kill. Lurlo's continuing to chase. There's the Fate's call, but they might not be done just yet.
Yeah, you got to feel for Renegades, because even when you face check an Elise, Dardoch with the last sort of tiny sidestep there as he places the ward approaching the brush. Very intelligent approach right there. Knowing that if someone is in there, if nobody's in there, it doesn't cost me anything to pull a tiny sidestep right as I get into ward range. If someone is in there, I avoid Cocoon and I don't die, and Elise doesn't get her combo. Then Matt just ends up capitalizing on it, and everything goes Team Liquid's favor. So look at this little, right as he places it, knows that's the range. You just kind of have a feel as a jungler, from playing Elise yourself. That's close enough. And man, the timing on that sidestep there, it was pre-planned, I'm expecting. It wasn't because, oh, I just placed the ward and instantly saw. I feel like that is a play pattern you just always go for. You don't ever want to straight face check a brush. But again, Matt there with the follow-up, and you know the result. They had to burn the Kalista ultimate as well. So Renegades really in a deep hole.
4-0, 4,000 gold in favor of Liquid as they continue to put pressure across the map, just keeping it calm. They're not giving Renegades any chance to get back into this game with the most minute of plays. Now, Rift Herald, as you saw, just got picked up, handed over to Dardoch. That's going to leave both the AD carry and the jungler happy with that, because he's both.
Yeah, yep. All rolls. All right. Well, Dragon's back up. I guess they can stack it if they really feel like it. They don't. There's really not much pressure on Team Liquid right now. Package in the mid lane with Phoenix constantly pressing in as well means that he could just overextend all he wants, drop multiple members over, and Dardoch's soloing the Dragon right now, so they stack that one up. And that's going to mean that turrets will be easier to take for them.
It really does look very methodical from Liquid, and it's different from yesterday where they were so overzealous to pull the trigger over and over, and now they're finally taking their time, playing it calmly, playing it right, and Renegades just can't seem to keep up. Crumbs, the
same
hook
push, same
finds him.
hook!
Crumbs is caught, he's brought low, Repel gets him up, but he's got nowhere to go. Happy Valentine's.
Oh, what a heartbreaker for Crumbs there. Dardoch 2v1!
Yeah, he's going deep right now. This is amazing play, but he's not quite able to get any more kills.
Oh, man. Well, League of Legends is also like a box of chocolates on Valentine's Day, I guess. Crumbs didn't know what he was going to get. Finds himself another death, and Phoenix still pushing mid lane, so definitely know what he's still going to get there. There's honestly no potential for Alex to burst him down, and Trinity Force is completed now, so Renegades just reaching, grasping for straws here as Team Liquid claims some secondary turrets. Lorlo does miss a hook, so that's a small window that Renegades can at least escape with their lives this time.
Yeah. When the windows like that are opening where
you
we
jump
get
out
to
of it.
survive, then that's a dire situation. But yes, they do get away, giving up only that one kill onto Crumbs. Slowly but surely, Liquid are rolling forward. Just pressing out a few wards. I'm pretty sure that blue trinket in the Direwolf camp has been there for the past few minutes as well. So Liquid are just continuing to pressure forward, and Crumbs, it seems like he's trying to follow on Freeze. He knows his win condition, get his 80 carry safe.
Well, that is going to be a rough condition to follow up on, seeing as how Team Liquid have this big of a lead. Banner minions. Let's watch that fight. Even the Team Liquid banner minion wins the fight. Lorlo definitely going to tip that in his favor, actually. Takes the cash from it. Honestly, Team Liquid, just because their comp is so simple as well and they have this big of a lead, they can actually play relaxed. All they really need to do is group up and continue forcing. Talk about them rolling over Renegades. Renegades don't have very many options, save for some very big heroic plays to come out of a Kalista-Alistar combo with a numbers advantage. Even with a great Kalista-Alistar combo, they would need a numbers advantage. If it was even numbers, I feel like Team Liquid could even sustain through the multiple knockups of Malphite and Alistar and Kalista and still come out ahead.
And even gold aside, the experience advantage that Liquid have in this game, 2 levels ahead, well now 1 in the mid lane, 2 levels ahead in the jungle, 1 level on 80 carries.
Yeah, I mean, I do like that early banner buy from Lorlo. Maybe he'll also go with Zerat Portal, just like saw in EU, and stack up some extra pushing items because they've got the lead to do it with.
Here comes the group. Matt is nowhere to be found. It would be 5v4 if Renegades pulled the trigger, but they just can't find an opening. Tower takes just a bit of damage. Now we've got 5 and 5. Dardoch even kind enough to secure that Raptor away from Renegades.
Some question marks going down, but I don't think they really care what the answer is. Team Liquid going to keep pressuring. Already blue buff on Phoenix as well. Corki post level 11 already has the level 2 ult.
Dardoch, he's locked down. He's forced to jump out. Renegades pick up that kill. Piglet's kiting it around. Hakuho takes a big call. He finds one. Matt is going to go low. He flashes over the far side. Piglet and Phoenix are going 2v4 right now. Alex trying to do what he can. Dodges the Cocoon. Piglet gets chunked out. He's still alive for now. He gets it. A double kill for Phoenix and Liquid. They're turning it around from within the choke.
Renegades just couldn't take the win and walk away from it. They really wanted that to be their break open fight to actually turn it around. But when you're this far behind, you have to take steps, baby steps with your comeback. It's not going to be one team fight. You pick somebody off and then you come back wholeheartedly. Yes, it was a great opportunity for them, and it was a great choice by Renegades to take that pick. They bursted down Dardoch. But you have to be so wary of Lorlo walking up the river. He didn't even have to arrive in that team fight, and Team Liquid were able to turn it around. So definitely credit here. Crumbs lands his cocoon. They get the burst off. Haku lands his combo, and they get the kill. Teleports both come in, though, and Lorlo cancels his, so that's why they continue with this. And Matt gets focused down here. He's got flash, though, so gets over the wall. At this point, it might be time to turn tail and run after the cocoon misses, but Crumbs goes for the extra chase here, sees the burst on Piglet, and even though Crumbs has no cooldowns left with which to execute him, really just wanted this to be their comeback play, their comeback team fight, and it ends up just going 1 kill for 1 kill, and they lose the turret in the end, so they actually lose out in total in that mid lane play.
Yeah, it was 2 for 1 in favor of Liquid in addition to that tier 2. Now Liquid have swung down to the last tier 2 of Renegades. 5 turrets to 1. Slowly but surely Renegades are falling further and further behind. And really it seemed like Renegades were desperate to make a play happen right there. We have to take this fight. We have to win this.
It was a great first step.
It was.
But they tripped on the second foot.
Liquid continuing to put pressure now. Trying to put more and more stumbling blocks in Renegade's path. Looking now for the next tier 2, and 380 carries are going to break it down awful quick. There's nothing that the Renegades can do. It drops.
All outers down for Renegades. And Dragon number 3 will be an easy pickup for Team Liquid. Now really the question to pose to Team Liquid is, would they rather siege up with their, well, they technically have 380 carries. Graves is fairly difficult to get into range of the turrets, I guess. You know, you do still have to watch out for the multiple knock-up combos. All right, let's see this play.
It's called Flash.
They got Dardoch again!
Dardoch is caught, but he's got Flash. He's finally going to drop. Alex gets the kill. Piglet looks for the zone. Lurlo has
They took a lot of damage, though, and they used a lot of abilities. Take the win and leave.
Oh, the
burn.
buff.
I think I need a replay. Was that heal in range? Freeze just healed, but I don't think I saw Hakuo's life go up. It might have been out of range. Regardless, though, Renegades, they make another pick. They find Dardoch, they get the kill, and still lose one because of the Ezreal Mystic shot there, and Piglet had a burn on him. I think he might have had red buff there. Takes the
That's what I think, but he doesn't have it
kill.
now.
Okay, well, let's take a look here. So here's the pick. Nice pick, and they were able to get him. Piglet did have red buff at the time. So Thunderlord's proc, boom, gets another Mystic shot. Oh!
Action in the mid. Alex is looking for Phoenix, and again, Renegades committing forward, desperate for a kill, not finding it.
There is the Zerat portal. He's doubled up. Just left. Because they got so far ahead, he didn't even bother completing Bami Cinder into a Sunfire Cape. He's like, you know what? It's time to start the annoying items. And Zerat portal comes in, also banner. By the way, Zerat portals, you can place them anywhere, but there are very easy spots that are optimal to place them throughout the map. Always in basically the closest brush to the turret is the pretty much uncontested best place to put it. There are a couple of walls throughout the map. We'd have to pull up a mini map and do a little tutorial here if we really wanted to explain it.
Great League of Learning setting.
Actually, yeah, might do that one later. But yeah, basically the rule of thumb, you just want to tag that closest brush to the turret that you want to take.
I really like how Lurlo has just decided this lane, this is my lane. And just drop down the banner, drop down the portal, doing everything that he can to control it.
All right, well, I just went and checked. The heal actually did not heal Alistar, as I suspected. A little bit out of range there. And that's why Renegades just really can't catch a break, and the other kill did go through.
It is such a methodical game that we're seeing out of Liquid. They're so patient, pressuring down all the tier 2s, wait until we've got the portal and the banner, which is going to be answered on Flares as he's got a Raptor Cloak himself.
Yeah, it's Banner and Zerat aren't really great for counter pushing. They're kind of decent, but you still kind of need a presence there, especially since Renegades are so far behind. It's going to be difficult for them to answer the pressure bottom coupled with the vision control at Baron. Team Liquid can just continue to supply pink wards to this Baron area. As long as they keep their pink wards up, they can just constantly clear out whatever Renegades drop, look for a pick of their own. and just send Lorlo bottom to drop off the item actives. As soon as that Zerat portal is back up for him, he might head down there. As of right now, they might just power through the Baron, though. They've got plenty of damage.
Yeah, things are going out. Alex
Miracle
is gonna
Steal here
spot
for
it.
Renegades? Question mark?
Yeah, Spooky Ghost is coming across. Half health on Baron. They're backing away as Teleport is being used by Flares.
Yep, easy step one there for Team Liquid. Don't take any damage. They burn the teleport cooldown. Now they can reset, Lorlo bottom, use that Zerat portal after he pushes up to that side brush, the Fnatic brush basically on Renegade's side. You drop the Zerat off there or behind the little curve in the jungle on blue side, and it will march all the way to that inhibitor turret, coupled with a banner that will apply enough pressure that someone has to be there and they can use the teleport advantage. Really just sort of textbook play now, since Team Liquid are so far ahead. It's pretty easy for them to follow the path to glory.
Yet another bannered Siege minion is going to find its way in the bottom lane. It's answered by Flares. Siege versus Siege, but Flares has to abandon his own Siege minion as Dardoch invades the jungle single-handedly, I might add.
Yeah, decent amount of Renegade's vision was put on the red quadrant of their own jungle here to try and give them some warning if Team Liquid do decide to bait the Baron. Team Liquid also still do have that option of trying to siege up, you know, use Ezreal and Corki poke. Their front line is fairly beefy, and they should be able to flash or dash backwards out of the initiation of Renegades, but the options are open for them. They could do either.
I feel like we just saw this play, but it was the other way around.
Malphite attack speed slow is doing some work for him, though.
Really is. Oh, double portal! Oh my gosh.
This is probably the most even fight that a 1 versus 1 Renegades Team Liquid fight could be right now, and still, Lorlo bullies him off of the brush, takes command of the Zerat brush.
Oh man, portal versus portal. Oh, Lorlo looks like he's going there. One more. Yeah. Oh man, he's even gonna dunk the last.
This
void.
is League of Legends version of King of the Hill. Team Liquid win. Lorlo is the current champion. Who will challenge him next?
New game mode, 5 portals.
Try and push me off my portal. See what happens.
Voidling's now sieging the turret. As Freeze is going to catch some much-needed CS. He's still up over Piglet, now completed 2.5 items, so he's going to do some pretty solid damage, but needs Renegades to stay alive long enough to get him to do that. This is Dragon 4 now for Liquid. They secure it without contest. Renegades, though, are grouping up a little bit on the top side of the map, and they're going to recall.
Yeah, it's rough to come up with a game plan for Renegades right now. 10,000 gold behind. Dragon stacking, so number 4 has been taken, and number 5 looms in the near future. Crumbs is gonna strike back with a Gromp steal.
Uh-oh. Piglet has found a target.
Flash for Gromp steal. Suckers.
He does have the Gromp buff now. It could be all part of a master plan.
Hey, that's a good buff to have against 3 AD, or 3 marksmen.
They're going to take some damage.
I have trouble classifying. I can't even call Corki an AD carry anymore, even though he still builds attack damage to carry.
Is this like the
he does so much
immobile,
magic
low
damage?
mobility
No, this
thing?
is nothing like that. That's actually something that I have a problem with, but this one.
Oh
not
no!
so much.
Alex jumps out of the way, and Crumbs is the one who's caught. Oh boy, Hakuho is going to burn his unbreakable will to get away from the last one as Liquid chase forward over the wall. Freeze has to back out. Flares, though, he's going to wander off.
So yeah, is it an attack damage carry if you build attack damage to carry, but you do magic damage?
I'm not entirely, we'll have to ask him after this game. Now Liquid are starting up the Baron.
Philosophical discussion mid-Baron here from Team Liquid.
Philosophicobi. Oh, Freeze trying to do what he can, clearing out a ward. True Shot Barrage finds him. Liquid don't want to take the chance with this smite, even though Crumbs is dead. Alex gets chunked out, and with that, Liquid are safe to secure it.
All right, well, Baron buff means this should be the end of the game here for Team Liquid as they move up towards inhibitor turrets. All right, Renegades, now is your time to shine. Rally caps on. Make me surprised.
We're going to find out they're sieging the inhibitor right now. Dardoch is caught in a stun, but they learned that lesson. Crumbs is caught by yet another hook, and they're going to pull Hakuho with a big knockup. Freeze is caught on the far side. Lurlo has got his sights set on one person and one person only. And with that, it's going to be 3 members dead so far. Crumbs is going to go down, and Liquid in the cleanest, most methodical ending look to end this game of the day. 30 minutes, they're going to take down this inhibitor. 5 versus 1.
I like those odds. Get them, Flares.
The Voidlings are actually going to do some work to the turrets here. Flares doesn't have ultimate, doesn't have flash. He's just got to watch while this the Nexus turret goes down. Trying to juggle aggro here. They've still got a few seconds before that wave catches up, and look at Flares. He's trying to stall the minion wave.
He's just waving his hands, song and dance here. Hey guys, don't go in the Nexus.
Dance party at the Baron.
It worked. Team Liquid decide they would like to lounge in their victory. They would like to enjoy this for a little bit while longer.
This is the sort of thing where you're on vacation and you know you have to leave, but you deliberately take a long time to pack your bags.
They had lost their last 2 games. They are just flexing right now. It feels good to be on the winning side. They go straight for Dardoch again. This time around, Dardoch has plenty of protection, though, with the rest of the team, and Team Liquid easily able to turn this around. Phoenix just going straight into the middle with the Valkyrie on Corki. No fear for either AD carry. Piglet's tanking double Nexus turrets, trying to snipe a Malphite for the extra kill. And cleanup time.
Things looking very good for Liquid in this patient game. They've still got Baron buff for another minute and a half or so. And Renegades, they've lost their mid inhibitor, but Liquid are charging forward now in that bottom lane, about to group up.
Moz for all 3 AD carries. Well, Hexdrinker still for Dardoch, so he's got a little baby mom. Flare's going to make a play, though.
Pulls the trigger onto Phoenix, who's dropped low, but he's still alive. There's the Maw. It's a bounce house. Phoenix is still alive. He goes over the wall and back to get the kill. It's a double kill now for Flares, while Piglet is going to drop him. And Hakuho, he's going to drop as well. 17-2 Liquid. Now it's Freeze, the sole survivor. He can't put up much more of a fight than Flares did earlier. The Nexus is exposed. Hook is even going to find Flares, and ace for Liquid, and they take the win 32 minutes in.
The old package into a reverse Valkyrie right back over it.
The old 1-2.
Which way's it going? Which way's it going?
Sidestep, good dodge. And Liquid, they played the game very well. They took their time in a very methodical and patient game.
Yeah, honestly, that was a massacre. Summed up by Team Liquid, capitalizing on that bottom lane play. Bringing everybody down to the bottom lane. We thought Renegades were going to throw all their resources down there, but Team Liquid just did it better.
A lot of pressure placed onto Freeze over the course of that match, and Liquid successfully able to shut him down early with the roam from Dardoch and net that kill, those several kills actually, and then take the turret on top of it. And Freeze, he was up in CS, but it just seemed like there was nothing he could do in fights.
Yep. That is true. Very true. The rest of the team was so far behind.
Lurlo picked his Valentine this game and just charged for Freeze every single opportunity that he got.
Well, definitely another...
He wasn't throwing roses, he was throwing anchors.
Well, yeah. Well, tough loss there for Renegades. But Team Liquid are happy to grab that win. You know, put them back sort of on an even kill because they were on a 2-game losing streak, and I guess it becomes real when you do lose 3 in a row. But their 2 opponents that they had just lost to were Immortals and Cloud9, 2 of the teams at the very top of the standings right now, and Team Liquid bounced back in a very, very commanding way here, taking down Renegades very, very convincingly.
And it does make a good statement for them that they're able to take a convincing win over Renegades and that they do have trouble against these top-tier teams. It means that they know where they are in the pack. They're in the middle of the standings right now, 5-5. I'm pretty sure that's actually just in the middle.
Yep.
And they still have a lot of room to grow.
Yeah, they dealt with target bans as well, so that's something to be said. You know, they had the Bard ban come out. I forgot what the other one was, but we talked about it in Champ Select. So it
was the Nidalee ban.
Nidalee, there it is, for Dardoch. But yeah, able to overcome that small amount of adversity very quickly.
Just a bit. But for a breakdown of that game, let's check in with Riv and Liquid's AD carry.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Sunny and I are joined by Team Liquid's Piglet after their victory, a very nice victory at that. So much hard work you guys have put in this year, a lot of stress as well. We've seen, from you, Piglet, as these games play out so well and just don't seem to go your way in the end. How is Liquid kind of looking at these games where you've had such a lead and then things kind of fall to the wayside? Because it looks to be fixed.
이번 시즌 전에 경기들을 보면은 조금 스트레스풀한 경기들이 많았는데 이길 뻔하다가 진 경우도 많았고요. 그 경우에는 이제 게임들 나중에 뭐 같이 리뷰하면서 어떤 식으로 그 연습을 한다든지 그 개선하는 방향이 있었나요?
전 로코가 들어오면서 저한테 부탁한 게 있는데 그게 뭐냐면 저한테 우선 제가 팀원들한테 대하는 태도도 바꾸고 코치님한테도 대하는 태도로 바꾸면은 자기가 이 팀을 최고의 팀으로 만들어주겠다고 해서 저도 최대한 팀원들한테 잘하려고 노력도 하고 있고 그 로코 코치님이 하는 말을 지금 다 애들이 잘 듣고 있어가지고 좀 잘해지고 있는 것 같아요.
So Loco asked me one thing when I joined the team. He asked me to fix my attitude towards coaching staff and the players. So I try to improve on that, and I think I'm getting better just towards other players and coach.
And that's actually my second question. Team Liquid last year, everybody's kind of well-versed in their roles and whatnot. This time, you brought a few up from the Liquid Academy team. How has it been playing with the new players, with Lorlo and Dardoch?
그 새로운 그 플레이어들 좀 받았잖아요. 그 아카데미 팀에서 그 선수들이랑 같이 경기하는 게 어땠고 뭐 좀 얘기 좀 해주세요.
우선 샘은 굉장히 메카닉적으로 좋은 선수인데 아직 팀 게임을 아직 잘 모르는 선수여서 그 팀 게임만 잘 가르친다면 굉장히 잘할 선수고 달덕은 이제 굉장히 잘하지만 좀 약간 태도 면에서 안 좋은 면들이 있어요. 근데 그거를 고치고 있고 그 맥 같은 경우는 애가 굉장히 잘하는 선수지만 가끔씩 이제 막 핑계를 댄다고 해야 된다 그런 게 있어가지고 그거를 최대한 고치고 있어서 네, 맨날 한 주 한 주 지날 때마다 선수들이 잘해지고 있는 것 같아요.
So Sam has really good mechanics, but he needs to work on kind of like on team play. And Dardoch is also a really good player. A little attitude issues here and there, but he's fixing those issues. And then finally, Matt sometimes makes excuses, but he's working on that too.
Well, it's awesome to have a world champion right there alongside them to fix all of these things. My final question for you, Piglet. Next week, a very big week. Nobody has taken down Immortals yet. Will you be the team to take down Immortals?
Immortals 팀에 대해서 어떻게 준비하고 계신가요?
사실 제가 볼 때는 저번 주에도 저희 팀이 그렇게 큰 실수를 안 했으면 이겼을 것 같았는데 너무 실수를 많이 해가지고 진 것 같아요. 근데 저희가 이모탈이랑 스크림 할 때도 스크림 성적이 나쁘지도 않고 그래서 저희가 실수만 안 한다면은 저희가 무조건 이길 수 있을 것 같아요.
So last week we lost because of some poor plays and mistakes. And honestly, when we scrim against Immortals, I think we do okay. So I think if we don't make any big mistakes, we're going to win.
All right, Piglet, thank you very much for the interview. Congratulations, Sunny. Thank you for translation. And we're now going to throw it over to the analyst desk to break down the rest of that game.
Thank you very much, Riv, Sunny, and Piglet. Team Liquid snagging a victory there, and Dom said it in the cast, Seda said it in the cast, that they ended it relatively cleanly. Yep. A person that I want to pinpoint right off the bat, though, is Phoenix. And I want to talk about him pretty thoroughly in this postgame, only because I think coming into this season, all eyes were on Phoenix and Piglet, saying these are the two guys who are the mainstays of the roster. Well, Dominate was there at the very beginning of this, but these are the two guys who are going to have to lead these rookies, these newer players through the season. And Piglet had been performing well in the losses, but a lot of criticism was being thrown Phoenix's way for not having put up the kind of performance that, netted him that 1-2 slot for mid laners in NA of Summer Split.
Yeah, which is interesting, right? He had some highlightable misplays, which I think underrated his stock a lot, and he also didn't look very happy on the team, which I think contributed to it as well. But if we look statistically, actually, last year he was competing with Bjergsen for being like the highest damage mid laner in NA. This year, he's at 681 damage per minute before that last game, which is second in the league, with GBM being first. So his damages in fights has been huge. He hasn't even been getting the kills, and because he had the misplays, he's underrated. But honestly, I think Phoenix is actually still playing at a very high level.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that he hasn't been making too many flashy plays. He's playing things like Lux and the Corki recently, so he's not having these standout performances. Because before it was the Azir guy. We're seeing this guy like run in with Victor and blow people up, or have the Azir play where he's killing 4 dudes under a turret, and everybody's respecting him for that. And now he's kind of a backline player where he's not the one in the front that's outplaying people. He's actually being a consistent force on the team, and that might actually play into their advantage because we're not really paying attention to Phoenix. He's still dealing that type of damage, and you're focusing Piglet.
Right, the likes of Lux and Corki suggest that you're not going to get the flashy Azir plays, but the fact that he is pumping out the consistent damage, he is showing up to the team fights, is what ultimately is allowing them to net these wins. So I think that this game in particular, the 7-0-3 Corki, was a much more accurate representation of the actual level that he's playing at. Granted, it's against Renegades. And now this is kind of the next step of the process here. And talking about a victory by Team Liquid over Renegades, I want to transition over to the Renegades side. 1-9 now. Things are looking extra scary, especially given the fact that Echo Fox had a 2-0 weekend. Now all of a sudden, a team that you entered the week tied with is 2 games up on you.
And I think that that's pretty grim for Renegades. They're sitting there going, well, you know, if we beat them head-to-head, then we'll be able to have that and get a little bit higher in the standings and things will come together. Their roster is still a little bit in flux with what happened in the bot lane, and then they brought in Flares in the top. So it's been up in the air for them. It's not been a good season for them at all. But Echo Fox are now finding their feet, and that's even scarier because they're about to get left in the dust.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's about Renegades being left in the dust, even with making the roster changes. Because if we think about the whole story of Renegades through the Challenger Series, boot camping in Korea for months before the season, but then they don't have Freeze for a lot of it, and by the time they do get Freeze, 2 other people are different. They have a different top lane or different support. So, like, the team is still in pretty big flux, and maybe they have some talent, but it's not showing through.
Right, and they've got, and at this point you got 8 games left, right? And we just mentioned there's that 2-game gap between the next team. Now all of a sudden that 7, 8, 9 spot is where it's looking extra competitive between these teams that are all resting around 6 wins. We've got the next 2 of them playing in our coming game, Dignitas versus Team Impulse.
Yeah, I also think there's actually some teams in that 6th place spot right now where the ones you're talking about, the 7, 8, 9, could actually sneak into that.
That's very true. Very true. Yeah, you've got Team Liquid 5-5 now matching energy with their loss today. I mean, that whole bunch of teams is definitely one that's going to be that we should rather be keeping our eyes on. Back to the game, though. A somewhat tangential and comedic bit. We saw the Nautilus Malphite matchup in the top lane. We saw the Malphite come out with a very early Banner of Command, matched by Nautilus, Lorlo on that Nautilus, and then he comes back, he returns fire with the Zerat portal. I mean, what an itemization choice.
I personally love it. Like,
it's a common build.
I'm seeing it more and more. I saw it in solo queue. It was in Europe as well that you were talking about. Because of the current state of structures and the fact that a lot of them are weaker, the tier 2s are weaker, the tier 1s are weaker after you at the beginning of the game, that Zerat portal and Banner of Command are actually more effective against these turrets in terms of relative strength from before.
Yeah, and in the specific matchups, right? Nautilus into Malphite is the time where if you're Nautilus, you actually do the Banner Zerat build. I also like it on Nautilus. It is the highest resistance item you can buy in the game. No other item will grant you 120 resistances.
Total.
Add in armor and magic resistance, 60 of both.
Nice.
So it's also a good Udyr item if anyone wants to.
Naturally, yeah. Movement speed around turrets, and then just a ton of resist. It's a fabulous item for Udyr.
Beautiful.
That's why Jat's a fan of it.
No, I mean, you gank your lane, put down a portal.
No, it's, I mean, and there was a fantastic illustration of your point in that the Nautilus Malphite matchup is where you want to build it, and we saw it in the bottom lane. Granted, Tickle was ahead at this point, but Lorlo, with both of them having equal items essentially, was the one winning out in that matchup because Malphite has a much harder time clearing those waves. So just fun itemization all around, a very solid victory for Team Liquid picked up there. It's it might be panic time for Renegades moving into the latter half of the split. There's more love to go around though, and this time it's from Kitsune, who's chosen Reignover to be their duo queue, or dynamic queue rather, not duo queue anymore. And they chose Reignover because I'd like to go on romantic roams with him through the enemy jungle as his support. I would too.
She like some danger there, the enemy jungle.
Exactly, living life on the edge, a little bit like
get that adrenaline
kind of scenario. I don't really know. Anyway, we've got one more game coming up, so stick around for Team Dignitas versus Team Impulse right after this break.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah!
trying to do what he can, dodges the Cocoon. Piglet gets chunked out. He's still alive for now. He gets it, a double kill for Phoenix. Crumbs is caught by yet another hook, and they're going to pull Hakuho with a big knockup. Freeze is caught on the far side. Lurlo has got his sight sets on one person and one person only.
Player's going to make a play, though.
Pulls the trigger onto Phoenix, who's dropped low, but he's still alive. There's the Maw. It's a bounce house. Phoenix is still alive. He goes over the wall and back to get the kill. And they take the win 32 minutes in. Welcome back to the LCS studio here in Los Angeles, where we're gearing up for our final game of week number 5. It's Dignitas versus Team Impulse. The last time these teams faced off, Team Impulse were the winners. So another win here would give them the head-to-head. If both of these teams continue to hang around 7th place, Team Impulse's record could be the difference between guaranteeing their spot in the upcoming summer split and playing it in the promotion tournament.
Yeah, this is kind of a case of I don't have to be the fastest one at the race. I just have to be faster than you. Impulse, though, they're coming off a pretty good showing against TSM, where they were making some good picks to keep the game competitive. In particular, their jungler and mid laner could be where Team Impulse looked to build an advantage in this game. While on the other side, Team Dignitas played a competitive early game against Immortals, thanks to Apollo in the bottom lane, along with Kiwi Kid. Both these teams, though, did, start out with pretty strong or at least some good plays and then end up losing. So right here, though, somebody's going to have to grab this win because this is very important to both of these teams in climbing from where they are right now. You got to start one rung at a time.
Yeah, there's a lot of value for this game between these two teams. But let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Team Dignitas. In the top lane, it's Billy Boss. Jungling is Kirei. Mid lane is Shifter with AD carry Apollo, support Kiwi Kid, and their coach helping him out, Inner Flame.
And on the red side, it's Team Impulse. Up top is Fang. In the jungle, Proxen. Mid, Pyrian, AD carry Mash, support Gate, and Coach Jason.
And I actually kind of want to talk a little bit about that bot lane a little bit more. The fact that we saw Apollo keeping pace with Wild Turtle for a long time. Sure, there was a lot of pressure, but he wasn't bullied out of lane, which is important.
Anytime you face Immortals and you come away with some good-looking parts of the game, then you're happy with that because nobody's actually been able to finish the game versus them or take a victory. Cloud9 just had one of the most exciting ones against them. But yeah, definitely credit due for the bottom lane for Team Dignitas. They've been performing well. Also, Billy in the top lane. He's had some ups and downs so far this LCS split, but he took the counter matchup. He played the Quinn, bullied Huni in lane, got that CS lead. He was doing what they wanted out of that matchup in the top lane. Things just fell apart later for the team.
Yeah, it really did. And to go back to that bottom matchup, Apollo versus Mash. Yesterday, the big concern for Mash was that he wasn't doing enough damage, even on a high damage champion like Ezreal. And now he's going up against Apollo. It really raises some questions as to how this is going to end up playing out.
Yeah, it's actually these two AD carries have a lot. They have a lot of shared team histories between them.
They do.
In the challenger scene, of course. But let's just jump right in to Champion Select here and see if they are going to focus on that side of the map. Alistar comes out right off the bat.
Gangplank going to be taken away from Fang, along with Elise and Kalista. Banned away from Apollo and Kirei. So, of course, that Elise ban, no surprise, he has had some great performances on it.
Yeah, part of the reason Team Dignitas had a good showing was because, Elise, very important for Kirei, and Shifter also. The Shifter Ahri has been very, very strong for this team. Some teams already throwing target bans out at him, trying to keep him off of Ahri and hope that he goes with force him to go with something else. Impulse doesn't look like they're going to go that way right now, but they still could drop the last one on it. I mean, it would leave quite a few significant choices up, but see if they decide to go target for their last one. Holding on to a lot of the time here, and they changed their minds, opting for Fiora plus Nidalee's up.
Yeah, getting rid of Billy Boss Fiora, very scary. He did go 5-2-5 last time he played it against CLG. Actually, that was Smitty J. No, we haven't seen Billy Boss take Fiora.
No, he had a good Quinn start was their last game. He played an AD carry up top, though. So he has played an AD carry up in the top side, an offensive split pusher. But this time around, 2 AD carries picked up for Impulse. They pick up the dynamic duo, very strong combination here. Graves, huge physical burst, and Corki now majorly focused on magic damage. That will probably be for Pyrian. In the mid lane. Once again, he has played it before in the mid lane. And I expect the jungle Graves to try and match jungle Nidalee. Because any other champion that you're left with to go versus Nidalee would be very scary, seeing as how so many of these aggressive counter-jungling oriented junglers, when they get a hands on Nidalee, just sort of take over the early game. Kirei, no exception. Definitely likes to play very offensively.
Yeah, the next two pickups from Dignitas are going to be Poppy, now locked in, likely for Billy Boss in that top lane. We could see Kiwi take it in support if they want to flex it around. And Lucian locked in for Apollo. And we've seen Fang take Poppy as well, so there's a lot of pressure on this.
Yeah, Billy got some Poppy games under his belt as well. They got one of their victories on it. So he's happy to play that front line. Let's see here. Proxen. They're not really giving much away, though. Both of them pretty balanced. Ooh, Gate gonna try his hand at the Bard again. He's had 3 Bard games in a row that will make this. See if they can make use of the long range engage here. They don't really have a lot of like hard CC though. So it's going to have to be some good Cosmic Bindings as well from him. Skill shot's extremely important with Bard.
I actually just had this conversation yesterday. When you learn how to land a skill shot, it completely changes the champion.
Yeah, that's actually a very important part of the champion, is being able to land the abilities.
It's pretty interesting, but we'll see if he is going to be able to get that CC out. And there still is an opportunity to see Pyrion take something other than Corki. Again, it could be flexed. We'll find out. Dignitas are looking at their last two. This is going to be Shifter in the mid lane.
Shifter Ahri
he's gonna take
is
that,
available, but he's already locked in.
Victor is picked.
They'll pick the wave clear for him. And will be a pretty standard setup here now, with Team Dignitas really rounding out their composition. This is a very solid set of champions. They've got the Braum to protect their own minion waves, plus they have Lucian and Victor to clear out enemy minion waves. So a lot of good tower-taking tools for Team Dignitas. They also have a decent team fight, significant frontline setup here. I think a lot of it will be determined by how well Kirei is able to utilize this Nidalee, because I've definitely been looking for a strong game from him on something other than Elise. Ryze does come in last pick here for Impulse, and that will be some form of targeted hard CC for themselves, but it's going to have to be, you know, those good Cosmic Bindings and flash knockups from Proxen on the Rek'Sai if they really want to lock down that team fight. Of course, with this Ryze lock-in, that does mean you get your Corki bottom.
Yeah, and with that, it's still 6.2. Ryze does not have a cap on the spells he can go through during his rotation, so we'll see if Pyrion is able to use that to his utmost effect. And with our two team comps on the screen, we're getting ready. This looks to be a pretty exciting match. Lots of damage on both of these teams as we get ready. Dignitas currently 3-6, tied with Team Impulse at 3-6 as well. So one of these two is going to end up 4-6. The other one, 3-7.
Bold prediction, sir. Are you sure you want to extend yourself?
We haven't had a draw yet. We haven't had a draw in the past 4 years. Going on 5?
I think you can bank on that.
Yeah, we'll send that in. But show the team some love. Send your votes to @LOLesports with the hashtag DIGWin or RENWin. RENWin, not REWin-win. RENWin.
Whoa, getting
Tip win, not REN win.
Because that was last game, but
that was. I'm completely in a I'm lost.
Living in the past.
Yeah.
Well, let's head to the future. Jump onto the Summoner's Rift here and take a look, because what is this? Ryze does have Cleanse. So that's actually, he could be looking to just power through a gravity field. This could be a Cleanse straight up for the 1v1 situation. Power through a gravity field. You know, if Ryze gets the passive stacked up and you pop your ultimate, just straight run at Victor, you can get through it and might even be able to double up and cleanse the exhaust if Shifter's not really expecting it.
We'll see how he's able to do that, as he does have that exhaust. And defensive lines taken from everyone. Mash scouting it out in the middle. He's high flying above the river, not quite able to find anything. As Feng comfortable in the top against Billy Boss. No damage traded just yet. Actually, Feng did take just a little bit. So he's going to wander around for a bit as Kirei gets a nice deep ward. Doesn't look like we're seeing too much. Actually, Billy Boss is now heading towards the bottom, and Apollo and Kiwi heading towards the top. So Dignitas pulling the trigger on a lane swap.
Lucian Braum definitely has potential if they go for this deep invade of, you know, catching someone as well. The pings are coming out, but it's a kind of a late invade if they're looking to stop that Krug start. Looks like they will get around here, though. I think they will go for it. Walking over a ward means that Impulse won't even start the Krugs, so that late invade will find no one, and they will see Impulse, the Impulse jungle duo, walk over to the Wraith camp. Raptors, I guess, now.
Gromp going to be snagged away by Mash and Gate before they head down bottom to bully Billy Boss.
Billy going to sneak some experience here. He's making a dash for the minions. Try and get the experience as quickly as he possibly can. Oh, gets all 3 melees. That is a success for a top laner in the early game during a lane swap. Now he's going to run away with the gold that he's earned. and try to go back to the other side of the map. What you want to do now is escape with your bag of gold that you've just stolen and your life, and just go up to a standard lane swap where he can go lend a hand up on the top side of the map. It's going to stop off here with some extra counter jungling of basically jungling your own side is counter jungling. But Kirei
takes the ignite, forced to flash out. Billy Boss is now going to be the one to run. Flashes, gets himself away as well, and Team Impulse delayed invade.
It's the sort of the drawback of the risky counter jungling your own side there. When in a lane swap, this is not really your territory, even though it is technically your side of the map. Jungling your side of the map in the lane swap like that is counter jungling your opponents, and they did take away the extra camp, however, costs them their flashes. So we'll see if the flashless jungle and top laner are actually punished at all, or if they're able to just farm through the 5-minute cooldown here, because Kirei's got a lot of camps ahead of him to take, and we'll see if Team Dignitas can actually capitalize on that and go cash in on the extra standing camps in time, or if Impulse are actually able to force something, because Impulse are just going to hard push this turret, try and shove to create something else for themselves on that side of the map. As of right now, still fairly equal. Impulse probably will get the first turret down about the same time, actually.
Yeah, that bottom tier 1 being brought low. Similarly, Billy Boss is going to finish off this last one. Ooh, perfect bounce. There's the wave. Bang gets one similar. It's close. Not quite perfect. That's like a 95%.
So currently, the extra camps there doing some work for Team Dignitas. Kirei is about 300 gold ahead of Proxen at the moment. And top laners are perfectly tied, as they were not able to snag any of the little ones.
Yeah, because Proxen spent so much time down there, he does have that gold difference. Kirei flashless, continuing to roam around, actually is even going to get the red buff on that top side. So Team Impulse not quite capitalizing on Kirei so far, but his flash is still down for another 2.5 minutes, so we'll see if they can find him in the meantime. Apollo actually heads back to the top lane. Kiwi is going to spot out Gates Bard, so they know that the duo is answered.
He gets the jump on the pink ward as well. So Kiwi's going to be able to cash that one in quickly, and that means that this Impulse top side has to be a little bit more careful. They don't have any vision up here. There's no turret. They're definitely exposed. As of right now, Kirei is just hard farming, though, to try and hold this little advantage that he has over Proxen, try and grow it into something significant. That means he'll also be on the other side of the map. He can answer and help Billy soak up minions if they do decide to go for an invade.
Yeah,
because he cleaned his own jungle. That means there's nothing here for Impulse to take.
They're trying. They spot Kirei out, but he's already level 5, and in fact gets some good damage onto Proxen. Is now pinging away the rest of his team. They thought they could get me, but they couldn't.
They thought wrong. Italy with an experience advantage and landing spears here. Kirei definitely looking good so far. Billy Boss as well, happy to soak up the extra minions here on the bot side. So not only is that jungle advantage holding for them, but Dignitas trying to get this Poppy into a place where she'll be strong against Graves.
Pyrian going to be all in by Shifter. Doesn't have to burn any summoner spells, though, as the experience advantage for Shifter bullies him away from the lane.
Yeah, Shifter just jumping on the minion control that he has. Early level 6, uses it just for the chunk, and that is going to mean that Pyrian has to back off a little bit. He wants to stick around and soak this experience. Since there's no jungle pressure, he should be able to do it. But Shifter was able to deny a small amount. It is all about these very small wins for Dignitas as of right now. They're taking very, very small chunks out of the Impulse gold.
Kirei looking to take small chunks out of Impulse's health as he tosses spears, but his ward is going to be spotted by the pink of Impulse, who haven't cleared it just yet. I'm sure that's got a limited lifespan. Proxen, however, heads towards the top lane along with MASH. Oh, they're coming around now. Kiwi has to be careful not to get bound, and he is not.
Meanwhile, this big wave that Billy Boss has down bottom, heading towards the turret. And a bit of it is going to get cut off by the turret, so maybe a few of the melees denied. Fang a little bit slow on that move down bottom, so misses out on some of the comeback gold. Does get up to the level 5 though, important for him, as Billy does have another one of those small leads over his lane opponent currently.
Proxen with the invade spots Kirei as he roams top, looking for some action, but not quite able to find it. Pyrian is pretty deep in Dignitas's territory as well. Gets a ward that Shifter sees. And I believe that everybody's just going to take it calm and patient.
Ooh, here's not a calm teleport.
Yeah, that was not calm at all. Flash, oh, doesn't quite get the magical journey. Mash is going to make it through on the far side, but he's still only level 5. Lockdown, not calm at all.
And here comes the answer. Continue, sir.
Team Impulse look for more. Flash knockup finds Kiwi Kid. He's brought low and goes down. Billy Boss first to Flash, doesn't make it over the wall. He actually did break vision, so he's able to sneak away, but they're collapsing onto Apollo now. Fang gets some good damage. Flash into the brush.
I'm
and
just a
auto
Krug,
attack.
man. Don't shoot me. Billy finds himself safe regardless, as they decide to turn their sights towards Apollo and take him down. Impulse able to answer back with 2 of their own, plus turret pressure. Gonna get the objective afterwards here. So all said and done, Impulse happy with the way they were able to turn that one around.
So before the turret gets taken, it's even in gold. Now that it has been taken, that is going to put Team Impulse. Oh, come on, guys. I'm trying to illustrate a point here. You got to take the turret.
Your timeline here.
I know.
Your agenda has been...
I don't know that...
they're not even going to finish it
I know.
probably there. I think they're going to be able to defend. Anyways, let's take another look here. Teleport in, focus on gate. He does get through. It's an interesting choice here for Kiwi Kid. He just decides to immediately take the magical journey through, so he's there waiting for Mash. But now everyone is split, and let me take a look at Apollo. Does he get chunked by Gate? No, he's just able to get off a decent amount of damage, but Fang is up there, top laner on the top side, and will be able to solo him. They did get the Rek'Sai tag. Ugh, that Graves damage early on is monstrous.
Fang secures the kill at the end, 2-1 in favor of Team Impulse, and in fact, they did take the turret. However, it's still even in gold. Dignitas picking up a bit of a CS advantage onto Shifter. Not to mention Kirei, who's been all over the jungle, time and time again, clearing it out. Impulse are going to look for this dragon, however.
So 1 turret lead for Team Impulse, and now 1 dragon lead if they're able to secure this without, well, there's literally nothing for Team Dignitas that could steal it. So 1 dragon lead there. But whenever the gold is even and you have a turret lead and it's just an outer turret, you feel a little bit uneasy about your lead because just 1 team fight swung the wrong way, and that standing gold from the extra outer turret can be recouped fairly quickly. Mid lane though, Shifter gonna play a dangerous game and try and wave clear here with Victor. Oh, look at that. Can't quite get the cannon minion actually. A little bit of a heartbreaker there for him. Not quite powerful enough yet. Is able to save the turret though. Just fine for Team Dignitas, and blue buff is secured for him, so he should be able to continue to do that.
Team Impulse trying to put some pressure on the mid lane, but now it's Dignitas who are making moves. Spear still going to find Fang. Kirei does not commit to the dive, just going to buy some time for Apollo to chunk out this turret.
Wise choice right there, not to go for the dive. Graves Burst, we've already seen what it can do to squishy champions. Apollo will keep up the damage here. Red buff enhanced in Italy. Looks like Team Dignitas want to level out this turret lead pretty quickly, even up. But unable to finish the job as of yet. Nice chunk.
Fang's still going to be able to survive. Gate makes it up top and makes it to level 6, while Billy Boss decides to rotate mid.
They were leaving Mash down bottom to push that bottom lane, but he doesn't decide to finish off the extra wave of minions and shove it all the way into turret. He's needed immediately topside, so Impulse make the choice to try and bring him up to defend this turret, even though it looks like the 2-man squad actually had that handled, and it's really the 3-man squad in mid that's keeping up the pressure here. Impulse actually hold on to both and get the wave down bottom, bouncing back towards themselves. If you leave the wave closer to Team Dignitas territory, then that will naturally push towards Impulse side because the reinforcements arrive so much quicker. And they'll be able to focus down the minions that are currently there battling each other. So MASH creating a bounce back for himself on that bottom side. Apollo gonna go hurry it along though.
Yeah, Dignitas playing a patient game by putting some pressure on the mid and top tier 2 turrets. Actually mid tier 1, not quite able to take it. Kirei looks for an invade with the rest of his team. They're not quite able to find too much though, but yeah. Impulse on the top side.
Impulse, I think that they would like to answer mid turret for this bottom turret trade. They're gonna try and go for the 2-for-1 here, grab the Rift Herald and then answer mid, but I think that's not gonna be on the table because Victor, now level 9, back the lane, also was able to purchase a little bit more ability power, so the wave clear is definitely there for Team Dignitas. And the question of whether they would have even been able to finish off that turret, about 60% health right now. So they go for the little bit safer choice. Rift Herald will be theirs, but it does mean that 1,000 gold lead for Team Dignitas.
They don't in fact even answer. It's the bottom tier 1 for Team Impulse, and Rift Herald secured for, the Dignitas take the bottom tier 1. Team Impulse take the Rift Herald. Now Dignitas going to find more damage on another tier 2 turret, and we're seeing this play, but flipped on the other side of the map. MASH was just top, he recalled only now.
They do have Graves for wave clear here. He's not able to get it done. There's the initiation.
Kiwi's still going to be caught. Dashes forward, stun, finds Pyrion. He's knocked up and locked up. They're trying to bring him down. They're actually able to kill Proxen in the front. Billy Boss, however, caught in a fight with Ryze, who's fully powered. He's going to end up going down.
Yeah, even though Billy was able to isolate Ryze there with the flash stun into the wall, can't 1v1. You can't finish that fight. It has to be something else capitalizing on your wall stun there. But meanwhile, it was sort of Proxen sacrificing himself as the frontliner. Both frontliners do go down for both teams, but it's Impulse who get to shove with that Rift Herald buff. And they're going to get that turret lead back for themselves, taking down mid.
They fast track down mid lane, still 3 minions, but they don't want to take any chances. They're going to leave it standing. Billy Boss with the revive and teleport finds the back line. Pyrion goes down. Shifter getting revenge.
Yeah, overstaying there. They didn't even 100% commit to trying to burn down that turret. It is very difficult to do against Victor and Braum, who can control waves so well, but it was sort of a half-hearted move there from Team Impulse. Ryze was also out of mana, so even if they tried to fight or something, they would definitely have lost out. And Team Dignitas able to defend their gold lead.
It seems like the bit of hesitancy from Team Impulse that we've seen really cripple them in the past. And slowly but surely, Dignitas, it's still only about a 1,500 gold lead between the two 15 minutes in, but Dignitas has the turret advantage. Actually, no, they don't. It is even in turrets.
No, yeah, it's that gold lead that they're defending.
It's a gold advantage.
That's what I was talking about at the beginning of the game, where you feel a little bit uneasy when the gold is even and you have a turret advantage, because there's that standing gold that the enemy can recoup. But the other thing that Dignitas are about to receive is a giant gold package down bottom. Huge wave there for Billy Boss. He's going to go soak that up.
Apollo secures red on his own, while Team Impulse once again in the mid lane. Looking to put the finishing touches on that as Billy Boss catches all of this farm in the solo lane, even trying to pull back a bit so that it continues to push into him. Blue buff passed over now to Pyrion, not going to have any mana troubles once again.
Team Dignitas have been able to purchase and now can't group up here. They've got Victor, Lucian, Nidalee that they can poke here. Braum can put up the wall as well and try and shove in. Unbreakable Will is great at blocking that wave clear. Ryze, though, you have to be very careful about getting too close.
Dragon has just spawned. There goes the Tempered Fate.
Gatekeep's throwing out these long-range Tempered Fates, and I'm not sure what they're fishing for. Because as I said before, the hard CC, you know, the control for the team fight comes from a flash unburrow of Proxen and follow up with Pyrion and maybe that Cosmic Binding. But nobody even anywhere close to follow up on that. And that means that Team Dignitas are going to trade their damage on this mid turret. Oh no, no minion wave, so they don't trade anything. They're going to come over and take the fight.
Spear finds Purion for some good damage. Kyurei with the Runic Echoes chunks him out. Team Impulse were positioned to it, but they just couldn't quite pull the trigger on that turret.
Well, I mean, no minions there. It was a smart move by Team Dingtoss. They knew 30 seconds, that's plenty of time. They annihilate the minion wave, move down to take out the dragon very quickly, and get back before the next minion wave arrives. Whereas Team Impulse, maybe that hesitancy you're talking about, they're just kind of waiting for the objectives to fall for them. And not going to happen, as Team Dingtoss taking a little bit more proactive approach here, as everybody, the hit squad's coming for Graves, and Graves all alone.
Ooh, Flash is going to be used. Winter's Bite still catches him though. Lots of damage is burning through. Culling in another Flash is burned. He's pulling a lot of attention, but he's going to go down in the end.
Yeah, smart combo there from Kiwi Kid. Going with the Flash, Winter's Bite gets the slow, then it means he has an easy ultimate to hit, even long range because of that slow, and they are able to find that kill. So mission successful for the hit squad. Take another look. Yeah, it's the huge flash. So even if you flash afterwards and uses the ultimate to gain extra distance, the very tip of Kiwi's Braum ultimate is going to find the knock-up and subsequent slow.
18 minutes in, Dignitas lead by about 2,000 gold. After getting that kill onto Fang, he is keeping up in CS, however. In fact, 10 ahead of Billy Boss. While our mid laners resume their duel in the mid lane, Shifter opening a pretty wide gap himself, 40 CS ahead of Purion. Gate is looking to upset that balance, but Shifter already well aware. Woo!
That one gets a flash. I don't think the previous ones got flashes. Kiwi Kid gets caught though.
Taking a lot of damage. Has got his shield facing the wrong way. Proxen looking for the knockup. He finds Apollo. Apollo gets locked down and dropped down. He's dead. Mash gets that one while Team Impulse continuing to chase forward. Billy Boss gets destroyed by Purion and the rest of Impulse.
And Rise is popping off. A lot of damage coming out there. They were able to catch Kiwi Kid in sort of a two-pronged engage there. Gate was able to burn the flash from Shifter, which reduces so much of the teamfight presence of Team Dingtoss. They don't have their level 11 Victor threatening or trying to defend the Braum, so Kiwi Kid was easy pickings as the rest of Impulse were able to focus.
Calm down.
Crowd's got that one. Yeah. Anytime you get hit by a spear.
It's one spear.
But Impulse are able to grab not only the mid turrets, but also another Rift Herald for themselves. Let's take another look here, because this was a good Tempered Fate from Gate. Burns the flash from Shifter, also zones him out from the beginning. Rise, though, so much damage, and he's got more in the tank. Proxen gets right into the middle. There's that Unburrow, able to section off this team fight, allow Purion to flash in with the Rise and grab Lucian. Once Lucian goes down, the heart of Team Dignitas's team fight is gone. They don't have the damage output. And a good cleanup there from Team Impulse. So very, very close game. They bring it right back to even.
Just about even between the two. Rift Herald passed over to Mash, the AD carry. The debate continues. Who gets the Rift Herald buff? Impulse think it's going to be Mash this time. Kyurei continuing to farm it up in his jungle. Is he even going to be kind enough to give blue buff over? All right, good guy in Italy. Passes that over to Shifter, rocking nearly a 40 CS lead over Proxen. Team Impulse continue to look for some action, however, as they try to clear out the vision around this Baron. Fang is split on the far side with Teleport. Billy Boss does not have his.
Yeah, Fang looks to be chasing Billy Boss out of his off his lawn at the moment on Graves. And he's able to push the wave back out. I think package arriving right now with a level 11 Corki is a real opportunity for Impulse to create another play like that. After burning the flash from Shifter, that Victor does become a vulnerability. If they wait too long, though, Apollo's flash will be back up, you know, and that back line becomes a little bit harder to target. What they would look for right now would be a great Tempered Fate onto both the Victor as well as Lucian. That would be ideal, and then be able to capitalize. But they're just going to leave the package in base. Smash leaves it there because Team Dignitas aren't really extending anywhere. They don't really expose themselves. There's not, you know, too much vision they're fighting over at the moment. Leaving the package in base and waiting for a better opportunity to force a play.
Very patient game from Dignitas and Impulse. Furion in the mid continues to farm it up, but still down about 50 CS behind Shifter.
Yeah. Proxen is the one jungler down. Much more, of course. That's not fair. Comparing mid laners to junglers farm.
No, I was saying Furion.
Yeah, I know. It was earlier. Don't worry about it. All right. Well, Team Dignitas going to shove up on the top side. And, honestly, I'm just waiting for the next team fight because both teams seem very hesitant. Dignitas have a lot of vision up through the red side jungle, and they're the ones trying to pressure in on the turret.
It is a very even game. 300 gold separating the teams, and the turrets, they're still at such low health, but nobody can finish them off. Now, Dragon has respawned. Proxen did get the fast track to it. He's going to spot Kirei. Might look for the smite steal. Oh,
he got it.
Secured. Secret Agent Proxen.
All right. Dragon number 2. Is that worth fighting over? Dignitas deem it unnecessary.
Dragon 2, Team Impulse.
Yeah, it feels like they're kind of unsure of what to go for when facing this Ryze. The Ryze has already taken them out in a team fight, and with the package being picked up by MASH, it makes you very, very hesitant to really contest any objectives or even move out to place your vision because of the threat of the long-range Tempered Fate. Bard is a very long-range engage, and if your carries don't have flash up, it could be a very, very big pick for Team Impulse.
Kirei says, you take my red, I take your Raptors. Smite is available, and he's going to take it and get out of there. Not even clearing out the rest of the camp.
They've been working on this mid turret for a long time. But they're going to have to continue to wait as the Ryze and Graves wave clear. There's plenty.
24.5 minutes in. Dignitas taking their time after some pretty powerful movements for the first 15 minutes or so. They're caught out. Here comes Kiwi Kid, taking a lot of damage. Teleport being used by Billy Boss. Knockup finds no one. As Billy Boss joins in, Impulse are grouped as 5.
All right, both teleports burned. Thought you might have a pick there with the fight over the deep blue side warding, but
not today. Oh, Tempered Fate finds Shifter. Can they get him? No snare. Billy Boss runs and makes it under the tier 2. This crowd is so excited.
honestly, flashes have been burned. That means next time, guys, next time they won't have flash.
It's time to go.
Cooldown on that Tempered Fate, much shorter. They're going to look to aim for Shifter.
Everyone's on the edge of their seats, waiting for the next spear.
Gates got his eye on Shifter. Tempered Fate comes back up. They're going to go for it. Furion is ready to capitalize with this Ryze. Stacked up fully. They've got Graves with both shields ready, so Fang can jump right into the thick of things, get in the middle of the team fight, pop both shields, and try and lifesteal back up to full. They have a lot of tools to bring down a team fight, but Team Dignitas are kind of just waiting for Impulse to make a mistake because they're very scared of the Ryze and Graves taking over this mid-game team fight, especially with Corki having Trinity Force and all of the flat attack damage from the early BF sort of pickaxe build. They're a little bit scared to take that on. What could be the game changer for Team Dignitas, though? When Impulse look for this fight and they overextend, if you get a great Poppy ultimate, evening the numbers, you know, Ryze is great and all, but if he's 1 versus 5, Team Dignitas can take him down.
That's a very optimistic keeper's verdict.
Hey man, I've seen some really game-changing Poppy ultimates.
You play with different Poppies than I do.
Especially around Baron. Another crab down.
Oh, the ward vision once again. Kiwi Kid. Wait, didn't you saw this? Spear. Oh. Missed by that much. Oh, Furion, though, gets stunned against the wall. Billy Boss needs some backup. He's locked down, flashes the spear. They disengage. Kiwi might be caught once again. Doesn't have his flash.
The North American LCS playground. All right, flash is down now for both mid laners. Cleanse also, so The get out of jail free cards are being spent quickly.
These guys need to make it around the board one more time to get that refresh. The mid-tier 1 could go down. Shepard fight finds Shifter. Fang is pinned against the wall. They're trying to lock him down, but he's still alive. No deaths for now. But that mid-tier 1 is
that
the
turret,
target.
though.
Apollo wants it. Apollo gets it.
Progress.
All right, we've had our first change in the game in the first 12 minutes.
Hey man, flashes going down are big turning points in the game. As we said, Gate had his eye on Shifter. Bam, bullseye, got him. Peppered Fate right onto him, but it's not enough to win the team fight. He was trying to go for a good Cosmic Binding afterward. You could see him positioning to try and get both Apollo and Shifter, after the invulnerability wore off. Wasn't able to snag it though. Meanwhile, Fang on the front line did pop both shields and was chunked out so low, couldn't add the damage, so they had to give up the turret. And there's your momentous change.
Yeah, swing the entire game.
Honestly though, mid-turret going down is a big deal. You can get that deep. All right, honestly, they've had deep vision already anyway.
They have. They caught Kiwi twice. They burned his flash, not once, but twice.
Yeah.
And then they lost the turret off of it.
They both really do have the team fighting possibilities here. Team Dignitas don't really have any other outs. They don't have a split push threat. They don't really have too much of a pick threat. So Team Dignitas, while we're like, okay, they're kind of waiting for mistakes, it's because they don't really have the tools to create, picks for themselves or split pushing threat for themselves. And on Team Impulse's side, it's always a little risky to have Graves overextended because Nidalee is such a mobile jungler. Poppy can lock you down long enough. While Poppy might not be able to solo you, it can lock you down for a significant amount of time. If Nidalee can close on that gap, they could take your split pusher out very quickly. And Impulse really want to work around that Rise, the powerful Rise right now.
The crowd is so pumped for that Rise. They're excited to see when it happens.
You know what? I'm going to check in on you guys, see when the package is coming. Oh, Mash is holding on to the package.
Ooh. Could be looking for a fight.
Mash holding his package up on the top side of the map. Woo, woo, woo. Graves soloing Dragon right now. Let's get a look at that Dragon fight.
Oh, Dragon number 3 for Team Impulse. He groups up Teleport from Billy Boss.
Teleport for Impulse is available.
Oh, Proxen hesitates a bit. Has to be careful. Tempered Fate finds none. Billy Boss drops some damage. Proxen looking for his target. Fang has got against the wall. Knockup is going to lock him down. Here comes the package, splitting Dignitas in two. Billy Boss takes quite a lot. Purion is in, though. Shifter is in the front line. They're not quite able to get anyone, though. Finally, Kiwi and Shifter are going to go down. They're trading Fang over. And Dignitas losing 2, but getting 1.
Ooh, close trade right there. Apollo is able to clean up the kill for Team Dignitas as Fang can't quite get over the wall and was hit with the stun. But still, they came out on the losing end. 2 members down. Team Dignitas starting up this Dragon.
Yeah, it's 4v3.
They're getting run off quickly.
Proxen is going to fade away for the rest of Dignitas. They're zoned away from the Dragon. 3 secured for Team Impulse.
Very well could be that Dragon 5 game with the pace this one is going at. All right. Tempered Fate just gets Lucian Dash, which is very low cooldown, so not much gain there. Billy Boss stun onto Fang, knock up onto Fang from both his ultimate. Oh, the Braum actually didn't even go towards him. But then the package coming in, a huge zone there. And that meant that they weren't able to take down Rise. But look at these flashes as Curé and Apollo go to finish off Fang on the bottom side.
Solid fight for Impulse. Proxen nets yet another Scuttle Crab before getting a jab from Baron. It's not cool, Baron.
The hell?
It's not cool.
Thought spikes are only supposed to proc when there are more people behind Baron than in front of it. I'll have to check back in on that.
Well, there was more people. There was one person and 0.
There was an extra person in range. Yeah, well, no, one is more than none.
Oh, Dignitas pulled the trigger on this Baron. There goes the blue trinket, and they're forced to back away.
Oh, baby. You know it's getting spicy when Dignitas start off Baron. All 5 members of the enemy team are alive. But they pull right off of it.
Impulse in the mid lane are going to look for this tier 2. Fang is splitting in the bottom. He has his teleport.
They have decided to commit to that Graves split push. So they've got Fang down there. He doesn't have flash, but they know they have teleport advantage. So Yeah, you're
I was so
you're
excited.
unhappy with the way that wave stopped right perfectly in front of the turret, huh? Billy Boss is going to go clean up that cache.
It's now even in CS in the top lane, 214 to 218. Kirei is continuing to farm it out in the jungle, opening up a pretty big advantage over Proxin, while Shifter has an advantage of his own. Mash, though, making up for that with 30 CS ahead. Billy Boss, you gotta check yourself before you wreck yourself. There's a ward in that bush, mate.
All right, let's look at possibilities then. You know, options. Let's theory.
Oh, no, he's got it. He's got it.
Impulse.
Yeah.
Well, we watch this ward go down. Impulse, maybe they can have a more creative use of Bard. How about, huh? Maybe try and... all right, let's take a look at Baron, because that's more interesting in big games. All right, they've got the True Sight over Baron right now. They do have pretty good vision control, even doubling up on pink wards in that side rush. All right, that just means 10 auto attacks for Proxin, and they'll clear it out. But again, Impulse, they are committing to the split push here with Fang. And they know that they have the teleport advantage, so they're going to get at least some pressure on the bottom turret out of this. But how about Gate goes down to have a two-man split push here with Fang? Because Bard is so mobile, you wait until you have charms lined up through the jungle. Use a magical journey so you can, you know, move from bottom lane up to Baron quicker, run across a couple charms for the speed boost,
and then dash into the Baron pit.
And then Tempered Fate to delay it and buy extra time. Huh?
I like it. I like it.
Creative Bard use. Honestly,
he's a creative player.
Here we go. Creative Mash. Just kidding.
He's spotted. Blue Trinket in that. Tribush is going to spot him out. And Dignitas.
Charms are actually kind of hard to track in spectator mode for me.
You're actually looking at the charm placement. He's looking across the map to look for where the charms are currently located.
It's tough because you can't set that play up. It just has to happen. You just have to have great charm placement for multiple boosts
over the course of a few minutes. Oh,
you can set up your health packs though.
You can.
Yeah, he can set up a speed line.
But you can only have a limited number. You can only have
shrine.
up to three shrines.
Set up 3 shrines. Buy your chimes.
Yeah.
Would you like some shrines with your chimes?
Very slow game between the two. Dignitas taking their time, trying not to give up anything. And Team Impulse have actually... Oh, it's actually dead even in gold. Wow. Just went right...
Oh, look at that.
Hey.
Corki package. That's a playmaking ability if I've ever seen one. He's going top lane to split by himself, though. He's taking Bard with him, actually.
We've got 60 seconds for that package. It'll be finished in 36-15. He's on the top side. Bard is on that top side. Fang has teleport. Team Impulse could be looking for the Baron play.
Oh, baby. Fang splitting down bottom. The teleports have equalized, so they don't have the advantage down there anymore. And Poppy actually with Frozen Fist is fairly intimidating. I'd like to see that all in for science. To see if Billy could get the angle on Fang. That fight is pretty interesting just because both of them are looking for the angle on walls. As Graves wants to get the bounce back from Q and Poppy wants to get the heroic charge.
Hey, Team Impulse takes the top lane tier 2. They've still got the package for 10 more seconds.
Use it.
Guys, we're off.
All right, let's wait. What do we got? 5 more minutes? Is that what it is? 8 minutes? It'll be back, guys.
36.5 minutes. Finally, the tier 2 goes down. Dignitas are unable to answer. Fang is going to catch the wave, prepped on the far side. Dragon, number 2 for Dignitas.
Or number 4 for Team Impulse. Huh?
Oh, there's the Tempered Fate. It finds only the Dragon. They're keeping Proxin away from the pit. There's a fight, gentlemen. This is Proxin. He's knocked up and out.
Billy Boss got the front line.
5v3 knockup is going to find Gate. He's locked down. He goes down. Kirei chases over the wall. He didn't want to be there. He dies to Fang. It's a 1-for-1 trade. There's the Dragon number 2 secured for Dignitas. Team Impulse continue to chase forward. Fang's got a lot of damage, but they can't chase through.
Oh. I don't know. Kirei will never trust a magical journey again. That was an accident.
It wasn't his team's magical journey.
This is like the hokey pokey. You stick one foot in, you sucked all the way through the magical journey, and you die. What a dangerous game of. All right. No, it's a Baron. Holy
this is the Baron play.
It's 1-4 Baron.
Aggressive play, 4 versus 4. There's no smite. Looks like they're turning on to Proxen. Apollo's still kept alive. Shifter is turned onto by Fang. Fang brings him low along with Pyrion. They get the kill. And wait, Dignitas, you're going the wrong way, guys. Fang tries to chase them away.
Ooh.
Dig are running the long way around. Oh, Mash, Valkyrie's forward. He gets some damage onto Apollo. Here's a magical journey. Here comes Gate looking for the cosmic binding of the Sentry. Doesn't quite find it.
Temper. Oh, he's got.
Oh, and here comes Proxen as well. Dignitas says, I will die, so my AD carry. They don't even care about him. They're chasing down Apollo on the other side. He rushes over the wall. He's running as best he can. Shut down by Proxen. Now they got him.
Can we get you do run?
Team Impulse, 3,000 gold lead. It's 3 members of Dignitas dead.
That was Dignitas evasive maneuvers. Everyone scramble, run opposite directions, but Impulse, they picked up every single one. No one escapes, and they return to the scene of the crime. Baron that started it all, they're gonna be able to take this one unless Kira gets a magical, no.
Baron secured, Team Impulse. Now they finally have got the momentum they have been looking for. Double 80 carry rise. Could be a very scary push. And Dignitas in a tricky situation.
Tricky and sticky. I don't know why it's sticky, but Baron Goop.
Baron has a lot of victory.
Anyways, this is how it all started. Impulse, they bait him in. They want the team fight because they've got the Corki, Rise, Graves ready to roll. And look at that burst! Fang right next to Shifter. Blows his head off, and then they're able to go on this long chase, as we know. Apollo and Kiwi Kid, the dynamic duo, gonna split up here, run opposite directions. Kiwi Kid, take the high road. I'm gonna go low. He does get a juke here, flashes that, dodges that, dies to that.
I think actually Fang teleported down there to lock him down. It was on cooldown.
Yeah, he did. Yep, he did indeed.
Oh,
Oh,
yes.
hey, so that's a teleport advantage for Team Dignitas, though. Even though Baron buff is on Impulse, you know, you got to count your blessings here for Team Dignitas.
It's a teleport advantage, but they're giving up this bottom tier too.
That sucker's gone.
And crowd goes wild. You can see Baron still up for another minute and 30 seconds. They do have that Runic Affinity.
Yep.
Working down this inhibitor turret. Lots of wave clear from Shifter. Dignitas look like they're going to hold on to that for now while Pyrion starts prepping the wave in the mid lane.
Yeah. I'm still looking for Billy Boss to be this. Are they going to go for the shot? Uh-oh, Billy Boss! Whoa! Wait a second, you're supposed to do that when there's a hard engage. So what, yeah, the ideal way, the way you change the game with Poppy, a giant Poppy ultimate after someone hard commits, and there's some hard CC to lock them into a team fight so that you can change the numbers quickly. You can get a 5 versus 2, a 5 versus 3 sort of scenario there, try and burn someone down on this team that's ahead of you. But that right there, they lose the turret. It's kind of just a disengage in that case, and Team Dig gonna have to huddle inside the Alamo. See how long they can hold it for.
The last defense of Dignitas. We'll see if it is the last or if they continue to hold it out.
Guess what?
What?
It's been 8 minutes. Package arrived. Wait a second. Let me look this up real quick. I know it's either 8 or 5. I'm pretty sure it's 8.
He's still hanging on to it for now.
8.
Still got 30 seconds.
After 8 for the first one.
Yeah, 35 seconds left on that package. Baron not going to be on that wave. 20 seconds left on that remaining Baron buff for Proxen. He's just going to clear out a bit of vision. Trying to keep a timer on that package just to make sure. He's got about 20 seconds left on it. Down to 15 now. 10 seconds left on the package. It's wearing out. Hey! Everyone's freaking out!
Those minions never had a chance. Honestly, time for Impulse to move this ward line up. They've got pretty good coverage, both sides of the jungle. Dragon number 4 will be the next one for themselves, because Team Dignitas were able to snag that earlier one.
Fang did set up a wave on the top side of the map.
So I was right. It is both 8 minutes and 5 minutes.
Hey, after 25 minutes?
8 minutes is just for the first one. And then it's every 5 minutes after you pick up the current one.
Scuttle Crab secured by Team Impulse. They've got double wards to herald their entrance to Dragon number 4. Kirei's on the other side. He's on the Baron side.
The 6th Dragon meets its doom for this game. 2 killed at the hands of Team Dignitas. And 4 to Impulse. Get him, Ghost! Let's...
Apollo ain't afraid of no Ghost.
Same, actually. Never have been. Seems kind of like a ridiculous concept. I need some proof.
To be afraid of ghosts?
Yeah,
have you never seen Ghostbusters?
I have seen Ghostbusters. That's just got Slimer. He's just a
It's
comical,
based on a true
ridiculous
story.
ghost. I grew up on Slimer and Casper. No wonder I'm not afraid of ghosts.
The 2 least intimidating ghosts you could possibly imagine.
And before I'm haunted for the rest of my life. All right. Can Team Dignitas hold on and exploit a Team Impulse mistake? Because that's really what they're looking for here. As we've said multiple times, they really want to turn around an Impulse move. Actually, right now, shoving straight up mid, though. Team Dignitas taking their future into their own hands.
Making moves, but here comes a collapse from Fang and Proxen. Proxen gets in the
man.
back. Shifter's caught by the Tempered Fate. They're collapsing onto Apollo. He flashes. Shifter in the front line. He goes low. He goes down. Fang gets it. Apollo's still alive, trying to cut it out. Pyrion actually is going to be the one who drops. Kirei's caught with the Zongas. He drops, and Proxen continues to chase forward. Apollo's doing the damage he can. Can he keep Dignitas in this? Another member falls. Billy Boss is buying time. He's the sole survivor, and Team Impulse win this fight with an ace.
Team Dignitas finally decided to take their own destiny into their own hands, and Impulse punished them for it. Gate starts it off with that Tempered Fate, and the team just cleans up here. Look at that, they're surrounded. Engaging from all angles here are Team Impulse, and even though Billy Boss does get the ejection on Rek'Sai, the front line is gone. Doesn't matter here, and they're able to collapse. Kirei got locked up under the turret, and that's the game.
Team Impulse able to take the win in a 45-minute manner. That's Team Impulse at 4 and 6 in the standings, defeating Dignitas.
All right, no longer retiring, going back to the NBA. You guys got what?
Impulse looking awfully happy after that win. Very patient game between them. Really, neither of the teams wanted to take any chances until that very last play from Dignitas.
Impulse, yeah, I mean, Impulse, they knew they had that team fight in hand. They forced it at Baron at the 4 versus 4. They were able to pick up the straggler kills, got that Baron, and they were able to clean up some turrets. But then, yeah, at the end there, Dignitas deciding it's time to march straight up mid, and Impulse happily collapse from all angles. Take the victory.
Play. Impulse now a step ahead, taking that win. You can see some big smiles.
Yeah, they're definitely happy to grab this win. As we said, 3 and 3 for both these guys coming into the game. This bumps Team Impulse up above Team Dignitas in the standings.
Very important. As we mentioned, this could have implications later on in the split once we start getting closer and closer to playoffs. Dignitas have a pretty tough week next week, taking on Energy and TSM. Team Impulse have a similarly tough week, CLG and Echo Fox.
Yeah, Echo Fox have been looking so much better since they got their actual roster back, and now they're on a roll. You know, back-to-back wins for Echo Fox today. Well, this weekend.
Yeah. They've had 2 wins today?
Yeah.
That's good. That's impressive.
But yeah, honestly, that is going to be another very important game for Team Mills to win, because all these ones kind of around the bottom of the standings are trying to just put distance between themselves and Renegades.
Yeah, and it is so important to get these wins with teams similarly placed with you in the standings. Yes, we're a few weeks away from relegations and promos. Wow. I can't even talk after that. A few weeks away still, but the fact that we're playing these games now means that the points will be important later on. You're just going to let me drown here.
I was
You're
totally
trying.
distracted by your colorful tie here. Yes, I agree with whatever you said. I'm pretty sure it was definitely on point. Honestly, though, this game, yeah, that was a pretty big win for Team Impulse. So let's hand it over to you.
Yeah.
You can hand it off.
I'll do that. Let's hand it over to Riv. And Riv can talk with Impulse's top laner.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great handoff and great cast on the day. I am joined by Fang after their victory over Dignitas. Impulse moving up the standings now. But I got to ask you, Fang, it's been a while since we've seen you. Now with the victory, how does it feel to get it, and how does it feel to really be back?
You feel pretty good, yeah.
How's it now with the camaraderie of the team? You guys have had to sub in and out Seraph. What does it feel like playing with the full team again?
I feel pretty good because we practice so hard. Everyone put in the effort, so I expect a win today. So,
well, expected the win. You guys got it. I got to ask you, Fang, where do you guys see yourselves coming now into the second part of the split? Where do you feel like Impulse can end up in the standings?
I think if everyone keep working hard, right, we definitely play a team.
All right, it sounds great. One more question for you. It's going to be a tough week next week. Echo Fox looking good, and you have Counter Logic Gaming. How are you feeling, and how are you going to prepare?
I think it's same thing. We just need to working ourselves and keep working hard, and we'll be ready for them.
Keep it simple, keep it easy. Congratulations on the win, and best of luck in the future. We're going to throw it to the analyst desk to break down the rest of the day.
Thank you very much, Rivington. 45-minute game. Yeah, I think most of us look at that, we go, oh my goodness, this is so much slower than our average game. But this is not to forget the importance of this game, right? These are two teams, 3 and 6, and I have a feeling that some of the slowness of the game was because of the weight that should have been carried with two teams with identical records, with the head-to-head record on the line moving into the postseason.
Yeah, also keep in mind it was a very close game throughout. So unless someone makes a big mistake to fall far behind or makes a big play to pull far ahead, 45-minute games are going to happen. It's not like we're 65 minutes in here, 70 minutes, 80 minutes the dream. 45 minutes, that's really not that long.
Yeah, we also
that used to be like our average game time.
Pretty much.
Yeah, and we're also seeing pretty much, we've seen a lot of Malphite today. We've seen a lot of things that start fights off and hard engaged. You're pretty much relying on TIP when they have a lead to land a Bard ulti, and it's on gate at that point to really get the perfect fight for them. So it does take a while for that to eventually come into TIP's hands and they find it, but it's definitely a big problem with these games is the lack of engage when you have a lead.
Absolutely. Speaking of Bard ults, the final fight, I want to take another look at it. Starts with the Bard ult, on to Shifter, gets caught out. We have a replay of that. We're going to pull it up for you. And exactly as you mentioned, part of the reason why it went so long was we were waiting for this to initiate.
Yeah, Gate was heavily targeting Shifter with Bard ults the whole time, and they actually have a very good flank set up here with Mash and the Rek'Sai coming in from the backside. And Team Dignitas was actually already down in this game, which made it a little bit scary that they were in this position to fight in the first place. Apollo just doesn't have enough damage by himself since they could take out the Victor at the beginning of the fights. And it was a smart game plan, right? Because Poppy can only do so much damage with the tank build. Really, it's a two-threat team for Team Dignitas, and if they can consistently shut down Shifter, the fights are easy, no matter how big Apollo got.
Yep, so ultimately, a solid victory there for Team Impulse, and importantly, Fang's first victory with the team. You know, I think it's very important that they did pick this up to showcase that with their full roster, without Seraph hard carrying the games, that this is still a very competitive roster and looking to make moves, and as he mentioned, contend for a playoff spot. On the side of Dignitas, still plagued with some trouble here, and is there anything that's easily identifiable as the major crux in the strategies for Team Dignitas?
It's hard to say.
Yeah, it's really hard to say. I think like we're seeing some good things out of Shifter. We're seeing Apollo still being consistent, but then we aren't really seeing
we're seeing inconsistency is the big thing.
Yeah.
It's just every other game, it's kind of like this guy's doing well. Well, Feng's doing well this game. And
Apollo
it's
looks
hard
like
to nail
the
it
best
down.
player on the team.
Yeah.
For one.
Yes.
And we knew coming into the season the Team Dignitas didn't bring in superstar imports. They brought in Smitty J and Kirei.
Yeah.
Then Smitty J also is off the team now, and Billy Boss is definitely not your superstar import. So it's not like they have. It's not like they just need to get around their mental block, or they just need to communicate better.
Right.
A lot of these players just aren't as good as the person that they're going up against in lane, which is a really hard thing to overcome. But if they play better as a team, they can pick up wins. They've proven to pick up wins in the past. It's just going to be very difficult.
So it's not the story of individuals who are all talented in their own right meshing or melding together like TSM. This is just a story of a team that needs to improve together, right? Across the board, they need to make improvements in order to stack up against the rest of these teams.
And Feng was talking about if everybody continues to put in hard work, that they can be a playoff squad. And I don't doubt them in that. I think that they can definitely push for that. We've seen some good things out of them, especially when like Seraph was on the squad.
Yeah.
It wasn't just Seraph making those plays, right? He made the plays that would initially start those fights, but a lot of these guys were following it up. We saw Purian have really good mid lane play. We see Proxen, diving his niddly, but his early game control was really good.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do actually want to go back now. I want to return to the game time point. Only to look at it through the lens of Team Impulse, who played the game to their win conditions, right? So explaining why it went so long was that they were looking for the right initiation. It was a close game. They needed this victory. And so it's hard to fault them for not making a giant stab at anything. There were cautious Baron calls or starts with peels, right? We didn't see any massive throws, and that's really what it was. A lot of posturing in this game.
And let's remember the day we just had. We had Immortals playing Cloud9 in Game 3, and we're just like, oh yeah, these guys are real slow, right?
Right.
That was like a 50-kill game in 30 minutes. We're never going to get that in back-to-back games. So
I want
think-
it every
I think
game.
The excitement that happened in Game 3 made these games feel slower than they actually were. Like the Game 4 was what, like a 15-kill-2 Liquid victory, and it was 30 minutes. We were like, man, it's really dragging along here. But like it wasn't. If we didn't have that third game, our experience wouldn't be so skewed.
Well, even like the Echo Fox Energy game, right, where there's like an explosive fight with the Malphite ultimate really early on in the game. You're just like, wow, that blew up really fast. And then it just kept snowballing from there, where this one's just like, all right, it's even. And you think that teams being even builds tension at that point, but people are just like, nobody's really doing a whole lot that would create that tension to give you a lead or like taking a big risk. There was a lot of baiting around Barons, like you said, and the threat of a 5th dragon eventually could be a possibility.
6 dragons had fallen in the hands of these players.
It really was, right? Yeah, the cast was going in some direction there. But ultimately, I actually really like the point about the champions that were played in here and contributing to that as well. We had seen so many explosive champions earlier in the day, not so many here, and that is a big contributing factor to everything slowing down. All that being said, a very nice win for Team Impulse to pick up, move their head-to-head to 2-0 against Dignitas, moving in towards the postseason. But let's check out how all of our teams are ranked after 5 weeks of play. Immortals is still undefeated and claims the top spot with their 10 wins. Then TSM is in sole possession of 2nd place. Cloud9 and CLG are tied for 3rd, while Energy and Liquid share 5th place. With their win, Team Impulse knocked Dig into a tie for 8th, with Echo Fox and Renegades rounding out the league in 10th. Now, there were a ton of great plays this weekend, but here are the OP5. Starting in the top lane, we've got Hanser.
Yeah, Hanser, he played 2 Fiora games back-to-back, and he showed consistency even in moments where TSM wasn't being very consistent. The Zilean composition comes to mind, and he was definitely a force to be reckoned with, and while everything was chaotic, he was still a very good rock for the team.
Absolutely. 2 sweet Fiora games this weekend for him. Moving into the jungle, we're going to find none other than Rainover once again.
Yeah, this is his 4th week out of 5 that he's been the OP jungler. He just keeps going up against the other best junglers, and we say, man, I'm really excited for this matchup. And then Rainover continues to annihilate that person. He killed Rush solo in Rush's jungle in this game. He was killed afterwards, but it still counts.
Yeah.
He invaded Rush on Lee Sin and killed him.
Also super articuate in their thought process. In the interview, the way he explained the decision-making process that he and Huni had for their playstyle, it really resonated with me. Anyway, I want to move into the mid lane. We're going to find Froggen in his week back 2-0 for Echo Fox. Yeah, I think that's really the big story there, is the leaders back into the slot, had some good games on, some solid performances on Corki, and it really just seems as though the entire team rallies behind him once he's in the game. Moving on to AD Carry, Wild Turtle, Rainover's buddy.
Oh yeah, Wild Turtle though, he really did take over that game later on. He played 2 Kalista games back to back, and the one against C9, he actually had a very flexible build that I thought was incredible, where he was adapting his AD carry build, picking up a mob, picking up a Sterix, and just being tanky and adjusting the situation. So Wild Turtle showing that he has some adaptability to him on the fly, even if he is now that guy who's looking back at his 2015 late season and being like, you know what, that was a different Wild Turtle. I'm back to my old self.
Yeah, it was I'm the only one who's allowed to have fun Kalista.
Yeah,
yeah, that's what it was. Finally, our support is going to go to high.
Yeah, and you can't really give enough props to this guy who switched to his 3rd position in under a year, and he's the only one who made this list who didn't win both games. It's because he had some very strong shot calls and played really strong Alistar in their game against Immortals, as well as in their game yesterday. So High continues to adapt to this support role, and Cloud9 looks like a very, very good team with him as a support.
Yeah, I think at first glance, a lot of people would say, well, why is he getting it when Adrian beat him this week? And I think it's exactly that. When you look at the value that he adds to the team individually as a player, plus the fact that that was one of the closer games Immortals has ever experienced, and a lot of it is due in part to High's play.
Yeah, it's the most deaths that Immortals have actually had in a single game.
Oh, absolutely. 16 in that game, only 51 in the previous 9 combined. So basically tripling their deaths per game average.
Which 67 deaths is a lot for a 10-0 team.
That is true. That's kind of true.
But that's just the way they play.
They just play fast and loose, I guess. Well, anyway, those are the players who stole our hearts. But of course, we can only have one MVP, and that is none other than Immortals Rainover. He ends this weekend with a 9.6 KDA, despite going up against CLG and Cloud9, 2 squads we thought might be able to take a win off of them. Now, he may have lost his perfect first blood stat, but he continues to make his team look good while putting forth strong performances of his own.
And now he's no longer the Leonardo DiCaprio. He's got an award. Finally, finally.
The last time he won a weekly MVP was Spring Split in Europe in week 2.
Seriously?
Seriously, it's been so long for this guy, even though he continues to perform week over week, and this time there was just no one who you could make an excuse of like, oh yeah, he was just a little bit better than Rainover, just a little bit better. No, Rainover was the best. Yeah. He was the best this week, and he deserves the MVP.
He absolutely does. It's good to see him collected. Anyway, that's going to do it for us. We're all wrapped up here this week, but in just 3 days, we'll have more league content coming your way, starting with a brand new primetime league at 5 p.m. on Wednesday. After that, the North American Challenger Series hits your screens with Team Dragon Knights versus Apex. And then on Thursday, the European LCS returns with Elements taking on Origin, right before Roccat goes up against Splice. Then later in the day, get ready for Fnatic versus G2 Esports in the match of the week across the pond. That all starts at 6 p.m. Central European Time and 9 a.m. Pacific Standard. And the action picks back up in North America next Saturday at noon with Energy Esports taking on Team Dignitas. Then TSM will face Cloud9, and rounding out the day is Liquid versus Echo Fox. And our match of the week is taking place on Sunday with Liquid going up against Immortals. And this is a rematch of that jungler matchup you were talking about, where we took Rainover, we put him up against one of the other perceived best junglers in NA, and he stepped up. The question is, can Dardoch and the rest of Liquid rebound and take a game off of Immortals?
Yeah, it was that game where Dardoch was just completely shut down, and it showed a stylistic difference where Dardoch, he's aggressive, but is he flexible? Because Rainover ran him all around the map, just cycling his jungle over and over again.
Yeah, and I think that's, again, we'll return to the idea also of the newbies, Matt, Dardoch, along with the veterans of Phoenix and Piglet. We had some talk about Phoenix today actually being a very strong potential carry for the team. Can they get it all locked together, tied in a neat little bow to beat Immortals?
You look at the numbers on Team Liquid, they're actually quite impressive. Piglet's having a good year. Dardoch looks like a great jungler. Phoenix is actually not as bad as you would think based off of some of his other plays. He's one of the top mid laners in the entire league. But they're 5-5.
Yeah.
Like, what's going on there? And, of course, Immortals is 10-0. So that'll be an exciting game, especially if Team Liquid can pull something out.
All right, well, that does it for us. Before we go, I do have to make an announcement. I was told that the entire production crew back in the control room would like to extend their invitation to you to be their Valentine this day. Oh,
it's a lot of people.
After what?
Cut the single. Don't put him on air anymore. Don't give him any more airtime.
After what you and Kobe did to Irene this morning?
What?
You think you can come crawling back?
Not to me.
I need time to heal.
them.
That's too fast.
Anyway, that does it for myself and the entire live broadcast crew. Thank you for watching. Happy Valentine's Day, and we'll see you next week.
Your face is so Echo Fox, there is that renewed vigor since they have their full roster.
Certainly can now challenge for a playoff spot.
He's trying to get this turret right back, but
But whoa! 4-man ulti from KFO, and look at the slaughter!
They see him, so they're 4-man Malphite ultimate in full view of the team.
Fight.
Yeah.
Nice, go. I'm on Malphite. Nice. Shield you fight.
Yes,
Nice.
That's the win for Echo Fox!
Looking for Ash. Going. Go.
Look, Ash. Morgana. Fine, he's gonna miss a big burst on a stick say. He's gonna get hit with a Q. He's got a run and it still gets him. That will be TSM slaughtering Counter Logic Gaming.
Nice. Go. Pull out there. No flash. Careful. Kite back.
Cloud9 back inside their base. A stun on Pole Belter. Some damage dealt, but not even Jin can kill Immortals, who remains undefeated 10 games into the North American LCS.
Player's going to make a play, though. Pulls the trigger onto Phoenix, who's dropped low, but he's still alive. There's the mod. It's a bounce house. Phoenix is still alive. He goes over the wall and back to get the kill. And they take the win 32 minutes in. Billy Boss got the front line. 5v3 knockup is going to find Gate. He's locked down. He goes down. Kyrie chases over the wall. He didn't want to be there. He dies.
Nice.
GG, right? Go. GG. Impulse, 4 and 6 in the standings, defeating Dignitas.